porte. Comme il est 11 heures.
It being 11:05, the House will now consider private members' business based on today's order paper.
On motion M190, an instruction to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities regarding skilled workers, standing in the name of Mr. Fonseca.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands has 8 minutes remaining in his speech.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will attempt to pick up where I left off on this when we last debated it. And I do again want to thank the member from Mississauga East Cooksville for bringing forward this motion. I know that one of the criticisms that we heard a little bit when the debate happened in the first hour was the fact that this was only focused on one particular area of the country. I tend to think, Mr. Speaker, that when we do take a look at one particular area, rather than the entire country as a whole, we'll have the opportunity to see exactly and to dive deeper into the actual issues that are affecting the trades and why we aren't getting people to start up and working in the trades and starting careers in the trades. And I think that for that reason, it would be very prudent of this House to pass this motion that does direct the HUMA Committee to look specifically at this one particular area of the country, a very important and largely populated area of the country, so that decisions and recommendations can be made to this House in terms of how the government can bring policy forward that will better create opportunities and encourage people to get into the trades. And I know that when I was last speaking in the first hour, the first hour debate, I briefly mentioned an individual who is a TV personality named Mike Rowe in the U.S. Who has a program called Dirty Jobs, and Somebody Has to Do It. And basically what he attempts to do in the show, Mr. Speaker, is he attempts to highlight the fact that there are jobs out there that for some reason many people are no longer interested in getting in, and he's exposing us to why it is important that people fill these jobs and how these jobs actually can be huge opportunities for people in terms of making a lot of money and having well-meaning jobs that they can have for years to come. And I think that to understand why there's a problem with a shortage, we might want to look back a little bit, Mr. Speaker, as to how we got to this place in terms of having this shortage. And I think, personally, and something else that I started just briefly to mention in the first hour of debate, that it has to do a little bit with the fact that as we as parents look at our children, we want to encourage them to grow up to be better than we are. And I think back to my grandparents who immigrated here after the Second World War, both from Holland and from Italy. And when they got here, they were on both sides of the family, individuals who worked tough, rigorous construction jobs in various different trades and fields of employment. Both my grandparents, my grandmothers and my grandfathers for that matter. And all they wanted was to see their children become better people than they were, and to become what they saw as better people, I should say, becoming doctors and lawyers and politicians. So they encouraged them to go to school. They encouraged them to graduate and go to university so that they could become what they perceived as these more professionally aspiring careers and to be involved in. And I think that what we've done is, through this process over several generations, is that we've created a stereotype that somehow says if you want to be a carpenter or a mason or a plumber or an electrician, there's something wrong. That means that you've decided to take a second tier career. But in reality, and as we're seeing today, these jobs can pay massive dividends in terms of people's ability to grow as an individual, in terms of their ability to provide for themselves and their families. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, they're saying that by the year 2020 in Canada, we will have a skilled trades shortage of roughly 1 million people. Some interesting statistics that I've been able to research between the first time we debated this and now was a 2007 study found that Canada has 631,000 job vacancies, of which 38,000 are in the construction industry, which equates to more than 10% in Canada. Construction is the third largest industry for job vacancies in Canada. And a shortage of skilled labor could bring a challenge to delivering infrastructure projects in Ontario, which is exactly what we're seeing here and why the member has brought this forward, because he's relating this back to the housing shortage and the fact that there is a housing shortage, and a lot of that relates back to the fact that there just aren't enough people to fulfill and work in these various different jobs. And so what we're seeing is an opportunity here. And I'm really happy to see that the way that this has been brought forward is to look at how the government can develop policy and can bring in direction to make sure that these opportunities can be realized by people who might have an interest in them. And while we're on the topic of opportunities, or while I am on the topic of opportunities, I'll mention that I'll relate this back to a private member's bill that I introduced into this House and that is currently before the Senate. And that has to do with females who want to get into construction and hazardous work. Probably even more burdensome would be for a female than a male to become a plumber or an electrician or a carpenter. And that's why we see that in Canada, only 4% of the skilled trades are currently held by women. And in the construction fields, more specifically, only 0.5% of the construction jobs that are out there are filled by women. So this gives an amazing opportunity to start to fill some of these positions with women who want to get into trades. And there are many women out there like Melody Ballard, who comes from my community, who's a welder, but face some challenges because the government doesn't have the necessary programs and policies in place to make sure that that happens. So, you know, I'm very supportive of this particular motion, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to see that the member from Mississauga East Cooksville has brought it forward. I think that there is a great opportunity here to study what's going on in the Toronto, the GTA and Hamilton area specifically, to develop some policies that can be brought forward that the government can implement, and then later on down the road we can see how we can extend those to other parts of the country. This is exactly what we need. The timing of this is extremely timely given some of the shortages that we have, and I look forward to seeing how we can continue to advance this, not just this particular bill, but this topic. This is going to become one of the biggest challenges for Canada in terms of how are we going to continue to physically build the infrastructure that we need to continue to sustain our country. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to finish my speech in the second hour of debate on this, and I look forward to continuing to hear the debate this morning and voting in favour of this when we get to that point. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak before the House today on Motion 190, tabled by my colleague, the member for Mississauga East Cooksville, on this very important topic. And before I begin, I'd like to thank my colleague for his work and for bringing this topic to the attention of the House. I certainly enjoy serving with him on the International Trade Committee. Madam Speaker, this motion asks that the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities be instructed to undertake a study on labour shortages of the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area, in particular in the construction industry, and to analyse models used in Atlantic Canada. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to have this topic brought to the attention of the House, as it will be of the utmost importance for the years to come. Adam Morrison, Vice President of the non-profit Ontario Tourism Education Corporation, characterized the labour shortage problem as a slow-motion train wreck you have always been told is coming. And Madam Speaker, I believe as parliamentarians we have an obligation to make the best recommendations so we can ensure that we can contain as much of the damage as possible. And so I believe this is a very worthwhile study. As was mentioned previously, in the next decade, Canada will see more than 1/5 of its construction labour force retire. The construction industry is one of the backbones of Canada's economy, and certainly in my community of Oshawa, and it employed 712,000 people in 1996. But today, that number has grown to 1.4 million Canadians. And by 2027, however, about 21% of the labour force will be older than 65 years old. To add to that, young people are not joining the workforce in these trades fast enough to fill this gap, which makes finding skilled labor difficult for companies. Because of the demand and increase for construction in the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area, the GTHA, the labor shortage is more acutely felt. The association representing masonry, block, and stone industry has warned that the labor shortage which currently exists and which will get larger with time will create extreme difficulties for delivering on the many infrastructure projects that the government has planned. While I'm excited to see the booming construction sector all around the GTHA, I believe it's our responsibility to develop the tools to help companies address this labor shortage. Madam Speaker, if we don't, companies will have a much harder time completing projects on time, or will have to stop taking on more projects because they know they don't have the resources to provide the level of service they know that they can provide, which affects families, communities, and entire regions. Canadians are very hardworking and they want to work more, so we have to help them with that. In the absence of federal leadership, organizations have already started to work to solve this problem. For example, Madam Speaker, in my region of Oshawa, the Durham District School Board hosts information sessions on the Ontario Youth Apprenticeship Program, a school-to-work program that opens the doors for students to explore and work in apprenticeship occupations. This can show parents how viable a career in the skilled trades is for their kids. Parents who always want the best for their children, they just need to be reminded what a wonderful career they can have in these fields. The board also holds a number of tours so students can actually see what working on the shops is like and get some hands-on activities. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the problem is not contained to the construction industry. The Ontario Chamber of Commerce members cite the inability to find new employees as one of their biggest obstacles, according to a survey released in February. Of the 60% of businesses looking to hire in the last 6 months of 2016, 82% of them said they had experienced difficulty finding employees. Madam Speaker, the issue spans across sectors, affecting, for example, the retail and service industry sectors as well. There is no shortage of storage of restaurant owners having to close down on certain days because they don't have enough staff, or hotels having to close down entire floors because they can't staff the rooms. Over 90% of Canadian businesses are small and medium-sized businesses. This year, the BDC, or the Business Development Corporation, conducted a survey of 1,208 entrepreneurs from SMEs, and they found that 40% of them are having difficulties finding new employees. Because of retiring workforce, Canada's labor growth is forecast to fall near zero. This affects the growth capacity of companies, and it affects all Canadians, because when businesses are thriving, Canada thrives. However, Madam Speaker, I'd like to echo what my colleague from Foothills mentioned earlier in his remarks. This problem is not contained to the GTHA. The problem in the construction sector are also very acutely felt in British Columbia and Atlantic Canada. In British Columbia, for example, nearly 1 in 25 jobs is going unfilled, where, according to the Canadian Federation for Independent Businesses, 3.9% of jobs were unfilled in the fourth quarter of 2018. Madam Speaker, in fact, you don't even have to leave the province to find out there's a labor shortage problem. Many rural areas in Ontario are struggling to attract and retain talent and workers. The jobs are there, but there are barriers such as transportation that must be discussed so that we can find solutions that work for all Canadians. Canadians living in rural areas face challenges starkly different from those living in the GTHA. However, that does not mean that we should not take the time to carefully examine the issues that they face. Madam Speaker, one often cited barrier is that young Canadians and their parents don't see a career in the trades as a viable option for them or their children. This government, has unfortunately failed at changing that perspective. Through its actions and comments, it has made Canada an unattractive country for energy investments and shut down projects which would have created many jobs in the trades and in these sectors. In particular, if we just take a look at one bill in particular, Bill C-69, as an example, it basically guarantees, Madam Speaker, that no major resource project will ever be built again in Canada? And what kind of message does that give kids who would like to get into the trades? To add to that, instead of doing what was best for Canadians and Canadian workers, this government decided to snub their noses at our ally again and again, and so now we find ourselves with a bad trade deal for Canada, the USMCA, and with Section 232 tariffs on steel and aluminum still in place. And again, Madam Speaker, what kind of message does that send to young people looking for jobs in those industries? Throughout our study on the Standing Committee on International Trade on the impact of these tariffs on the steel and aluminum sector, we are hearing over and over again how the situation is dire. Companies are shutting down, moving to other jurisdictions, or reducing shifts. In this environment, Madam Speaker, it makes it very difficult to encourage young Canadians to pursue a career in trades. Like my colleagues, I will be supporting this study, Madam Speaker, because I do believe that it addresses a very important issue, and I believe that with good recommendations, we can help the businesses and hardworking people in my riding of Oshawa. However, I do think that we should expand the scope of the study to include all of Canada, because this is an issue that does not discriminate based on geography. Madam Speaker, it affects people in every province, in urban and in rural communities. It also provides an opportunity for Canadians to show how innovative we can be. And Madam Speaker, it allows us the opportunity to come up with solutions to these complex problems, and I look forward to receiving the results of this study when they're presented in this House. And Madam Speaker, we are left with a very important thing happening here in the House this week. The Minister of Finance is actually tabling an economic update. In other words, where the priorities of the current government are. And as I said in my speech, I do believe this is an incredibly important motion to bring forward at this time. However, I don't see the same commitment from this government in what it says and what it does. Madam Speaker, we're hearing over and over again how uncompetitive a place Canada is to do business, whether that's the uncertainty of new regulations. I mentioned this Bill 69. I've mentioned the uncertainty moving forward. The government wants to bring forward a carbon tax, which each and every one of us in this House is going to be affected, but it's going to be affecting each and every Canadian, each and every family, not only on direct costs, bringing forward on things that they're going to be buying in the energy resource sector, but also the downstream, whether it's groceries, whether it's heating of buildings, whether it's further taxes for municipalities. It's going to affect every aspect of Canadians' lives. So I will be supporting this motion, Madam Speaker, but I have it with big expectations, because this motion alone is not going to fix the problems that Canada is facing. We do hope that the government takes these issues seriously, especially in regards to competitiveness, because human resources is only a piece of it, and we look forward to the Minister's economic update later this week. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like first of all to thank my colleague for having presented this motion, M190. The problems that are outlined in the motion are of unprecedented magnitude and are continuing to increase. It's therefore important that this be studied in committee. This is a concerning issue which counts for everyone, and it's crucial that we find solutions, durable solutions, to deal with it. The labour shortage is a phenomenon that affects all of Canada, and its effects are felt everywhere, even in Saguenay. I would like the study in committee to not be limited to the GT and Hamilton, and that it concentrate not only on construction, because needs for workforce are everywhere and in various domains in various regions of Canada. This is a beginning, Madam Speaker, and I hope we'll be able to apply the recommendations of the report in our respective regions. We know the problem isn't going to go away on its own. According to Pierre Cléroux, Chief Economist at the Bank of Canada, there are too many who think that labour shortage is a temporary thing. It's something that's going to get worse with time. We see it everywhere. All over Canada, there are restaurants that have to close at the end of summer because there aren't enough workers. It's not that there aren't enough clients. They're able to hire students during the summer season, But then these students go back to work, or go back to school rather, and they can't find the people to fill these positions, so they have to close. There's another example I could give you. There are farmers who lose their harvests, lose their crops, because they don't have the people they need to harvest. Nobody to harvest fruit and vegetables. And there's also, in my region, a real lack of welders. There are businesses that have to contact other businesses to get help, to say, can we borrow some of your welders? This just doesn't make sense. They really don't have any choice, though, because that's what they have to do in order to honor their commitments. The government should take very seriously the responsibility to make sure that there are enough competent workers to meet the demands of the workplace, to meet the demands of the labor market. We need a long-term fair solution which would bring workers, employers, unions, teaching institutions, the federal government and provincial governments, bring them to work together to find a strategy. According to a report by the Conference Board of Canada, the wave of people leaving and people retiring, combined with a decline in the number of births, will create a labor shortage that will continue to grow for years. We have to do something, Madam Speaker. In the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, this shortage is already affecting the entire region. In 20 years, the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean went to a position where it was hard to find a job, and now it's hard to find workers to take jobs. And it is predicted that the population will only increase by 0.4% between 2016 and 2021, although for Quebec overall, the population will increase by 3.8%. In the long term, the situation will continue, and the income generated by small business will continue to fall because of a lack of people to fill various positions. The forestry industry is also an important driver of the economy in my region. The future of this industry and the industry in Quebec needs new policies to access employment for women, to get them involved, to get Indigenous people involved, and immigrants, to target them better in order to deal with the labor shortage, which is a crisis which is happening in various plants. This shortage has already put the brakes, or at least has slowed down economic growth in the region. In March 2018, Alma, one of the business owners in the region, said, we've invested $25 million in foreign businesses, but invested $0 in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. Many initiatives are already underway to remediate this problem and to make the region more attractive and to attract workers. For example, the Saguenay-Le-Fjord Chamber of Commerce organized a charm offensive targeting about 30 recent immigrants who came to Quebec over the past 5 years. The goal of this operation was to motivate workers that our economy needs to come and settle in our region. I myself went to meet them at the airport. Now, this charm offensive is something I hope will bear fruit, because we really need these people. And this leads me to speak about other organizations in my region, such as Place aux Jeunes dans ma région, or Give Young People Their Place in the regions. We want to attract these people to our region and to facilitate their integration. I want to salute the efforts of this organization. Its goals are to prevent and slow down the exodus of young people towards the great urban centres, to promote and facilitate the professional integration of young people in regions, to promote their social commitment in these regions, to make them aware of the impacts of a youth exodus, and to stimulate the creation of businesses in our regions. In Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, 4 agents are there on the ground in the various areas. This person is the resource person on the ground with respect to moving, to settling in the region, and to keeping young people in the region. This is a frontline resource which helps to mobilize young people and mobilize the whole area. These agents help young people to come and move to the region and settle in the region. It also invites them to come and visit and explore the area. It helps them to understand the labor needs of local businesses, various projects, economic projects on the ground, and to look at job offers in the area. It helps to make teenagers aware of the potential of the region where they were born and of the labor needs. It also makes the community aware of the consequences of the exodus of young people and helps them come up with strategies to welcome them and keep them. As I said before, it's very important to focus on retention and keeping young people in the region. We'd also like immigrants who come to our region to have the resources they need to get positions in businesses and to settle and thrive in our regions. This is why I will be voting in favor of this motion. The kind of study it would engender would help our regions to become more dynamic, would help businesses get the workers they need, and would help workers have the opportunities they deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak in favour of Motion 190, that the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities be instructed to undertake a study on the labour shortages of the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area. I want to thank the member for Mississauga East Cooksville for his ongoing passion as well as for his work on this issue. Madam Speaker, 1/5 of Ontario's current construction force will be retiring in the next 10 years. Sustaining industry capacity through recruitment and training efforts is and will continue to be a high priority for industry leaders. Major refurbishment, infrastructure and transportation projects are expected to rise significantly in the coming decade, and even today these projects are developing at a rapid pace across the country. Parts of my riding of Don Valley West feel like an ongoing construction zone. Once finished, the Eglinton Crosstown is one of many projects that will significantly improve the lives of all of us, but it's taking a huge number of skilled workers to make it a reality. New condo construction, apartment buildings, home renovation, and city infrastructure projects are everywhere. The economy is booming, and the development of our communities is necessary to keep up with fast-moving, growing populations. The Toronto economy is booming, and with more projects like these just around the corner, recruiting highly qualified tradesmen and women will be vital to the growth of our community and our country as a whole. From the perspective of my home province, it's clear that Ontario requires the recruitment of workers in the construction industry from outside the province. An aging workforce, meaning many retirements, will account for a higher share of new job openings within the next decade. While the Ontario population ages, natural population growth will not be enough to sustain our labour requirements, and immigration and migration to the province will be necessary to sustain labour requirements, especially in the construction industry. I very much expect a study on labour shortages in the GTA and Hamilton area will help Canadians understand there is a need for immigrants who are skilled in trades and other jobs. It will add to the urgency in addressing this problem. Madam Speaker, the Carpenters District Council of Ontario recently appealed to me in my role as chairperson of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration about this pending crisis in the labour market. They represent hard-working and skilled women and men across Canada and are committed to providing training and apprenticeship programs that allow people from a diverse range of backgrounds to enter the workforce and build meaningful careers in carpentry, drywall, resilient flooring, to name just a few. The Carpenters Union, like many other trades unions, has known for some time that Canada is facing an increasingly significant shortage in skilled trades. In 2018, BuildForce Canada reported that by 2027, 21% of the nationwide construction labour force will need to be replaced. Further, to meet the overall labour requirements for the next decade of Canadian construction, nearly 30,000 new skilled workers will be required. They recently reported that with the growing demand for construction services in Ontario, our province alone will face a deficit of some 23,000 skilled workers in the next decade. Finally, a Stats Canada report noted that construction industry is working at 92% capacity, the highest rate in nearly 30 years. Madam Speaker, the Carpenters Union and other unions say that we need a fresh look at how Canada recruits and hires workers in the trades industry. Altered immigration patterns and the lack of young workers joining the trades in the numbers required demands a new way for attracting people to work in our skilled trade sector. Immigration programs need to be adjusted to ensure that the right candidates are being selected to work in the right areas to relieve specific and consistently expanding skilled labour shortages. Madam Speaker, our government is committed to addressing these concerns, and we've eliminated 4-year cumulative duration rule imposed by the Conservatives in order to prevent unnecessary hardship and instability for both workers and employers. Our government is further increasing opportunities for temporary workers looking to transition to permanent residence. These are all constructive steps, but we know that more work needs to be done. I believe that undertaking the study called for an M190 will address the concerns of the construction industry in an important and, I should say, constructive way. A study designed to provide solutions on how to increase construction skill development in Hamilton and Toronto region will be a vital tool towards moving forward and addressing industry trends. The time to take further action is now. Madam Speaker, last November, the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration completed a study entitled Immigration to Atlantic Canada, Moving to the Future. This study is similar to the one envisioned in this motion, as it focused in large part on labour shortages, this one particularly in the 4 Atlantic provinces. The study showed that in order to combat short and long-term labour shortages in the region, there is a need to increase immigration levels to Atlantic Canada. Low birth rates, elevated death rates, and an increasing aging population means that Atlantic Canada will require other sources to stabilize and grow its population. Immigration, the study found, provides an important piece of an overall solution. The study made it clear the 4 Atlantic provinces need to recruit and retain more immigrants to fill the labour shortages gap. This was particularly relevant for the Atlantic region's infrastructure industry. That is the key aim of the Atlantic Immigration Pilot Program. As of March 2017, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada started accepting permanent resident applications through that pilot program, which is a 3-year immigration project that includes a specific stream for international graduates. Outreach to individual businesses has led to significant interest and participation in the program. Jobs have been identified in various sectors, with teams overseas already having success in recruiting qualified immigrants due to that pilot program. One of the goals of Motion 190 is an analysis of the Atlantic Immigration Pilot and its initiatives. This pilot can serve as a model to address skilled worker needs in Greater Toronto and Hamilton area. I know the pilot project in Atlantic Canada is already showing signs of success, and introducing something similar in Toronto and Hamilton will benefit the province, and I believe subsequently the whole country as well. Madam Speaker, as the MP for Don Valley West, I know this study will only assist our government's ability to address the current need and current trends in the construction industry. it's abundantly clear that Ontario needs to do more to recruit and retain new Canadians that are skilled in the trades. My constituents need strong, qualified people in the construction industry if we're going to continue to take advantage of the booming economy and maintain our quality of life and grow the middle class. From carpentry to landscaping and everything in between, addressing labour shortages in M190 is a step in the right direction. For that reason, I fully support this motion and again thank the member for Mississauga East Cooksville for this wonderful initiative.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Madam Speaker, as I walked up a road in Saint-Hyacinthe, you can see school buses parked one after the other in front of the Viande La Croix factory. This might seem funny, but it's not. It's a symbol of the labour shortage which you find all across Quebec. This is a family business in Saint-Hyacinthe which had to buy 3 buses to transport people to this factory because people are coming from municipalities, neighbouring municipalities, and from the greater metropolitan area. As is the case with Viande La Croix, 70% of employers in Quebec are struggling to find workers. This is a real source of worry for our businesses, which are forced to refuse contracts, to increase overtime, and to delay deliveries.
In Quebec, over 500,000 jobs need to be filled by next year, and over the next 10 years it will be more than 1.3 million jobs. Therefore, taking action is urgent, as is putting in place a national labour strategy. Liberal inaction on some key aspects are leading to a labour problem. During my travels across Actonville and Saint-Hyacinthe, I met with business owners, and they're all talking about the same problem, a labour shortage. They told me about the difficulties they're facing in hiring because of the red tape associated with the temporary foreign worker program, whereas immigrant workers are absolutely essential to overcoming the labour shortage. This problem isn't unique to the companies I met with. It's spread throughout my riding. And I see it each time I travel through the riding. I see signs saying, "We are hiring," in French, English, Arabic, and in Spanish. And yesterday I saw another one outside VIF Plastic. Economic players and companies in Saint-Hyacinthe and the region are taking innovative steps to recruit staff, and I salute the efforts by these people in my riding who are doing extraordinary work. I'm thinking of the SADC Acton, the local economic development sector, the Chamber of Commerce in Acton, the Chamber of Commerce in the Greater Saint-Hyacinthe region, the Committee for Workers of the Future, the FAM, Women's Business Association in Saint-Hyacinthe, and the Comité RH, which is working together as part of the Saint-Hyacinthe Technopole. I'd also like to point out the exceptional work being done by Jobs Quebec in Montérégie and the Economic Development Society in Saint-Hyacinthe, which over the past 4 years have been organizing a work day. And this is tangible evidence that there is a labour shortage in our ridings. Mr. Michael Morin, and the owner of a sharpening business in my riding, talked about the difficulty in recruiting motivated and qualified people for his business. Mr. Morin would like to hire a qualified young man with the status as a foreign temporary worker. Unfortunately, the current criteria are an obstacle to recruitment. Instead of allowing Mr. Morin to recruit and develop his business, he's being refused the right to hire foreign temporary workers because he has not hit the required number of 10 employees. Small businesses like Mr. Morin's are absolutely essential to keeping our areas dynamic and cohesive. They're the first victims of this situation. As a result, I wrote to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship in order to urge him to adapt the hiring conditions for foreign temporary workers to the context in Quebec, especially rural regions like Saint-Hyacinthe and Bagot, which are suffering a labor shortage. On October 15th, I also called on the minister to put in place, in Saint-Hyacinthe, a service point for employers to facilitate the process for them and our fellow citizens. The need to adapt to training, professional training, to the real needs of companies is another aspect that employers in my riding addressed during our meetings. I think that it's essential to focus on training and knowledge transfer. That's why I'm proposing the development of a system making it possible to twin a young person newly hired with an employee who is preparing for retirement. Companies often talked about the problems associated with the transfer of knowledge. If someone retires with some 30 years of experience, the companies don't have an opportunity to keep the outgoing staff member and hire a new person at the same time. So what we do need to do is develop some kind of a tax credit or a program, if you will, some kind of support for companies to enable them to have a transition period of a couple of months to have both of those employees on site at the same time so the knowledge can be transferred in order to pass on technical, practical knowledge, to teach them to love their jobs, to develop a human link, and to develop social skills, which creates a workplace dynamic ideal for all, which will also ensure that young people will have a mentor and gain the experience they need to keep doing the job. I think that we should all support associations like Espace Carrière, Action Emploi, and Parcours Formation, which not only bring workers and companies together, but also provide a psychological support to immigrant employees in need. I'd like to congratulate those companies because they're doing an exceptional work in our ridings. I'd also like to talk about problems integrating people into the workplace and the difficulties in taking into account their personal social realities, which affect them on the job. I had an opportunity to travel to Italy, and we met with an organization that was supported by the state. In addition to integrating young people into the workplace, also provides support. So employers can focus, if you will, on the professional and technical side of the integration on the job. But oftentimes, when a young person comes in and is having difficulty doing work because the family is living in a situation in dire poverty, because he is the pillar, the family support, despite being young. In some cases, there are family issues to deal with, and oftentimes these people are facing serious social problems, and the companies don't have the resources they need to help these workers. And in Italy, they do have associations that provide this kind of support at work, support at home with resources, community-based or government-based resources to help these people entering the workforce. Because otherwise, obstacles on the home front prevent them from integrating the workforce. And I think we need this type of program here at home to enable integration and to help people stay on the job. Because it's not the first day on the job that the problem arises. In the past, when I worked in this field, I saw that as well, that it wasn't the first day on the job that was the problem. It was keeping the people there, ensuring that they're on time, maintaining their motivation, despite the difficulties that they may be facing when it comes to integrating the workforce. Madam Speaker, the labor shortage is a real barrier to economic development for our companies in the context where our ridings are facing labor shortages, and my riding especially, I will be holding a round table on the economic development of my riding with the Chambers of Commerce and community organizations. We need to work together to identify solutions and put in place a common action plan to bring all players involved together and identify solutions to put forth to the government. This approach has the support of many economic stakeholders in my riding. Therefore, I would like to invite companies, organizations, and the Chambers of Commerce to attend this roundtable together. Madam Speaker, the labor shortage is a complex issue, and each of us is responsible for part of the solution. By bringing together our strengths and various skills, we will be able to put in place solutions. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Humboldt River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm really pleased to see that we're having an opportunity to debate Motion 190, my private member's motion that was brought forward by my colleague from Mississauga East Cooksville. And that was one of the very first things we talked about when following the 2015 election, was just what are we going to do about this ongoing problem of labor shortages. All of us know very well our various unions that represent people throughout the country, and the shortages that are a very serious problem. And so I was very pleased to see the member from Mississauga East Cooksville put forward Motion 190 as a way of focusing the issue on the labor shortages that we have throughout Canada. And I think that you heard from the previous speakers, it's not just an Ontario problem. This is a problem in various parts of our country, and trying to get some focus and attention on just how we can meet those demands is a very important thing. And so I want to applaud my colleague for the work that he's done in putting this together today. His continued passion for the skilled trades is like no other. He had a former life as a provincial member, and so he's very familiar with issues of labor and labor shortages. The study that is being proposed by this motion would examine ways that we can look at the skilled labor shortage throughout Canada, and ensuring that skilled workers are available to meet labor demands is a responsibility that our government takes very seriously. So following the 2015 election, we have had many discussions amongst colleagues of all parties about how can we better deal with this labor shortage. So as monitoring the progress and path of the motion for quite some time, it will have a significant positive impact for the constituents of my riding as I represent an area in the GTA. Whether we're talking about carpenters, bricklayers, masonry workers, the shortage is there. And if we can't get people interested, which is one of the challenges with our young people today, they're much more interested in IT and so on. So even when I speak in schools about how the building trades are a great job, you get paid well, and so on, and you'll not be out of work, it's hard to interest them in that kind of work. When they look on a snowy, cold day and their workers are out there working and doing the things they have to do, it doesn't exactly interest them. But for those who do go that way, they got very positive careers, buy a house, buy a car, they got everything they need. But trying to get the people interested is a real challenge in that. And given the fact that we are investing millions of dollars in infrastructure projects throughout Canada, increases the need for many of these workers. So I can't tell you the amount of companies that I have spoken with that have said, I've got lots of work, I can't get the workers to help me get these jobs done. And we want to see our infrastructure money hitting the road and building new buildings and so on and so forth. There were many examples of the shortage here when just finishing up with the renovations of West Block, and there was a lack of a sufficient workforce to be able to do that. The current employment numbers are estimated at approximately 413,600 jobs, and is evenly split between residential and non-residential. But the demand in the construction industry is expected to grow, and we want to see it grow. I've always found that if the construction industry is doing well, Canada is doing well. My husband immigrated to Canada from Italy as a carpenter many years ago, and went on with his life to be building a very successful career, a successful family that we've had as a result of his skilled trade as carpenter. So I know that there are many needs out there, and I believe our role with M190 is going to be to put some focus on solutions to that problem, so that we'll have the workers that are currently in the country that are looking to sponsor family members and so on here that can continue to build. So I know that I have another colleague that wants to get a few minutes in on this discussion. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable... Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Alfred Pellan.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Mississauga East Cooksville for motion 190, which is calling for a study on the labour shortage in the building industry. Like my colleague, I am concerned about the impact that this will have in the sector across the country. There is a serious challenge facing this group. We need to come up with a viable solution. Some 1.4 million people working in this sector.
Association, 132,000 workers will retire between 2016 and 2025. Yet only 127,000 new workers will enter the workforce, which leaves a shortage of at least 5,000 workers to fill in that gap. Les impacts économiques liés.
The economic impact linked to this shortage of labor is also of concern. It's essential to support the work of all people building our schools, our workplaces, our hospitals, our ports, and our roads. It's also essential to support those who are building our country one brick at a time. And that's why motion M190, in the name of my colleague, the member for Mississauga East Cooksville, is a valid recommendation, because it is in our interest to ensure that labor in construction is sufficient and meets the needs of Canada. Madam Speaker, the construction sector
discussed during the first hour of debate, mainly to intensify the inclusion of underrepresented demographic groups in the construction industry in Canada, such as Indigenous people, youth, and women. Calling upon these underrepresented groups will bring many advantages to the industry. Pour ces raisons, il est primordial de mettre.
For these reasons, it's important to put in place steps and initiatives that take into account this northern reality, because these groups are underrepresented. The involvement of more women in this sector is also to be considered, because many of them have built a position for themselves in an area that was traditionally dominated by men. Earlier in this session, I had an opportunity to address the shortage of labor in the aviation sector. So for these reasons, I support motion M190 to give the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills Development and Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities instructions to conduct a study on the labor shortage in the building sector for the Greater Toronto Area and Hamilton. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Please, the débat. The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville has the right of reply for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And first off, let me just thank the members that just spoke on M190. The member for Kingston and the Islands and his advocacy to be able to bring more women into the workforce and particularly into the trades. The member from Oshawa that understands this dilemma that we have and is looking for a solution to be able to help in terms of our businesses. We had the member for Jonquière and her stories from her personal stories from her riding that were very touching in terms of the businesses there and the gaps that they're experiencing. The member for Don Valley West, and I've been able to drive through his ride and see all the construction that's going on and how much of it has been delayed, Madam Speaker. Also, Madam Speaker, the member for St. Hyacinthe Bagot, and for sharing her experiences in her riding. And what we're seeing, Madam Speaker, is this is really from coast to coast to coast. We're experiencing these labor shortages, and particularly in construction. Also, the member from Humber River, Black Creek, and for her tremendous advocacy and championing this, not only over the last number of years, but for decades, Madam Speaker. And we heard how it touches not only her riding, her region, but also her family. And also the member for Alfred Pillan. For his remarks. So, Madam Speaker, what we're hearing from all the members is that we're all experiencing these labor shortages. M190 is specific to construction, yes, to the Greater Toronto Hamilton area, and that's because to do a study that is focused and they have more depth, and then if we find that the solutions that we can bring forward, that would be able to be rolled out across Ontario, across all the provinces, territories, for our country. So it'd give us that real opportunity to do this, and in short order. You know, so do we have a challenge? Yes, we have a challenge. We have a challenge because we have unemployment is at a 40-year low, Madam Speaker. We have massive projects. The biggest private sector project ever announced in this country was just announced a few weeks ago, and that is a $40 billion LNG project in British Columbia. And Madam Speaker, when you look at in 2016, construction and maintenance workers built, installed, maintained, repaired, renovated, all of that infrastructure estimated at $250 billion across our nation. The construction industry and maintenance has 1.4 million workers. Cumulatively, they account for 7.7% of all employment in Canada. And indirectly, the industry employs almost 12.5%, Madam Speaker, in our nation. These figures are a testament to a robust industry that has provided well-paying jobs for generations for Canadians. Madam Speaker, what we need to do is understand that we have an aging workforce. 2 years ago, we had more people over the age of 65 than the under age of 25, Madam Speaker. And much of that aging workforce comes from our boomers. And boomers made up a disproportionate amount of our construction workers. The reason for that is over the last number of decades, many young people have not gotten into the skilled trades, gotten into construction. And that's one of the things that we want to find out of the study is why, Madam Speaker. These are good paying, family sustaining jobs. They are strong middle class jobs. They will help people climb that ladder into the middle class, and that's why we're encouraging more and more. And just to put the numbers to this, Madam Speaker, in terms of the growth, I'll give you just in the GTA. The industry is growing at about 4% in Ontario, but when you look at the GTHA, it's at about 8% is the growth that we're experiencing. Contractors in this industry, they were surveyed, Madam Speaker, and said, what keeps you up at night? And you know what I can tell you is 71% of contractors considered that recruitment was their most significant concern. And 1/3 of them said that they are just not able to find the people to do all the work that is out there. So with all of our infrastructure across this land, bridges, roads, hospitals, schools, businesses, Madam Speaker, we need a solution. That's why I encourage all members to vote favorably on this study, M190, so that we can get going and keep building our great land. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Fonseca, seconded by Mr. Tabara, move that the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities be instructed to undertake a study on the labour shortages of the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area to consider, among other things, I, the challenges associated with a lack of skilled workers in the construction industry, 2, possible recommendations on how to increase construction skill development in the region, and 3, analysis on the Atlantic immigration pilot initiatives as a model to address the skilled worker need in the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area, and that the committee report its findings to the House within 6 months of the adoption of this motion. The pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Que tous ceux qui appuient la
All
motion.
those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent.
Those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion adopted.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Order du jour, ordre des minutes.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on the return to a balanced budget, standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre.
Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that the House call on the government to tell Canadians in what year the budget will be balanced and to do so in this week's fall economic statement. The honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you. Well, Madam Speaker, it's only about 42 more sleeps until this Prime Minister is scheduled to keep his promise and show us how the budget will balance itself. Because 2019 is soon upon us, and in the Liberal election platform, we were told that the budget would be balanced in that year. Remember those modest temporary deficits? No more than $10 billion, no more than 3 years. Back to balance by the end of the term, he said, and we were all to be comforted by this commitment. In fact, I think if you go to the Liberal Party website today, you will still find that election platform where that commitment remains. Unfortunately, no one at Liberal Party headquarters has talked to anyone over at Finance Canada. Their officials report, though the Finance Minister refuses to confirm, that the budget will not be balanced until the year 2045, a quarter century later than the Liberal Party says it will. So the Liberal Party says next year, Finance Canada says in 25 years. Who to believe, Mr. Speaker? Madam Speaker, we are here today to find out. I have put forward a motion with the strong support of Her Majesty's loyal opposition. Thank you very much. Feel free to interrupt my remarks with your applause at any time. I will be conservative in my remarks as long as you are Liberal in your applause. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, this Liberal government has been too liberal with our money. Government spending has grown at a rate of about 7% a year, even though economic growth has only been around 2.5%. Combined rate of inflation and population growth has been less than 3%. In other words, we are growing the government more than twice as fast as we need and twice as fast as we can afford. Now, last year, and in the years before, this Prime Minister inherited great fortune. Now, that was nothing new to him. Of course, he inherited a multi-million-dollar trust fund, and he's never had to worry about money. Luckily for him, more good fortune fell from the sky in the year 2017. In that year, the U.S. economy and the world economy were roaring. Commodity prices were up. Booming housing markets roared along in Vancouver, and Toronto, and elsewhere. And of course, interest rates are at near record lows. And all of this good fortune, which is out of the government's control, but to the government's benefit, generated a windfall of $20 billion last year, according to the government's own records. And I'm pleased to report that our Prime Minister did the responsible thing. He saved it all away for a rainy day. He put it aside in the great Canadian tradition and prepared us for difficult times ahead. Kidding! Not quite. In fact, he blew every single penny. And when he was done blowing every penny of the windfall, that increased revenue that he enjoyed, he then continued his spending splurge and borrowed $20 billion more, meaning his deficit in that fiscal year was about twice what he promised it would be. This year, if you believe Finance Canada, the deficit is 3 times what the Liberal platform promised. And next year, of course, there was supposed to be no deficit at all. Soon, in fact, just 2 days from now, the finance minister will introduce his fall economic update. And he will tell us, we hope, the size of the deficit and when this miraculous self-balancing budget will manifest itself. And we are just simply we put forward a very nonpartisan motion that anyone should be able to support, that the government simply reveal the year in which the budget will be balanced. We're not even contesting the extraordinary bonanza of spending, the massive debts and higher taxes the government has imposed on Canadians. We know that that will be a central debate of the next election, but we're putting all of that aside. And we're simply asking for the government to give us the year. In what year will the budget be balanced? Now, the fact that we even have to put this in a motion is rather startling, because past governments have always projected the year in which budgets would be balanced. They project many years out how big the surpluses will be and what the size of the debt will be in given years down the road. This government has changed that practice and has stopped including a medium and long-term fiscal forecast in its budgets and its fall updates. And that means that Canadians are left guessing as to when it is that their government will stop adding debt in their name. Now, if Finance Canada documents can be believed, in this 25 years of deficits will go ahead, that will add nearly $500 billion of new debt to this country. Now, it's always difficult to appreciate the urgency of tackling debt. Sometimes people think it's a theoretical problem, far away from home. But in reality, it is quite simple. Deficits today mean massive tax hikes tomorrow, because the bankers and the bondholders that lent us that money expect to have a rate of return. It would be completely unrealistic to expect they would just donate that money out of the kindness of their hearts, or park it with the Canadian government in the hopes of getting it back at the same value. No, these bankers and bondholders want to collect increasing interest at increasing rates, and that is exactly what is happening. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, by the year 2023, the Government of Canada will be spending nearly $40 billion on interest on the national debt. $40 billion is a two-thirds increase over last year, and it means we will be spending more on interest on our national debt than we currently spend on health care transfers to our provinces. Now, this is money that working-class taxpayers will have to fork over to wealthy bankers and bondholders, people with money, because only people with money can lend government money and earn the resulting interest. Now, these working-class families will contribute that tax money, and they will get nothing in return for it. They will simply have the comfort of knowing that some affluent lender somewhere on Bay Street or Wall Street or in Hong Kong or some other world financial capital is reaping in a windfall because the government could not control its own spending. That represents, by the way, a wealth transfer from the working class to the super rich. Another example of this government's continual efforts to take from those with the least to give to those with the most, to take from the have-nots and give to the have-yachts. Now, Madam Speaker, there are three major consequences to these spiraling deficits. In the short run, deficits put upward pressure on inflation and interest rates. In other words, they raise the prices Canadians must pay for the goods and services they use. And because the government is competing with homeowners for borrowed money, the amount that lenders can charge to lend that money actually goes up. So our homeowners have to pay higher interest rates in addition to higher costs because the government is competing with them for credit. The second consequence is that because higher debt today means higher taxes tomorrow, Canadians will feel the crunch of higher interest rates on their household debt at the same time as they are experiencing it on their tax bill. As interest rates go up for the government, they will be going up for households who are facing record debt of their own. And so this government, on its current trajectory, will have to raise taxes on the very people who are struggling most to make ends meet in order to pay interest on an out-of-control and unnecessarily large debt. And third, the increased debt and deficits render us vulnerable for the bad times. Now, there will be bad times again. We know this because history repeats itself. That's why in the early Conservative government, we paid off about $30 billion of debt, which helped prepare Canada to have a solid financial footing when the U.S. financial system came crashing down. And in that once-in-a-generation, maybe once-in-a-century financial crisis, Canada was the last to go into deficit and into recession, and the first to come out of both among all of its G7 peers. During the good times, we prepared, we stored away, we built our foundation so that when the storm struck, we were able to resist its ravages. But this Prime Minister has done precisely the opposite. He has blown all of our good fortune in the good times. When everything was going in his favor, when all the luck was on his side, he squandered it, every last penny. And so when the next crisis comes, unless we change course, this Prime Minister will lead us into it with an unprecedented degree of weakness and lack of readiness. So that is the third consequence of having unnecessarily large debt and deficits in the good times. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister told us that the budget would balance itself. He said that he could spend as much as he wanted to, and that the budget would find a way of paying for those expenses and those expenditures magically. He promised that that balanced budget would happen in 2019. That's in about 40 days. Here we are as the official opposition calling on the government to deliver the date. Deliver us the date for a balanced budget. There will be a fall economic statement in 2 days. Now, when a government presents this type of statement, it's normal to forecast that date for a balanced budget and to tell Canadians how much debt they plan on incurring in the meantime. So, this is a nonpartisan motion. We're not even debating the content of the government's policy. We're not saying that this is a bad or a good government. What we're saying simply is that the government must be transparent and show us the date. Without that information, we can't have a debate. And if the government has nothing to hide, then that government should have no problem in sharing that information with us. Madam Speaker, the current deficit has 3 main consequences. First, the government deficit increases inflation and interest rates for consumers. That increases the cost of living, the current cost of living for workers, for families, for people living in suburbs. And second, we're going to have to pay more interest on our national debt. In 4 years, we'll have to pay $40 billion, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. That's an increase of 2/3 in what we will have to pay. That's more money for bankers and for other wealthy people and institutions. So more money for them, but more taxes for ordinary people without goods and services in return. that increase in interest rates and in the size of our debt represents a transfer of wealth from workers, from middle-class people, to the wealthiest. Now, we shouldn't have a government that transfers the wealth of the poor to the rich, but that's exactly what happens when a government has too much debt. Third, there will be future crises. We don't know when they'll arise. We don't know how. We don't know where they'll be coming from. But we do know that crises do happen, and they happen from time to time. And that's why responsible governments, whether they be liberal or conservatives in the past, decided to pay down their debt in the good years so that we would have a strong fiscal foundation and so that we would be ready for any crises in the future. The previous conservative government paid down $30 billion before the 2008 financial crisis, which happened. So we were able to get through our recession before the other countries did, and to get back to where we needed to be before other G7 countries. Now, as a country, we have an enormous deficit before there has even been a crisis. So earlier, we had lower interest rates. We had spectacular economic growth everywhere. We had very strong markets, real estate markets in Vancouver and Toronto. And there were increases in the worth of goods that Canada was producing. Those were all things that were out of the Prime Minister's control, but that he benefited from. But unfortunately, this windfall that he had the great fortune to inherit, not thanks to him, ended up in him not using it responsibly and putting us in a deficit position for future years. And that's why we are calling on the government to tell us when that budget will be balanced.
Speaker, we on this side of the House stand for fiscal responsibility, to prepare Canada for a rainy day, to stop the outrageous transfer of wealth from the working class and the poor to the super rich in the form of interest on debt, and to stop the government from raising the cost of living on everyday Canadians who are already facing a cost of living crunch. The first step, though, is for them to tell the truth. To resolve any problem, you have to admit that there is a problem. And the first admission of that problem is by telling us the date. Is it really going to be 2045 when the government returns to a balanced budget? A quarter of a century from now, and $500 billion later. By the way, I should mention the bad news. That 25 years, that $500 billion, that assumes the government does not spend another penny in the fall update or in its pre-election budget. That would expect a degree of financial discipline that this Prime Minister has not demonstrated once in his entire life. But yet we have hope. We have hope that if he comes forward with the cold, hard truth, that his budgetary plan is a mess, that he has broken his word to Canadians, that he will awaken to the need to live within our means, just like ordinary Canadians who don't have multi-million-dollar trust funds have had to do their whole lives. We ask this Prime Minister to join finally, for once in his life, in solidarity with those people, the people who pay the bills, and at least tell them what the situation is, when the budget will be balanced, and give us the truth so that we can restore the solid fiscal foundations upon which this country's economy has long been built and which he inherited. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. 1,126 sleeps. It's been 1,126 sleeps since Prime Minister Stephen Harper was here. And since we learned of the reality of the situation, being that there was no fictitious surplus that had been purported by the preceding government. The reality of the situation is, Madam Speaker, is that in Canada, the debt is relatively low compared to other Western countries. Our debt to GDP ratio compared to other developed countries in the world is low, despite the fact that we have the fastest growing economy in the G7 countries. So, Madam Speaker, I will very happily stand up for the plan that this government has put forward. And I, on any day, would happily compare the record of this government to 10 years of Stephen Harper.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, the member opened by saying there was no fictitious balanced budget left behind by the Conservatives, and he's absolutely right. There was no fictitious balanced budget. There was a real balanced budget. And that balanced budget allowed us to, as I said, enter the recession and deficit after every other government and country in the G7 and re-emerge more quickly. That was a massive worldwide crisis, the likes of which we have not seen since the Great Global Recession, a crisis that came to Canada from abroad, but one to which we were successful at responding here at home. We were the envy of the world. Jim Flaherty even voted the best finance minister on earth at the time. Now, the government has exactly the opposite situation. The world economy is roaring strong. Commodity prices are up, interest rates at record lows. Booming housing markets in Vancouver and Toronto have poured money into government coffers. They've squandered every penny and much more. When will it stop? When will the budget finally balance itself?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I think all Canadians remember well in 2015 that the Liberals campaigned and promised Canadians that they would run 3 modest $10 billion deficits and then balance the budget in their 4th year. That's only one of what is a growing litany of broken promises to Canadians. We know that the Liberals also told Canadians that 2015 would be the last election under the first-past-the-post system. They also told Canadians that they would rerun the Kinder Morgan pipeline through a brand new environmental assessment process. That's another promise that was broken. So I'm just wondering, to my honourable colleague, where in the litany, the pantheon of broken promises of this current Liberal government, would he rank the current issue before the House, which is their broken promise to do with running deficits and balancing the budget?
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, for the member to give me such a long list to choose from in such a short period of time is really an unfair question. But I will forgive him that. What our grandchildren will not forgive us, though, is piling massive debt on their shoulders, debt that they never voted for, but for which they will forever have to pay. What working-class Canadians should never have to forgive is their own government putting upward pressure on inflation and interest rates, making the cost of living even less affordable than it already is. And what our Canadians will also not forgive, our lowest income Canadians will not forgive, and should not have to, is paying higher taxes to transfer more and more wealth to the connected bondholders and bankers who will absorb and enjoy this $40 billion a year windfall of interest on our national debt. We should never have to forgive any of those things. Where does this broken promise rank? I will tell the member when we find out the government's answer to the question, when will the budget balance itself?
And comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But the other thing is Conservatives' hidden money. Now, they think we should cut in infrastructure for Indigenous people, for families in the Canada Child Benefit. Should we do what Doug Ford is doing, just cut, cut, cut? Is that their hidden agenda? And what about cutting in official languages, the French language spoken not only in Quebec and Ontario, but Canada-wide. Perhaps the conservative government would cut in all these services that are so important for all these communities across our nation. And this member should know better than anyone where they would cut. Madam Speaker, if a balanced budget is so horrible, why does his leader promise one for 2019? That is their election promise. Why did they promise something as horrible, as dreadful as a balanced budget if things were as he says? Madam Speaker, what is the hidden agenda of the Liberal Party? An increase in indebtedness in order to force Canadians to pay more for the interest on our national debt? How are they going to pay the price of that? How will that help the middle class? Are they going to cut social programs in order to pay more interest on our national debt? That is the hidden agenda of the Liberal program. Maybe they should disclose their real plan and tell us when the budget will be balanced.
Rathcorn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member. He speaks with great emotion and amusement. My question to the honourable member through you, Madam Speaker, would be this. Everybody agrees that we need to make sure that we don't leave future generations with the debt to pay, and of course the debt is rising. But there's another big question, and that is why the Liberals are putting off until future high priorities, like getting First Nations off safe drinking water boil advisories, or giving them access to equivalent education, taking action on mitigation measures in their municipalities as the FCM called for. So, Madam Speaker, through you, I asked the member, what would his party do in order to balance the budget, and how quickly would he do that, and what is he going to cut?
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, we'll start with the Asian Infrastructure Bank. At least $500 million to build roads and pipelines in China. I'm not sure about that member from Edmonton, but I think if she asked around her neighbourhood, her constituents would say pipelines in Canada are probably better than pipelines in China. And by the way, we can build them without tax dollars here if we got the government out of the way. I think we should cancel some of the corporate welfare that is poured into the coffers of businesses that have used the money just to beef up the bonuses of their executives while laying people off, which is exactly what happened at Bombardier when the government gave money to the billionaire Bombardier-Baudouin family. I think we could also start growing spending at an affordable rate. Instead of growing spending at 7%, what about growing it at 2 or 3%, which is roughly the rate of economic growth? That would allow us to maintain all the existing programs that we already have without engaging in a massive spending bonanza that would have to be paid for by future generations. Those are some practical examples of how we can get ourselves back to balance. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I was wondering if my colleague from Carleton could comment on a young person's comment to me on the break week. He compared the Prime Minister to a friend of his that got a credit card and just irresponsibly for a couple of years just partied. He had a great time on it. He said everything was going wonderfully great. But then kind of it hit the point where he had to pay it back and everything went horribly. And he was very pessimistic about his future. And I was wondering if my colleague could comment on having this credit card economy that the Liberals are really promoting and what effect it's going to have on our young people on affordability and their ability to get ahead.
A member for Carleton has 1 minute to respond.
Well, I think that sounds like a very clever young person to whom you were speaking, the honourable member was speaking, and maybe that young man or young woman would be a better finance minister than the one we have right now. Because it is true that probably this young person did not inherit a multi-million-dollar trust fund and therefore knows what it's like to earn the money that they spend. It would be nice if the government had the same ethic. And that is the ethic that we will employ in government. We will govern on behalf of the hardworking people who pay the bills in this country. We will live within our means just like Canadians have to, and we will all be better off as a result.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Carleton, for his excellent speech, and I'd like to thank him for his rather creative vision of history. I think, Madam Speaker, that we should underscore that his former Prime Minister Harper, was someone who used to tear her shirt over the state of Canadian finances when he was in opposition, but it was Prime Minister Martin who put us in an excellent position. And I think the Conservatives benefited by what Liberals did over 10, 12 years of good, sound governance. And Madam Speaker, we did have to deal with a financial recession, but we have been, during the period of the Conservatives, they had the worst increase in jobs in decades. So I take what the opposition says with a grain of salt, let's say maybe a block of salt. I think that they were in government for 10 years, we are doing far better. Now they're talking about austerity and cuts, and they brought this in, and they hurt the culture sector, they hurt our veterans. This was done on the backs of the cultural sector, on the backs of our veterans. And they directly affected services offered to veterans. They cut pay specialists. Madam Speaker, we're still paying the price of their cuts, their very ill-advised cuts, which were things that stimulated the economy and provided services to Canadians. Madam Speaker, what we said during the election campaign is that when interest rates are low, that's a good time to invest. In 2015, there were 1.5 million. We have created since November 2015 more than 1.5 million full-time jobs. And 2017 had the strongest economic growth of any G7 country. But that's not all. Economists expect that Canada will experience one of the strongest economic growths in the G7 in 2018 and 2019, and this isn't due to mere luck. It's the result of unstinting hard work on the part of Canadians and of wise choices made by the government. We are investing in what counts most for Canadians. We've decided to strengthen the middle class and not to do this with austerity policies. To better understand the motion of the member across the way, you have to factor in all the investments that the government has done over 3 years. Because we're talking about investments, the first thing our government did was a tax cut for the middle class, and Conservatives voted for this. That meant more money in the pockets of approximately 9 million people. Money that they could save, invest, or use to grow the economy. It led to a stronger middle class and a growing economy. And also we brought in equity, which would inspire confidence for Canadians and help them create opportunities for everyone. We helped families in order to deal with the costs associated with raising children. We brought in the Canada Child Benefit, and we began to index it 2 years earlier than we had provided for. The CCB is now simpler, more generous, and better targeted than the preceding system. Now, because of it, 9 out of 10 Canadian families are getting more money than they did, and they're doing so every month. It has helped to lift 521 people out of poverty.
And the Canada Child Benefit are making a real difference in the life of Canadians. As a result, by this time next year, a typical middle-class family of 4 will receive, on average, about $2,000 more each year. Real money to buy good things like healthy food, new winter boots, or pay for skating lessons for their children. Real money that makes it easier for hardworking Canadians to make ends meet. But, Madam Speaker, we didn't stop there either. This government understands that we, as a country, need the hard work and the creativity of all Canadians, because more people participating in the economy means a stronger economy. Making sure that every person has an equal chance to contribute to and share in the success of Canada is a no-brainer. We all benefit from this. For example, we all benefit from gender equality. Over the last 40 years, the increasing participation of women in the workforce has accounted for about one-third of Canada's per capita economic growth. Canadian women are among the most educated in the world, yet they still are facing barriers to achieving their full potential. They often earn less than men and are more likely to work part-time. This government would like to see a world where women's participation and earnings match that of men.
This government is determined to help women and girls to overcome these barriers, and the advancement of the equality of women will promote economic growth and increase the income of Canadian families. The good news is that there has been progress, and now more women than ever have a job and are contributing to our common economic success. The percentage of Canadians who have a job has increased constantly since 2015, but there still is work to do. On average, the wage increases of women in Canada are below 31%, that of men, and the government has already said that it intends to adopt legislation, pay equity legislation, which will allow them to contribute to fill this gap. A proactive plan.
Pay equity, Madam Speaker, means equal pay for work of equal value. So this measure will apply to 1.2 million people, including federal public servants, people working for Crown corporations, and employees in privately federally regulated companies such as banks, airlines, cable companies, or broadcasters. The government will also be creating a Pay Equity Commissioner's position to ensure that the Act is complied with. The Commissioner will present annual reports to Parliament to ensure that the objectives sought are met.
Sufficient to achieve equal opportunity. For example, childcare duties still fall disproportionately to women. To further promote gender equality, the government announced in this year's budget that a new employment insurance parental sharing benefit, a use it or lose it top-up to parental benefits, would be available starting in 2019. It will provide parents with access to an additional 5 weeks of parental benefits if they agree to share parental leave, or an additional 8 weeks if they choose the extended option. The intent is to encourage all parents, including fathers, to take some leave when welcoming a new child and to share more equally in the work of raising their children. This policy, I shall add, will be available to same-sex couples and adoptive parents as well. It's a policy that has worked very well in Quebec and in many countries in Europe, and I'm very proud that this government has made this policy ours as a federal government. Madam Speaker, growing our workforce is key to growing our economy. Another of the government's initiatives, of which I'm very proud too, is the Canada Workers' Benefit, or CWB, which will play a major role to achieve this. This will not only raise around 70,000 Canadians out of poverty, it will encourage more to join the workforce, further strengthening the Canadian economy. In addition, the government is making it easier for people to access the benefit they have earned by making changes that will allow Canada Revenue Agency to calculate the CWB for any tax filer who hasn't claimed it. That means everyone who can benefit from the CWB will receive it when they file their taxes. The government is also committed to helping seniors, today's seniors, and those who will be seniors one day, meaning everyone. Therefore, these past 2 years, the government has worked to ensure that Canadians can have the secure retirement they deserve, free of financial worries. We increased the guaranteed income supplement payments by up to $947 per year for single recipients, helping nearly 900,000 vulnerable low-income seniors. We restored the eligibility age for old age security and the guaranteed income supplement benefits to 65, which will greatly benefit tomorrow's seniors. And we also reached an historic agreement with provinces to enhance the Canada Pension Plan, meaning more money for Canadians when they retire and less worry about their savings. Grâce à la mesure prise par le Québec.
Thanks to the measure put in place by Quebec to enhance the régime de rente du Québec, all Canadian workers from C to C to C can envisage a safer and more secure retirement. All Canadians deserve to retire with peace of mind. But this isn't all. We've also adopted the first national housing strategy in Canada because nothing is more important than having a home. This national strategy is a $40 billion plan over 10 years. It will help meet the need in housing for some 530,000 homes, families, and will reduce chronic homelessness by 50%. Madam Speaker, I've underscored the government's investments in families, but it's important not to omit to mention those earmarked for Canadian companies. The government has taken important steps to support corporate competitiveness. In January of this year, the tax rate for small businesses dropped from 10.5% to 10%, the lowest in the G7. But we will be doing even more in January 2019, in just a few weeks. The rate will drop again to 9%. For small companies, this tax cut represents up to $7,500 in tax savings per year. That's money to be reinvested to purchase new equipment, to grow the company, or to create more jobs for Canadians. The government has signed new free trade agreements with our neighbors to the south, for example, the U.S. and Mexico, with our partners with whom we share the Atlantic Ocean, the European Union, and with Asian nations with whom we share the Pacific Ocean. Today, Canada is the only G7 country to have trade agreements with all other G7 countries, the only one, Madam Speaker. In all, we have 14 free trade agreements covering 51 countries, which gives Canada privileged access to 1.5 billion consumers across the world. The government has also invested in the next generation of researchers. Because on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, we believe in science. Budget 2018 is an example of that. It includes unprecedented investments of nearly $4 billion in research, researchers, and equipment that Canadian researchers need. They will be able to continue to innovate and develop new technology, for example, to allow for an early diagnosis of a disease or to develop new medication to treat patients. And let's not forget our historic investments in infrastructure. The new funds for public transit, for example, to cut transit time and give families more time to spend together. And I see this in my riding, Madam Speaker, in Quebec City. Thanks to this federal initiative, we have on the table a project that is very visionary in nature and has a great deal of potential for Quebec City and wouldn't have been possible without the involvement at that level by the federal government. And thanks to these massive investments in public transit, because this is absolutely essential to help take into account the environmental impact as well.
Investments to advance reconciliation between Canada and Indigenous peoples. And Madam Speaker, we invested in priority areas identified by First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Nation partners. This is helping to close the gap between the living conditions of Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous peoples, facilitating self-determination and advancing recognition of rights. And I could go on and on. Together with Canadians, we've made a lot of progress. The government knows there is more work to be done, and I'll leave this topic to the Minister of Finance as he tables the fall economic statement in the House later this week. But in the meantime, there is one thing I'd like to remind the member for Carleton. Our government made the investments I mentioned, and then some, while keeping its fiscal house in order. The federal debt-to-GDP ratio remains firmly on a downward track and could soon reach its lowest level in over 40 years. Canada's total government net debt-to-GDP ratio is the lowest amongst G7 countries. In fact, the deficit to GDP ratio is projected to reach a low of 0.5% in 2022-2023. What we need to balance, first and foremost, is the need to make smart investments to support economic growth and the need to preserve Canada's strong fiscal situation for current and future generations. Dans quelques jours,
in a few short days, the government will be unveiling the next step in its plan to strengthen the middle class, to ensure economic growth, and to give real equal opportunities for success to a greater number of people. And I must admit that I'm very eager to hear the Minister of Finance's economic update on Wednesday, and I'm very happy to note that the member for Carleton is so eager as well. One thing is sure, the economy is doing better than it was 3 years ago. Job creation is strong. Unemployment is low, the lowest it's been in 40 years. More and more Canadians are benefiting from the strength of the Canadian economy. I can guarantee everyone in this House that the government will continue to step up its efforts to make Canada even more equal, competitive, sustainable, and fair. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention on this motion. I heard him talk a lot about his and the government's view of the economy and on fiscal issues, but one thing I did not hear was the year in which the budget will be balanced. Now, he ran on an election platform along with the Prime Minister that the budget would be balanced in the year 2019. As the Prime Minister might have put it, the budget will balance itself. Now, they'd stopped talking about that promise, and we're only about 42 sleeps until 2019 arrives. Now, we're holding them to their promise that the budget would balance itself in 2019. I think that anybody would agree that in a fall economic statement, the year of a budget balance would be a basic piece of information to share. Will he indicate now that on Wednesday the Finance Minister will tell us the date on which the budget will be balanced? Yes or no?
Here, here.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Carleton for his question and for having raised the issue and his enthusiasm for the economic update. I would point out that Canada's fiscal situation is currently the best in the G7. The debt-to-GDP ratio is low, and it is decreasing, and economic growth returned to Canada in 2015, and following the election of this government back in 2015, we were debating whether Canada was in a recession or not. The Conservatives came out with policies that undermined Canada's growth potential. As I mentioned at the start of my speech, I showed you the disastrous figures under the Harper government, and the member opposite was around the cabinet table at that time, and it was Canada's worst economic growth in 60 years. Growth returned in 2015 and the following over the past 3 years. It's now the strongest in the G7, many jobs created, and it's an enviable fiscal situation that we're in.
Longueuil, Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Louis-Hébert for his remarks. And if there's something I often say, it's that I hope that that I do see some good faith in his ideas. However, the question here today, put forth by the Conservatives, is very legitimate. I expect a frank and honest answer today on the issue. And the question that I have for him is, well, all we can do is draw parallels to the economy of a middle-class family in Canada. Unfortunately, the statistics are very bad. Some half of all Canadians in Canada are living from one paycheck to the next. Their household debt is high. And does the member opposite not think it's shameful on their part to not know that? They don't know when they will balance the budget, or to not want to say when it will be balanced because we're going into an election in 2019. The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert for his comments. I share his comments with respect to commitment to politics. And Madam Speaker, the policies of our government since the beginning have focused on how we can make our tax system fairer, how to give more breathing room to Canadians. Canadian families will have more money in their pockets than under the previous government. We've got the Canada Child Benefit. This is making a difference for thousands of Canadians across the country. These aren't talking points. It's a reality. I see it in my riding, and I can see it. It was what our government did. The other government sent checks to millionaires. The member opposite from Carleton was photographed with a beautiful conservative polo shirt handing out checks. He liked it so much. We took an approach that was very different, Madam Speaker. And we have helped more Canadian families to make ends meet with measures such as the Canada Child Benefit, the Workers' Benefit, just to mention those two, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. In 2015, my team and I knocked on 25,000 doors in Edmonton-Griesbach, and obviously it worked because they liked the conservative message about balanced budget, etc. But oftentimes we'd run into somebody who says, get off the doorstep. I don't trust any of you politicians. You say one thing before you get elected. As soon as you get elected, you do whatever you want. You make promises and you don't keep them. Now, we know that the Liberals promised small deficits and a balanced budget by 2019. So to my Liberal colleague across the way, what does he say to his constituents who say, we're cynical about politicians and who don't keep their promises?
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think we were clearly elected on a commitment to make smart investments, to not to follow the path set by the Conservatives and agreed to by the NDP of austerity and cuts. Cuts to whom, Madam Speaker? 9 offices for veterans closed under their government. Close to 1,000 employees laid out that were offering services to veterans under their government. Cuts to culture, to the CBC, Madam Speaker. That's the path that they've engaged. Cuts to pay specialists that led to the Phoenix system that we're facing. 700 pay specialists. Selling GM shares right before the elections at a loss to pretend that they had a surplus. That's the kind of attitudes and policies that fuel cynicism in this country. We've taken a different approach to make smart investment in infrastructure, to have a more progressive Canada Child Benefit that's lifting hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty. And the approach we've taken, Madam Speaker, is clearly working. We've got the fastest growth in the G7 last year, and our debt-to-GDP ratio is steadily declining because we've got growth.
Comments, the honourable member for Beaches East York.
Very much, Madam Speaker. Now, I held a budget event recently with Kevin Page, former parliamentary budget officer, and he certainly held the previous government to account. And I put this question to him about the budget practices of this government, and he pointed to the anemic growth in 2015 and the importance of spending, and we know the stimulative impact of the Canada Child Benefit as one example. We also know important promises are being kept with respect to our Indigenous communities and our veterans, and that takes significant billions of dollars, Madam Speaker. And I wonder if my colleague could speak to the current parliamentary budget officer's job as a watchdog on federal spending and what he has to say about this current government's trajectory of spending and whether it's sustainable or not.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Beaches East York, for his question. When we look not only at comments by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, but other international experts, Christine Lagarde, for example, from the IMF, who talked about low interest rates and growth in 2015 when it was anemic. And I think we can look at a number of the policies under the previous government to see reasons for that anemic growth. It was recommended for this government and others to make judicious investments that need to be made in infrastructure, for example, because the needs were very obvious in terms of social areas. He mentioned veterans, Indigenous peoples. Those were sound investments that have contributed to working on the economy, but having a fairer economy that is more inclusive.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's sort of interesting. In 2015, this great promise of, and he talked about the complexity I'm assuming the complexities when you made the promise in 2015 are no different than they are now. We paid down $37 billion in debt. What I'm wondering is, when the economy is good and you don't have any money to pay down, when are you going to pay it down when a crisis comes? So, give us a date. When will you balance the budget?
Well, I'm not going to be able to answer that question for the member, and I would ask him that he address the questions and comments to the chair. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire a juste...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has just a minute to answer. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It was judicious by our government to honour the commitment we made to the population to invest when they, opposite, proposed austerity, cuts to First Nations, to the veterans, cuts on the back at the expense of culture. That's what Canadians had to live through. And that they did add $350 billion to the debt. They said that they went through the crisis. It's not thanks to him and Stephen Harper. It's thanks to Paul Martin, who refused to deregulate the banking industry. Stephen Harper was, and many others opposite, were calling for us to do the same thing as in the United States. Mr. Martin refused. The Honourable Member for Musqueam-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I can start by replying to the Parliamentary Secretary. What Paul Martin did was work to limit deregulation of banks, but in the 90s he also balanced the budget. But he balanced it at the expense of the provinces by putting in place a massive changes to the health transfer for post-secondary education and social assistance. Now, this is important to underscore because we're currently debating something important here. Canadians are watching this debate today, and they're wondering if the deficit, the small deficits promised by the Liberals, would be eliminated by 2019. And the concern, in fact, that raises. The Conservatives are unhappy with the deficit and have said that they're higher than expected. And on the Liberal side, they're saying that it's because of the investments they're making. But it's too late. And why do I say that? Because the Liberals had promised small deficits, $3 billion a year, which would end by 2019, but they have not done so.
But where they're wrong is here, and that's the basic issue. You could take, for an example, Madam Speaker, about the work that was actually done to balance the budget in the 90s. Well, that was done at a very high cost. What happened? The Conservatives came to power, brought in deficits for 7 to 8 years, and then ended up eliminating it by 2015. So I don't think they have any lessons to give us in terms of a balanced budget. You know, when you're in the opposition, you should be balancing the budget, but once you're in power, it's different.
Happening to the U.S. Because let's go back to the 90s where the Democrats were in power under Bill Clinton, and what happened under Clinton? They balanced the budget. They balanced the budget in a way that made people who were more vulnerable suffer more, and we can actually debate that at length, but the result was achieved. They balanced the budget. What happened after that? George Bush was elected. Republicans dominated the executive and the House for 8 years, and we've seen budget deficit balloon. And at that point, Madam Speaker, I remember Dick Cheney, who was Vice President, being asked a question about the importance of deficits, and he said, it's not important at all. So, on both sides of the border, when you have Conservatives in government, they don't care about deficits. They won't find any justification to go in deficit. But when they are in the opposition, they actually blame the government for making deficits. It makes no sense, or it makes sense if you're into the political game. What I will tell you, Madam Speaker, is the fact that deficits can be a good thing for the economy if we are able to ensure that we get a rate of return for these deficits. The same way as a business will actually contract a loan to invest and to be able to grow. That's acceptable. La question qu'on peut se poser par rapport à la manière...
But here's the question with respect to how the Liberals use their deficit. If you use a sort of Keynesian perspective, then you need deficits for the economy and to grow the economy. However, eventually you have to get back to a balanced budget. So a government should be able to get back to a balanced budget within one cycle, so that then you can invest when you need to. But this isn't what you see in this government, and that's the problem. The government is investing and is accumulating deficits of $15, $20 billion during a time when the economy is going well. So the economy is going well. And it's not going well because of investments or because of deficits. You know, I hear people in my riding saying, well, the government is running deficits, but we don't see those investments here. We don't see the investments in infrastructure. There isn't much difference in what's being invested now and what was invested 5 or 7 years ago.
Because the money is actually going in places that are not that productive. And you're seeing through what Liberals are doing when instead of investing directly in infrastructures the way they used to do, they decide to create this infrastructure bank where they put some cash, they put some guarantees, and then they ask the private sector to come and invest. Fine, I like the private sector to invest, I like the government to invest as well. But when we're told that one government places $35 billion in a bank, about $15 billion of which is actually money and the rest is guarantees, and we're asking the private sector to put $185 billion and invest, you can be sure that the private sector will want a return on their investment, and you can be sure that they will be calling the shot and not the government. So this is their solution to actually invest in infrastructure, and we've seen very little of it because for all the time it's been created, it's been developed, we have people in place, we have a bureaucracy in place to actually make those investments. The only thing they were able to do with this so far is actually a loan to the Caisse de dépôt et de placement for the light train project in Montreal. That's it. Pour revenir à la question qui nous...
Now, to come back to the issue we're talking about today, in other words, whether the House should require that the Liberal government give us a date for return to a balanced budget, well, it would be interesting to know what the Liberals are planning because they've been refusing to answer. And I have to admit that I have that concern. On the other hand, if the Liberals could also explain how their investments are being useful to the Canadian economy, how it would be useful to invest more when things are going well for the economy, that would be a good thing. You know, because we're coming to an end of a cycle, things could be more difficult, and I think it would be more productive for the Liberals to explain how their investments are benefiting the economy. And Madam Speaker, I just wanted to point out actually that I'm sharing my time with one of my colleagues. So I'd like to hear from my Conservative friends if they want to require that date, but also if they can justify saying one thing when they're in government and another when they're in opposition. Because once upon a time, we were told that deficits were fine in order to save the automobile industry, in order to save jobs. Well, currently the Liberals are saying the same thing. But that doesn't seem to be enough for the Conservative opposition. So, Madam Speaker, the issue today, I would say, is more a political issue or game rather than an economic issue, purely an economic issue. I think it's important to understand that deficits can be justified, that it's not a bad thing in itself. It's a good thing if there are good investments. And the same goes for taxes. Taxes aren't just a remedy for everything. but it's an issue of good sense. And that's what we're calling for on this side of the House. You know, when the Conservatives are in government, they'll just immediately try to reduce taxes. But a big share of deficits came from reducing, for example, taxes for big companies and reducing the GST. So, were the tax reductions useful? Did they increase productivity? Create jobs? Well, companies' dead money increased. It increased substantially, exponentially, at the same rate as the money was coming in for these reductions. So I'm absolutely for an economic debate. I want to have an economic debate. But let us do it in a way that truly responds to the concerns of people who are having a hard time making ends meet at the end of the month. People who want to be able to take advantage of government programs. Let's answer those questions. So let's not debate the actual worth of the term deficit. So thank you for having listened to my remarks, and I look forward to any questions my colleagues may have. Questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member, the leader of the NDP there, for his speech and for so wonderfully pointing out our Conservative track record when it came to the use of deficit budgets. We started our term in government with a small surplus, and we used deficit budgeting strategically when the world was experiencing a global recession. And that insulated us from feeling the effects that the rest of the world felt, that the rest of our G7 partners experienced during that recession. And we worked towards a balanced budget, and we left to this Liberal government, when they came into power, a small surplus budget. They have since squandered it, and my NDP colleague has so rightly pointed out that they've been spending money in all the wrong places. So would he be able to answer this question, Madam Speaker, and that's where should the Liberals be spending the money, and when will they balance the budget?
The
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les
That last question. I can't tell you when they will be balancing the budget, but I'd actually like to respond to the first part, at least to the comments. Yes, Conservative governments actually invested at the time when there was a significant economic downturn. My beef is not about that, because we actually made the request, and I will be the first one to admit that from this side of the House. My beef with the way that Conservatives acted is in the way that they saw a return to the balanced budget at all costs before the last election. And it led to things like selling shares of GM at a loss to ensure that we'll have the justification to call for or to claim a balanced budget. We were seeing massive cuts in accessibility to EI, massive cuts to other social programs that people relied on, an attempt to be able to modify a series of programs in a way that affected middle class and working people. So the problem was not the investment, it's the forced return to a balanced budget that was actually hurtful to Canadian families.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les for his comments. At times I felt that he was agreeing with us, and so there are a couple of points, certainly with respect to his difficulty with the way in which Bill Clinton may or may not have balanced the budget in the United States. He said he was doing it on the backs of people who are the lower end of the economic spectrum, whereas our programs are designed to help raise children out of poverty, focusing on a national housing strategy, enriching EI benefits, and doing a number of things to help those worst off. So it sounds like, in a way, he's endorsing the way we are engaging in some modest deficit spending in this case. And with respect to the, and maybe this is where my question lies, is with respect to the infrastructure bank. On one hand, he was mentioning that the corporations are going to have too much power because they're investing more than us, and on the other hand, he was saying that we were putting too much into it. So I was hoping he can clarify the NDP position on that point. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les
Actually, I thought I was very clear on this. It's not a matter of investing too much in the infrastructure bank. It's actually to make it so that the government announces during the election that they will make a deficits that will be invested in infrastructure, which is, by the way, what we were saying also in our platform back in 2015. But the fact is they are not investing that much more in infrastructure. They decide to actually create this bank, which they never announced during the election, and that bank will actually be funded about 80–90% by the private sector, and they will want to claim it's the government investing in infrastructure when it's not. It's one thing for the government to actually invest in infrastructure that they will keep controlling after, and another one to actually have an independent arm's-length body that will be investing at the condition to give a rate of return to those companies about from those public infrastructure. If you're building a bridge with this, if you're building a road with this, that will be a toll road, that money will go back to pay these companies the rate of return. That's very different than the government, which is actually funded by Canadians, and that will build infrastructure that will remain in Canadian hands. So that's a massive difference between government investing in infrastructure and government allowing the private sector to invest in infrastructure with a rate of return where they will be calling the shots.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representing Nanaimo, Lady Smith, I'm proud to stand with my colleagues from the NDP speaking on the question of both Conservative and Liberal priorities. I'm proud that the New Democrat record on deficit spending is the best fiscal record of all political parties that have formed provincial or federal government in Canada for the past 30 years. While we've been responsible financial managers, I'm also proud that we have invested in what Canadians care about, what actually changes the lives of Canadians on the ground. We pushed for more because we're determined to make lives better. My whole growing up in Canada, my whole life, we've watched federally the bounce between Conservative and Liberal fiscal leadership or ideology, which has bounced between spending, I would argue, on the wrong priorities, and then rolling back and slashing and burning social programs and frontline social services in an extremely aggressive and destructive way. We've seen terrible cuts to the public service in the 90s. Venerated institutions like the CBC cut with true loss of delivery to people in remote communities. We've seen our environmental safety net eroded. We've seen our social safety net eroded. And at a minimum, not keeping up with the cost of living, but it has been vulnerable people in vulnerable environments that have felt the brunt of this pendulum swing of overspend and then slash and burn. The Liberal cuts in the 90s were extreme. The Conservatives built deficits way back up. Somehow they kept the reputation of being conservative fiscal managers, but it just wasn't true. And now criticizing the Liberals, I mean, this really does feel like a political game, and it is Canada's most vulnerable people that pay the price of this game. My biggest concern, when we have a government now in place that got a mandate from the people to invest in the people. They've got a huge majority in the House. They had a tremendous amount of goodwill, but they are not getting the money delivered to the people that need it most and that really had hopes that there would be deep investments in social services again. Instead, we've seen strange and unpromised, maybe I would argue the opposite of promises, to find $4.5 billion to buy a leaky old pipeline, the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Who ever thought that they were voting for that kind of fiscal investment and that kind of good conservative management when anybody checked the box beside the Liberals? I mean, I personally thought as a member of Parliament the way to beat the Kinder Morgan pipeline and the oil tanker traffic risk that it poses to the riding that I serve was to beat the Harper Conservatives. And who knew that it would be, in fact, Liberals that would deepen their investment despite their promise that they would redo the Kinder Morgan pipeline review, which they have not done. Infrastructure Bank, We certainly want and need investments in infrastructure. Local governments have been taking the brunt of this for decades. They have the biggest responsibility. They've had tremendous downloads. In British Columbia, we've seen it from the BC Liberals. We've also seen it from Liberals and Conservatives federally. They don't have the taxation power, though they depend on a partner in the federal government to deliver the federal infrastructure funding to be able to get their water treatment plants and their affordable housing projects and their bike paths, everything built. To have the Liberals campaign that they were going to invest in this way, but to not get those investments out the door. They're still spending infrastructure money that the Conservatives promised. That's a long time ago now. And unfortunately, a lot of the infrastructure funding delayed until after the next election. There have been some good news pieces. I absolutely take that, and I'm glad to see it, but we really did think it would be more, it would be faster, it would be deeper. And we've got another year only for this government to show that it will deepen its partnership and invest and make up the lost ground that we felt under the Conservative government. Infrastructure Bank, again, a disappointment. As my colleague, the Member of Parliament from Rimouski, pointed out, $35 billion in federal funding, but much more, over $100 billion called for from the corporate side. So the corporate power in this case and the need for corporations investing in the infrastructure bank, obviously there's a big profit motive that's needed, that's required on the part of their shareholders. And so, again, not the delivery, lots of delay, and not the promise that was expected. Again, we just haven't seen enough on the ground so far. Corporate tax cuts that we've seen in the States, and the concern, I guess, we have with cutting corporate tax rates is that it does pool that money into what we call dead money, not productive, not invested in our local economies, not getting the benefit that it could. Selling shares for GM at a loss, again, wrong priority for the Conservative government, and we're now, again, paying the cost of that here. Cuts to EI under the Conservative governments are people that we hear from in our constituency offices still talk about the damage that was done under the Conservative time, and then the failure with this Liberal government over the last 3 years to truly reform EI. Only 6 out of 10 workers get access to EI. Women especially, who are more likely to be part-time and precarious workers, not getting access to the social safety net that unemployment insurance offers. If you're, say, a teller or a cashier, a full-time job in that business does not qualify you for EI. And so no wonder we have women that work their whole lives but just cannot get ahead. If they have a serious illness or a divorce or something calamitous in their lives that leaves them further behind, they tend to retire in poverty and live longer than men. And so it's just not fair in a country as wealthy as this that we are not investing in that area. An area that I've been particularly focused on is the issue of domestic violence. It's reported that it costs Canada $12 billion a year to not be dealing with the domestic violence epidemic. And of course, the personal cost is tremendous. In the 90s, the Liberal government cut operational funding and all forms of many forms of funding to frontline workers who are providing shelter and providing counseling and support for women transitioning out of abusive relationships. Terrible cuts at that time. And then the dark decade of the Conservatives compounded this terribly. And so now we have a feminist government in the Liberals. We have a government willing to spend, and yet we are still not getting the support that are going to the front line, the brave and dedicated women working on the front lines of the epidemic of gender-based violence. With the rise of the Me Too movement, which we welcome, the taboo being lifted off, calling out violence and reporting on it, and having more faith that maybe the justice system will treat women well if they do come forward, these frontline organizations are being avalanched by calls for help. Imagine the bravery of a woman saying, I'm going to take my children, I'm going to leave my violent relationship. She goes to the shelter, she is turned away, as hundreds of women are every night. And then when she says, I would like to get access to counseling, you get put on a waiting list for 6 months. Will that woman return to an abusive relationship? Yes, she will. And as BC Housing Minister, the New Democrat Minister Selena Robinson said at the Housing Conference just yesterday, the number one thing that keeps women in danger in violent relationships is lack of access to affordable housing. And so we are calling on, and just on Friday, I launched a new campaign calling on this government to fund core operations for feminist organizations that are doing this frontline work. Applying for one grant at a time is speculative. It wastes the time of their staff. It competes with other organizations. It's not a sustainable funding model. And I know the Status of Women Minister understands this, but her funding solutions so far are not getting to the need. This government has failed to fund affordable pharmacare. It's failed to spend fully on affordable housing that we desperately need, and failed to close the stock option loopholes, failed to go after the big corporate offshore tax cheats. Instead, in my own riding in Nanaimo, we've had front-page headlines on CRA going after, in a mean-spirited way, MGM restaurant. Even when they won their appeal after 10 years, the government is appealing that, going after these small business people. We hear people that fell ill, go on EI, are accidentally overpaid $200. CRA goes after them to try to get $200 back, the most vulnerable people. Wrong priorities, wrong spending. We really want to see this government live up to the promise that it made to the people. Thank you.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
You know, I have heard repeatedly from the party opposite that they have some belief that I can't find in fact that the housing money that this government has invested has not hit the ground and is not building real housing for real people and providing real subsidies right now. Victoria is getting to functional zero within 2 years on homelessness precisely because of the federal housing investments made in our first budget and our second budget and our third budget, and now for the next 10 years following that. Additionally, we have modular housing being opened in Vancouver. I think I've had 4 projects in Vancouver, all with federal dollars, opened within the last 6 months. And additionally, even the riding that the member comes from, Nanaimo, I was there personally to open 26 units of really innovative passive housing put forth by the Friendship Centre in her riding. The dollars are real. The dollars were tripled to the provinces in the first budget. The homelessness dollars doubled in our first budget and now locked in for the next 10 years. The party opposite promised us only increase homelessness spending by $10 million. And if you take a look at their platform, the last 3 years of their housing budget on rental housing promised 0, 0, and 0, and only 0 if they got to a balanced budget. Could the party opposite explain how spending $0 on housing was going to solve the housing crisis that she speaks of so eloquently?
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The truth is, from both Liberal and Conservative decades of underspending, the appetite to spend it and the need to fill the gap on affordable housing is tremendous. We are still only just getting through the federal funding that was promised by the Conservatives. The passive housing design with federal and provincial money was built well before this money started to roll out. It is the first multifamily housing that has been built in Nanaimo since the early 90s. So that says that both Conservative and Liberal governments have not been partnering. We are just starting to catch up, but my goodness, it's 3 years into a 4-year term. The spending that has hit the ground is just not visible in our communities, not in the way that we need, not in the way that was expected. And we know that if the money was spent now, not after the next election, but was spent now, that we would be, employers would be better off, people would have more disposable income to spend in their own communities. Local, it would be the right thing to do socially and morally, as well as good for the economy.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, with the Conservatives in their motion, I must say I was a little bit surprised on the motion, and I'm hoping that my NDP colleague will provide some insights in terms of the NDP on what has been a very interesting weekend, and that is you have Premier Ford who's in attempting to balance the budget now, is saying that we need to slash back on Francophone services. And this is really having a fairly profound impact in terms of just who we are as Canadians, as a bilingual nation. Many individuals in and outside of the province of Quebec very much concerned, Madam Speaker. And now we have, the leader of the official opposition, who one day is the biggest fan of Premier Ford, another day he's the biggest fan of Stephen Harper, and he goes back and forth between the two of them. We don't know what their position is on this. So when they talk about saving money, concern is that will a Conservative national government look at making the same sorts of cuts to the financing of Canada's heritage, that being our Francophone community, our English-speaking community? We are a bilingual nation. Does she share the same concerns that we would have in regards to how, let's say, someone like Premier Ford has made the decision to try to balance? Does she believe that the current official opposition might have the same sort of an agenda?
The honourable member from the Nanaimo Ladysmith has just 1 minute to respond.
Well, I would have thought that my Liberal colleagues across the way would share my dismay that the Ontario Liberals, instead of recognizing that they were going to lose this Ontario election, that they were just as alarmist about the spectre of a New Democrat government. Instead of a Doug Ford government, they could have had Andrea Horwath, who would have carried on much of the Kathleen Wynne legacy, would certainly not be slashing and burning social programs, the Ontario Francophone program, the sex ed curriculum, pay equity. That is all completely on the Ontario Liberals, that they chose to scare voters as if Andrea Horwath and Doug Ford were equivalently scary to them. That is their legacy. It's damage that is done by their party.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and please allow me to say that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Saskatoon-Grasswood, who will also be eager to hear the answer to this question, which we're asking through this motion, a motion put by my honourable member for Carleton. He is asking when, in what year, the budget will be balanced. Now, this is a motion that does not judge how Canadians or how the government has been spending Canadians' money. There have been a lot of promises about a return to budgetary balance, but the motion does not mention that. It asks one very simple thing. It's a question to which all Canadians have a right to an answer. In what year will the budget be balanced? What is so frightening about this question? Earlier, I listened to a speech by a colleague on the other side. He spoke for about 20 minutes. And, Madam Speaker, not once in his speech did he address the issue that we are dealing with today. When will the government return to a balanced budget? Why? Why are they so afraid of giving us a date? It's as if it were a shameful topic or a shameful thing wanting to get back to a balanced budget. Madam Speaker, the Canadian people, when we have the full economic statement, Canadians will know how the Conservatives are spending money, but without any plan to return to a balanced budget. They are spending, but with no regard for future generations. Now, the Minister of Finance was not afraid to say that the budget would not be balanced till 2045. So by then, our budget will have increased by, what is it, $500 billion? This is extraordinary. If they do nothing else. Madam Speaker, now imagine, Madam Speaker, how old I'll be, but there are a lot of young Canadians who will be 20, 23 years old, Canadians who aren't even born yet, who will not have a country with a balanced budget. They won't even hear talk about balanced budgets because their country won't be capable of achieving one. And yet we can remember that in 2015, during the last election campaign, we remember what the Liberals promised. We're going to make these tiny, tiny, tiny deficits, these tiny little deficits. And then in 2019, we'll return to budget balance. Madam Speaker, they were trying to reassure Canadians and tell them they're going to be these teeny-weeny deficits because our government will do so well. The economy is trotting along nicely. Madam Speaker, we will invest in infrastructure. We'll get Canadians working on infrastructure projects. Madam Speaker, first of all, money for infrastructure wasn't there. And then these tiny, tiny, tiny deficits have attained gigantic proportions. Here, I'm putting my hand up here to show you just how big these deficits are going to be. The economy is generating economic activity and income, revenue for the government they could have used to invest. But no, this government decided to invest money it doesn't have, the money of future generations, to keep its machine spinning. And they did not respect their promises. Madam Speaker, Canadian families deserve a government that will take care of them and that will act with greater diligence and respect for their money. Now, the deficit will be 3 times, and I know I should mention its name, it'll be 3 times what they said it will be. It'll be now $60 billion, as if the Liberal brand was to not keep their promises. Madam Speaker, we know the Prime Minister has had training as an actor, but he shouldn't be taking these things so lightly. He said there were these tiny deficits, but he also said budgets will balance themselves. That's what he said, Madam Speaker. But we can see that our Prime Minister really doesn't have any talents for being a psychic. He seemed to be a psychic when he said the budget would balance itself. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, as we know, if he doesn't have a talent for being a psychic, he also doesn't have much talent for accountability or being accountable, because he's never had to balance a personal budget. He's never had to transfer funds from one credit card to another in order to put bread on the table. He never had to do this sort of thing. The Prime Minister was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He was born lucky. He never had to deal with these things. But this is not a reality for most Canadians. Most Canadians are increasingly anxious and concerned by these successive deficits, these unending deficits. There was a poll published in the Globe and Mail last October. They said that about 60% of Canadians thought that a balanced budget should be the government's #1 priority. We asked them to give us a date. When will we return to a balanced budget? When will the budget be balanced, Madam Speaker? And yet, that was one of their election promises. It's not so long ago, in 2015, that the Liberals and the Prime Minister had an extraordinary opportunity. They had a balanced budget while the economy was expanding. And this after one of the worst economic crises. Canada was the first of the G7 to restore order to its finances after this recession and even to post surpluses. Now, we should look at what journalists were saying before the election campaign, like about a year before the election campaign. Here I'm reading an article by Emmanuel Travers, who wrote in 2014 that the issues at stake in the election would be how to deal with the money accumulated, the surplus of the Harper government. Would it be used to reimburse the debt? They could have done that, but they preferred to increase the debt, to waste dollars. And that wasn't enough. They had to borrow more. And what are we going to see in the next election campaign? The question won't be, what are you going to do with the surplus? The question will be, when will this government be able to balance the budget? When? There were other articles, just looking for them here. Another journalist wrote in November, well, the economy is doing so well, while we're racking up debt and bigger deficits, if we don't do something, we can end up in a crisis. This is what was said during the after the last budget. He said the Minister of Finance knows that it's going to be very difficult to get out of this this mess if the economy takes a downturn, but they can't even give us a date for when the budget will be balanced. The Liberals keep spending, and they're going to keep spending for health transfers. Madam Speaker, I'm going to finish here, but a simple question for my colleague across the way. When will the Liberal government return to a balanced budget? Just a date, a simple date. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague opposite for his speech. I know he spent some time mentioning, like, the Prime Minister having a talent of acting and whatnot and using it here in the House. I didn't hear him mention talent that's been out on the media lately of some members on the other side. Would he like to comment on that talent?
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Madam Speaker, we're talking about balancing the budget, and they can't even answer the question, Madam Speaker. They're using a host of other excuses because they don't want to talk about balancing the budget. It's dangerous. They want to distract from that. I'm sure that my colleague opposite hears about that in his riding. I'm sure that they hear, when are you going to balance the budget? It must come up time after time when they meet with their constituents. But, Madam Speaker, they had an opportunity to tell us today, when will the government balance the budget?
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So traditional Keynesian economics would suggest that when the economy is struggling, that governments can borrow money in order to prime the pump and make the investments that are necessary to get the economy moving. But then that must be balanced off by when times are good and the economy is going well, that the governments will run surplus and then pay down the debt that was accumulated during the deficit. Now, the Conservatives in 2008, with all-party support, borrowed a lot of money and went into significant deficit in order to deal with that crisis at that time. But of course, they ran deficits in 2009, in 2010, in 2011, in 2012, in 2013, and 14, and arguably in 15 as well. That's a matter of debate. And at the same time stood in this House and bragged that Canada had the strongest economy of the G7. But while they were saying that Canada had the strongest economy in the G7 and things were going well, they were not running surpluses and they were not paying down the debt. So similar to the Liberal government here today, which is running massive deficits at the same time saying our economy is doing really well, defying all Keynesian logic. So I'm wondering if my honourable colleague has any comment on that. When should the government pay down debt and run surpluses, if not when the economy is running well? And perhaps he can explain why the previous Conservative government didn't do that.
The honourable member. Madam Speaker, the previous Conservative government prior to the 2008 had taken $30 billion off to the national debt. And why was it that we were the last one affected by the economic crisis in 2008? Well, it's because we had managed public funds properly. And why is it we were the first G7 country to exit the financial troubles? Because we had a government that was concerned about Canadians and not just about and didn't do what the current government is doing with respect to borrowing. The question is, when will the government tell us when we will return to a balanced budget?
Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
I remind the House that the previous Conservative government inherited a $32 billion surplus, a structural surplus, which they turned into a deficit well before the recession. And when they did in their first budget, and in the recession, they refused to engage in stimulus spending until the NDP and the Liberals forced them to prorogue Parliament. And in a moment of absolute panic, that's when they bought into the economic theory the member opposite just talked about. Following that, they failed to balance the budget until the very last year they're in office, and when they did that, they didn't structurally correct the deficit. What they did was they sold stocks at a loss to cover the bill. In other words, they sold the furniture to pay the rent. The fiscal insanity of the previous government, why didn't the member opposite resign?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, he admitted that we had left the fiscal house in order, the finances in order, in a balanced position. But I think a previous Liberal should really look back and ask questions as to, or another Prime Minister like Paul Martin, who worked hard. I wonder what he thinks today, what he thinks about what's happening today, about what this Liberal government is doing, that can't even predict a return to a balanced budget. They can't even give us a deck. When will this country have a return to a balanced budget?
Before I go to resuming debate, I do want to remind members, if they have questions and comments, they should wait till I ask for questions and comments, and then they can rise. Otherwise, I would ask them to be quiet until such time as that comes up. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswoods.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I'm pleased to rise today to speak in favour of the motion which has been brought forward by the official opposition, which demands that this Liberal government answer a very simple question. It is a question that has been asked repeatedly by Canadians for the last 3 years now. The question is this: in what year will the budget be balanced? That's as simple as that. We call upon this Liberal government to finally be upfront with Canadians and tell us in this week's fall economic statement, in what year will the budget be balanced? This motion, I think, is reasonable, I think it's fair, and it's certainly straightforward. This Liberal government should have no trouble telling Canadians coast to coast to coast when will they balance the budget. The Liberals clearly had no trouble telling Canadians during the 2015 election that they would balance the budget by 2019. Just a year away, I should add, Madam Speaker. Why is it that as soon as we get into government, after piling on billions and billions of debt through reckless spending, they suddenly seem to struggle with the simple question: why is it that this Liberal government's most extensive track record is its ever-growing list of broken promises? When the Liberals fail to tell Canadians time and time again when the budget will be balanced, they are not only failing to be accountable to current generations of Canadians, they are failing to be accountable to future generations as well. The Liberal debt of today becomes higher taxes of tomorrow. These are the taxes that are heaped onto the shoulders of our children and our great-grandchildren. Yes. They did not ask to be overburdened with this Liberal debt. They did not ask to be the ones who will be stuck with this terrible task of paying for the deficits of today. Does this Liberal government have any plans at all to lessen the burden which it continues to create for these future generations? Has it at least committed to reduce the rate at which it adds to the federal debt? Unfortunately, for our children and our grandchildren, the answer is no. In fact, this Liberal government has just made the situation worse, Madam Speaker, by increasing its reckless spending with each passing year. The one thing that this Liberal government really excels at is its ability to keep digging itself into a hole which keeps getting deeper, deeper, and deeper. The unfortunate thing is that the current and future generations of Canadians will be the ones who will bear the consequences of the future and the failure. Yes. The irresponsibility of this Liberal government has significant costs for all Canadians. The size of the deficit in this year alone is nearly $20 billion, a figure which is 3 times larger than what the Liberals promised it would be. This Liberal government has added a remarkable $60 billion in debt. This is not what the Liberals promised to Canadians. Last year, this Liberal government spent alone $23 billion just servicing the national debt. $23 billion. This is not what the Liberals promised to Canadians. Interest on the national debt now is expected to grow by 2/3 to $37 billion a year, almost as much as we spend on the entire health care transfers to provinces and territories. This is not what the Liberals promised to Canadians. How can this Liberal government claims it stands for sunny ways, that it believes in supporting the middle class, and that it supports the development of economic opportunity for all Canadians, when it actively pursues a policy of fiscal mismanagement which will see more and more Canadian tax dollars going towards interest payments on the national debts, compared to the amount which is actually spent on health care transfers. Canadians expect that their hard-earned tax dollars will go towards funding programs and services that benefit all Canadians. Unfortunately, reckless Liberal spending will make sure that increasingly large portion of those tax dollars simply go into the pockets of bankers and bondholders now who own the interest on this ever-growing Liberal debt. Perhaps what is most shocking about the debt of this Liberal government, it was completely avoidable when we look back at 2015. The Liberals did not face dire economic situation when they came into government just 3 years ago. In fact, the Liberals inherited a great fortune, which any government would dream of. The Prime Minister inherited a balanced budget, which was left behind by our former Conservative government. He had the benefit of thriving U.S. and global economies, which had recovered from the worst of the 2008 recession. He could take advantage of a booming housing markets in Toronto and Vancouver. He had the benefit of record low interest rates, never, ever seen before in our lifetime. But all of these added factors gave the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, a windfall of $20 billion in additional revenue alone last year. And yet, somehow, despite all this great fortune, the Prime Minister still somehow managed to spend it all in a mere matter of months and leave all Canadians with almost absolutely nothing to show for it. Instead of sunny ways and real change, he has left Canadians with a growing mountain of billions of dollars of debt, which is not going to be erased for many years to come. Instead of a budget which balances itself like the Prime Minister actually promised in 2015, Finance Canada tells us that Canadians will now face at least 25 more years of deficit at the rate that this Liberal government engages in their reckless spending. Canadians are already facing the cost of higher interest on record household debt. Instead of helping to ease the burden of those Canadians face, this Liberal government is hurting Canadians by saddling them with the prospect of more massive tax increases just to fund the Prime Minister's reckless and inefficient spending habits. Yes. Canadians deserve a government that actually works for them, Madam Speaker, rather than against them. Sadly, this Liberal government only continues to disrespect hard-working taxpayers by making life more expensive for Canadians across this great country. Because the Prime Minister never had to worry about money, he does not think or even worry much about the money of Canadians when he carelessly spends it. We have seen that, Madam Speaker. He doesn't worry if he spends over $1.66 million on that failed trip to India, which only led to an international diplomatic debacle. He does not worry if he spends over $8 million just a year ago on a temporary ice hockey on the lawn of Parliament Hill. And he certainly does not worry when he pays $4.5 billion of taxpayers' money to Kinder Morgan as a result of his failure to get the Trans Mountain expansion pipeline built. Now, will the Liberals' newly purchased pipeline factor into this year's budget? We still don't know. $4.5 billion. What is their plan to sell the Trans Mountain pipeline? And the Liberals still have absolutely no meaningful plans whatsoever to get this pipeline even built. This past May, I spoke to the Liberal government's budget implementation bill, Madam Speaker, and I was asked the Liberal government at that time whether it was fair to members of the future generations of Canadians, like my granddaughter, Avery Thornhill, when we tell them that in 2018, that the government has no hope at all of balancing the budget. The Liberals have repeatedly failed to give Canadians an answer to this question, and that's why Conservatives today, Madam Speaker, are calling on this government to announce in its fall economic update 2 days from now, the year in which the budget will finally be balanced. Canadians deserve respect, and they deserve to know, Madam Speaker, when will this budget be balanced by this current government? Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I've been hearing speeches from members of the opposition that pretend to stand up for the working class Canadians and those most vulnerable in our society. But I look down to the Conservatives' friends at Queen's Park, and we've seen the Honourable Leader of the Opposition there to take orders and staff the Premier on a number of occasions. Wow. But what we've seen in terms of their approach has been, first things first, cut education. Next thing, cut mental health spending. Most recently, cutting advocates for children, and most even recently, cutting funding for Francophone services and a Francophone university. So is this the path that the Conservative Party approves of? And is this what they plan to, their plan for the Canadian people in 2019?
I just want to remind some of the members on the opposition side that I am sure that their colleague will be able to answer the question. The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is ironic. Kathleen Wynne built up the biggest deficit in the history of Ontario. Let's not forget what Premier Doug Ford was left with. Absolutely nothing. Reckless spending from the Ontario Liberals. You know what else, Madam Speaker, is disturbing? Those Liberal staffers from Queen Park in Toronto have moved now to Ottawa to help the federal government. We should all be very wary of the staffers that have left Ontario with the massive deficit that they've had. Now we're sitting in Gerald Butt's office strategizing, taking money out of every Canadian's pocket each and every day.
Questions and comments? I'm Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I was actually a little surprised when the Conservatives thought they would talk about deficits today. You know, for those that are following the debate, you really have to appreciate the Conservatives. You know, we've been around for 131 years. And out of that time, the Liberals have governed in the vast majority of it, Madam Speaker. Yet it's the Conservatives, with that minority of years, that have accrued the largest portion of Canada's deficit. If you take a look at Stephen Harper, Madam Speaker, he actually inherited multi-billions of dollars of surplus. And even before the recession began, Madam Speaker, he turned that multi-billion-dollar surplus into a multi-billion-dollar deficit. And, Madam Speaker, year after year, deficit, deficit, deficit. And they want us to take advice
from the Conservatives who have been so abysmal? Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if my friend would recognize, and I would ask him, would he not recognize that when it comes to the deficit, the worst party in this House to go to would in fact be the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker?
Honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The question is, when is this government going to balance the debt? When? We just want to know a date, Madam Speaker. Let me say this, Madam Speaker. When I was a young parent, growing up, we have 2 kids. Each Christmas, our kids got money in their piggy banks. But you know what? This Christmas, because of this Liberal government, parents are going to be given hammers. Why? Because piggy banks in this country are not safe under this Liberal government as they continue to have reckless spending.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands, a brief question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. But, let's just go back to the previous question because the member didn't actually answer it. Is he supportive of what the current provincial government in Ontario is doing with the massive cuts to very important social programs like protecting French as a second language in Ontario, towards the social services, towards education? Is he and the current Conservative Party, who by all measures the leader of the opposition appears to take his marching orders from Doug Ford, is he and the Conservative Party supportive of what's going on?
Honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Very quickly, Madam Speaker, I just would like to ask the honourable member if he would apologize on behalf of his father, because his father was part of the major deficit that province is incurring here today. So will that member stand up here in the House today and apologize on his father's behalf of putting Ontario residents in mass deficit that they probably will never get out of because of
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. Honorable député.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, last Thursday was a dark day for Franco-Ontarians and for all Francophones. In cutting the office of the French Language Services Commissioner and in ending the plan for a French language Ontario University, the message from Doug Ford's Conservatives was clear. Francophones are second-class citizens, and this becomes obvious when you compare their situation to that of Anglophones in Quebec. The truth is that in English Canada, the rights of Francophones are tolerated if Francophones are quiet and don't demand anything. But you don't know Franco-Ontarians if you think that they're just going to lie down and take it. They won when the Conservatives wanted to take away Montfort, the only Francophone hospital in Canada outside Quebec, and they will win again if the Francophone and Acadian communities mobilize once again with this government in Ontario.
Speaker, around 1.7 million Canadian families do not have a home that they can afford that meets their basic needs. The 10-year, $40 billion investment our government is making through the National Housing Strategy will encourage the construction of affordable rental housing by providing low-cost loans through the Rental Construction Financing Initiative by giving more Canadians a place to call home. I would like to recognize the invaluable role housing cooperatives play in the lives of the residents of Mississauga Lakeshore and communities across our great nation. In our community, Brooks Co-op, Erin Court Co-op, Indwell, Springfield Co-op, the Peel-Halton Cooperative Housing Federation, and the Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada are working hard on this front. I thank them for their leadership, and I look forward to continuing to champion their efforts. Mr. Speaker, housing cooperatives are about much more than affordable housing. They're about building communities where neighbours look out for one another. They're about allowing members to reach their full potential. And, Mr. Speaker, they're about building homes for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Provencher.
Speaker, 2 weeks ago, this Liberal government announced that many border crossings across the country would be reducing their hours of operation, including 3 ports in my riding of Provencher. The earlier closing times will have a profound negative economic and social impact on rural communities and the residents that call them home. It will limit their ability to access employment, health care, and recreation. Public meetings were held after the decision was already made, and many of those meetings pointed to the fact that this government is spending hundreds of millions of taxpayers' dollars on providing services for people who have illegally crossed into Canada, who didn't live here, and have never contributed to Canada. This government has even built them a pathway and welcome centres at our border ports to make it easier for them to cross. All of this while they are reducing services for Canadians who simply want to cross their own border. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister needs to explain to Canadians why he is prioritizing illegal crossings while cutting services to Canadians who, for all their lives,
Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Located in the fabulous constituency of Calgary Centre, the Kirby Centre is an outstanding organization that has provided supports to Calgary seniors for nearly a half-century, and they're joining us here in Ottawa today. The Kirby Centre runs multiple invaluable services for seniors, from housing to counseling to social enterprises like the second-hand clothing store. I also have lunch there on many a Wednesday. I am proud that our Liberal federal government supports this dedicated group through programs like the Canada Summer Jobs, the Enabling Accessibility Fund, and the New Horizons for Seniors. All of these programs help the Kirby Centre support seniors in my community. I thank the Kirby Centre for their commitment to bettering the lives of Calgary seniors, and I look forward to them providing services for many, many, many more years to come.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Today I celebrate the remarkable and inspired life of Michelle Prince, who passed away yesterday after 5 very public years of cancer, where she chose to live life to the fullest. Michelle did this despite 3 major surgeries and 80 cycles of chemo administered every other week, all while remaining a champion of spirit and showing her smile. In fact, she raised money for a hospital, created a new program for cancer patients, and produced videos to help coach others. She celebrated positives, and in doing so inspired many to do the same, always fighting, never surrendering to the disease. Michelle is a hero, and her story will remain on guard for those who need light in the times of darkness. Windsor thanks the Prince and Francis families for sharing Michelle with all of us. Your generous gift of time was precious. To her husband Eddie and her children Sienna and Phoenix, I want to offer condolences and solidarity in celebrating Michelle's life. Please know that our community feels this great loss. We will honour her request by living each and every day in the moment. As Eddie shared, Michelle has joined her friends, and they are dancing.
Awesome.
The Honourable Member for Central Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday was World Prematurity Day. My little girl Molly was born 3 months ahead of schedule, 27 weeks plus a day to be precise, and weighed in at just a little more than 2 pounds when she was born. You see, being born this early can come with serious health risks, and I'll never forget the feeling of helplessness that I experienced when I got that call to come to the hospital, or while I watched the nurses and doctors perform a miracle to save her life. I'm very happy to share that today Molly persevered and is a beautiful, walking, talking 2.5-year-old who loves Disney soundtracks and farm animals. Getting to this point wasn't easy though, Mr. Speaker, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the incredible effort that my wife Sarah put in to help Molly become the little girl that she is today. I'm also very grateful for those who helped our family along the way. In particular, I want to thank my colleagues from all sides of the aisle in this chamber who sent messages of support during a time of immense difficulty. I'd also like to thank the talented nurses and doctors at the Ottawa General NICU Unit and the Special Care Nursery at the Ottawa Civic Hospital. To every other family who has a preemie at home, I hope you enjoyed yesterday. Hug them a little closer today. And to my little girl Molly, Daddy loves you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, the Alberta energy industry has been suffering under this Liberal government. They've cancelled pipelines and implemented policies that make it hard for future development of our energy industry. Despite producing some of the most clean and ethical energy in the world, our oil continues to sell at a discounted rate. Cenovus Energy said they produce up to 300,000 barrels every day above what can be exported out of our province. That overproduction leads to a great price differential when compared with American oil, which can get exported to foreign markets. Our oil price discount has cost the country $50 million a day, or $13 billion a year. At an event last week, the Minister for Natural Resources said, "We need more pipelines." Well, I'm glad he's finally figured it out, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps now this Prime Minister will cancel the tanker ban, cancel Bill C-69, and of course cancel his push for a carbon tax. It's time for a government that will fight for Albertans and fight for our energy sector.
The honourable member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, in 1960, North York residents came together to build a local hospital supported by the Friends of North York General, IODE, Missionary Health Institute, and Volunteer Services. 3,000 volunteers raised over $3 million. On March 15, 1968, an $8.6 million 70-bed community hospital opened at the corner of Leslie and Shepherd. 50 years later, North York General Hospital remains one of Canada's leading community academic hospitals. Its emergency department saw 100,000 visits in 2016 to 17. Congratulations to the North York General Hospital community for making a world of difference since 1968.
And the honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Month, I had the pleasure of attending an inspiring evening that combined our national love of hockey with another signature Canadian value, helping one another. The Point Claire Old Timers check distribution evening is a mainstay of the community calendar when proceeds from the league's annual hockey tournament are distributed to an array of local West Island nonprofit groups. Depuis des années,
for years, this annual evening event has been bringing together hockey fans of all ages, as well as various social community groups that see to the well-being of the community.
Total of $100,000. Thank you and congratulations to League President Jamie Wolak, Vito Pelosi, the MC for the evening, who as usual did a terrific job, to members of the donations committee like Lauren Pearson and Jack Beaumont, and to all the players that make the Point Claire Old Timers a great hockey franchise.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, every single month Canadians spend $300 million to fund a regime that abuses human rights and murders journalists. Why? That's because Canada buys oil from Saudi Arabia. This is shameful that we buy Saudi oil when we produce our own ethical oil right here in Canada. Not only do we buy unethical oil, we also lose millions in revenue because Alberta's oil sands are landlocked. Mr. Speaker, Western Canadian Select was recently selling for as little as $12, but on that same day, Dubai crude oil was selling for $63 a barrel. No wonder the United States wants to keep Alberta's oil landlocked. What a discount they get. The price differential means that millions in lost revenue could provide clean drinking water for First Nations, build long-term care facilities for our seniors. Mr. Speaker, Canada gives away a school a day and a hospital a week in lost revenues. Canadians do not support human rights abuses and murder. We need to build pipelines and buy Canadian. It's time to stand up for ethical oil.
The honourable member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, good afternoon. I had the pleasure of joining the 250 members of the deaf community who attended the gala to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the Metropolitan Montreal Deaf Community Centre that was held in my riding of Vimy on Saturday, October 27th. The MMDCC is an organization whose mission is to create a better world for the deaf community. These people, most of them illiterate, live on income security or unemployment, are often victims of various abuses, and face much isolation. I was delighted to celebrate the only organization that offers so many services to the deaf community of the Greater Montreal area. Once again, congratulations to Mr. Gilles Reid, Executive Director, and to the board members of the MMDCC for their accomplishments over the past 40 years and for their important work in raising awareness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank Minister Goodale and Minister Blair for $86 million funding to combat gun violence. I know in my riding this money will be appreciated as rising concern about gun violence have been a major issue for quite some time, in which I discussed with Minister Blair when he visited my riding. Like many ridings in our country, Mission Maskey, Fraser Canyon is close proximity to U.S. border. This funding will be crucial to stopping illegal firearms entering into our country and into the hands of gangs. My riding is no stranger to the perils of gun violence, and I'm committed to ensuring that my constituent and all Canadians can live without fear of gun violence. I am thankful to represent a government that is committed to addressing gun violence with real tangible action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's solution is quite incredible. We have to immigration at the borders is quite incredible. But the Prime Minister has refused to follow up on our recommendations, and yet they're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on illegally entering immigrants. The Prime Minister seems to think that this chaos at the border is not a threat to Canadians. Furthermore, only a small number of people have been deported. His contribution makes us doubt his commitment to our values. The Prime Minister has a twisted idea of what true refugees are. I believe we'll have to await the election of a Conservative government in 2019 to solve this problem.
For Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, alongside WaterAid Canada and Results Canada, I would like to recognize World Toilet Day. Globally, 2.3 billion people lack access to adequate sanitation, and 1 in 8 are forced to defecate in the open. Lack of access to toilets and proper hand-washing facilities is linked to ill health, malnutrition, and even gender-based violence. Each year, diarrheal disease is a leading cause of child death and will take 289,000 lives. Furthermore, infections during childbirth caused by poor sanitation will lead to 11% of all maternal deaths. Poor or no access to toilets also puts women and girls at a greater risk of assault or violence and increases their days missed at school. Along with vaccines, access to toilets and hand washing with soap and water are two of the most cost-effective health and nutrition interventions out there. It's a rush to flush. Please join me in recognizing International World Toilet Day.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Speaker, the community of Wolf Lake, the Anishinaabe Nation, and the whole of Abitibi-Témiscamingue mourn the sudden passing of one of his First Nation leader, Chief Harry Saint-Denis. Harry Saint-Denis have been the chief of Wolf Lake First Nation since 1986 and was a tireless advocate for his people's rights. He was one of the Anishinaabe Nation's most assertive and outspoken leaders when it came to the need for the government to recognize and respect Aboriginal title and rights. Above all, Harry Saint-Denis was a respected leader, a cordial man, and a beloved husband, father, grandfather, and warrior, who will be missed. Please join me in honoring his memory and offer our heartfelt condolences to his wife, Sheila, his son, Bruce and Tyson, his daughter, Tony, his grandchildren, his family, and friends. Kia pach kichi migwich ojima ari.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in this House to give my support and the Conservatives' support to the official languages minority communities throughout Canada. Like many Quebecers and Canadians, I am very concerned about the recent announcements regarding Francophones in Ontario. The Conservative Party has always been an ally of Francophone and Francophone communities, and that's why we improved assistance to communities by $300 million. Canadian bilingualism is an asset that we must take care of and that we must protect. We also respect provincial jurisdictions, and it is unfortunate that the Liberal government is playing political games with such an important issue as we have seen currently. We must all rise, regardless of political stripe, and support communities throughout Canada and make sure that we will defend them as best possible. Thank you. The honourable members should abstain from shouting. The honourable member from Saint-Boniface-Saint-Vital. Mr. Speaker, on November 16th, I joined with the Métis community in Manitoba to commemorate the death of Louis Riel. It is important for all of us, Métis and non-Métis, to remember and gather on this important day.
Louis Riel was hanged. Riel fought for the government of the newly formed Canada from taking their Red River lands without consultation. His many sacrifices have secured him an enduring place in our shared history as a leader of the Métis Nation, a founder of Manitoba, and a key contributor to Canadian Confederation. Son legs est évident.
His legacy is obvious. In Manitoba, a school district, a college, a bridge, an economic development corporation, all bear his name.
Monuments to Louis Riel are a testament to his lasting legacy. As a proud member of the Métis Nation, en tant que fier...
As a proud Métis, it is a privilege for me to rise today and pay tribute to Louis Riel. Thank you.
Questions orales, oral questions. Honorable député de Richmond.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, on August 27, 2015, the Prime Minister said during the election campaign that there would be a modest deficit, then a return to budget balance in 2019. But here's where we are today. The Parliamentary Budget Officer, Director, said that we would have a colossal deficit of $20 billion just for this year, and next year, $21 billion. My question to the Prime Minister, when will we return to a balanced budget? The Honourable Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, the right question is, where are we now? We are in a situation where our level of unemployment is the lowest it has been in 40 years. We're in a position where we have more people who are working now than in the history of the country. So it is a truly good situation for Canadian families, for middle-class families, and we intend to continue to invest to grow our economy for the future. The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, while the Minister of Finance speaks, the projections speak for themselves. The PBO said that the budget, the probability of the budget being restored to balance in 2021 to 2022 was only 10%. We're only a year from the next election, and the government had promised a return to a balanced budget before the end of its mandate. I repeat my question to the Prime Minister a second time. When will we be restored to budget balance? The Honourable Finance Minister, Mr. Speaker, we understand full well the problems with the Conservatives. They want to make cuts. They want to make cuts Canada-wide. They want to cut Francophone services. We understand that. But we want to invest, and our approach is working. We have an economy that is growing, and this is very important to us. It is the most important thing for families across the country with this good level of growth and with a future with many opportunities for all. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister inherited a balanced budget in 2015. Today, the Canadian budget is collapsing under the weight of deficits that our children and grandchildren will have to pay for. This is unacceptable. Where we are now, my daughter, who was 17 yesterday, will be 45 when the budget is finally balanced. Thank God Canadians know how to balance their budget. But the Prime Minister certainly doesn't. I repeat, my third question, same subject, when will we have a balanced budget? The Honourable Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, the facts are quite different. The Harper government put us in $150 billion in debt. That's what we had to deal with in the beginning. And it had the lowest growth level in almost 80 years. We are now in a situation which is far different, with investments and a level of growth which is the highest among the G7, and we are soundly positioned for investment countrywide.
Prime Minister breaking his word and failing Canadians is nothing new. He does it all the time. But the fact that he's using our kids' and our grandkids' money to pay for his out-of-control spending is shameful. It's irresponsible for a government to run massive deficits with no plan and no time frame for when they will return to balance. If the Liberals truly care about our youth and future generations who are going to have to pay for today's spending and deficit, will they answer this simple question: when will the budget be balanced?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we understand well the Conservative approach. Their idea was to make cuts. What would have happened is we would have put our economy into recession. Our idea was to make investments. What happened? People had more disposable income. Our economy started growing. Now, right now, Mr. Speaker, we have the lowest levels of unemployment we've seen in 40 years. But more importantly, we have more people working among working-age Canadians than in the history of Canada. So we are doing very well economically. We'll continue to make investments, while the people opposite will think about where they can make cuts across the country.
Opposition House Leader.
Actually, it's not just Conservatives who are sounding the alarm looking for more fiscal responsibility from these Liberals. Small businesses are asking the Liberals to commit to getting back to balanced budgets. And recently, the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy said that the current fiscal policy of this government is, and I quote, without a rudder and an anchor. And now is the time to rein in budgetary deficits. So maybe the minister, who appears to be the minister of no rudder and no anchor, can tell us, when will the budget be balanced?
I'm afraid I have to encourage the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre not to speak when someone else has the floor. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, just to think about where we are right now, from a small business standpoint, as of January 2019, we will have a combined tax rate of 12.2%, federal, provincial, lowest among G7 countries, a very, very strong position so those businesses can make investments. We've been able to do that while keeping to a very fiscally responsible approach. Canada has the lowest level of debt to GDP among G7 countries. It's on a downward trajectory. That is fiscal responsibility, but we're able to do it while investing in Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the fall update, there are disturbing rumors. We hear that the Finance Minister is under pressure to lower taxes under pretext that you have to follow the United States. The problem is that these tax cuts in the U.S. did not create jobs. They largely serve to improve the salary of executives and are going to lead to a deficit of $1,000 billion. Is that what the Finance Minister wants to do? Can he confirm he will not reduce taxes on big biz? Mr. Speaker, that's a good question. It's always necessary to strike a balance to consider how we can ensure a level of competitiveness, but at the same time, make sure we have a tax system that is fair. That's our goal. We want a balanced system that works for the country. We want to make sure we're able to do both things at the same time. That is our approach. The Honourable Member. The Minister of Finance says it's a good question. Maybe he could have given me an answer. Since the year 2000, the tax level on big business has fallen from 28% to 15%. This dead money has been exploding, and it started in the year 2000. These cuts to taxes on big corporations did not go into job creation. It didn't go into investment. It just went to boosting the salaries of executives. Will the finance minister commit to not cutting taxes on big business? The Honourable Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, what we can say, and this is very important, is that it is essential to have certain level of investment. We need a system that is competitive, but that is at the same time just. That's a very important balance to strike. But we know that with our great situation right now with a very low unemployment rate, this is the time to ensure our future. And that is our goal for Wednesday.
Country as rich as Canada, too many families are living paycheck to paycheck or are living in poverty. And while Liberals continue to claim the economy is doing well, they fail to acknowledge that families in Canada are dealing with record levels of debt. Now, time and time again, Liberals show they're more interested in giving tax breaks to wealthy corporations while telling Canadians they just have to wait. Jagmeet Singh and the NDP have said our plan to the Finance Minister. Will he listen, stop with the corporate giveaways, and invest in Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we will continue to invest in Canadians. In fact, what we know is that approach has absolutely worked over the last 3 years. We've brought hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty through the Canada Child Benefit. We've helped innumerable seniors through the Guaranteed Income Supplement increase. We're going to continue to focus on our core goal of assuring that families across the country are doing well, that those who are challenged have a great opportunity, and we'll do that by making sure not only that they're doing well, but we're investing in our future.
Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Canadian families are dealing with record levels of debt. They now have our plan, so they have no excuse not to make the right choices, Mr. Speaker. Canadians expect this week investments that will lessen the financial burden on Canadian families and help businesses thrive. Now, the time for eternal discussions on universal single-payer pharmacare has long passed. Canadians and businesses continue to spend billions of dollars on medication for themselves and their employees. Will the Liberals make the right decision and implement universal pharmacare now?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
We recognize that Canadians are proud of their publicly funded healthcare system, one that's based on their need and not on their ability to pay. But we also recognize that we can do better. And that's why that I was pleased in March of this year that we've announced the implementation of the Advisory Council on a National Pharmacare Program. I truly look forward to receiving the recommendations of Dr. Hoskins that will be brought forward in spring of 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, Canadians were misled because in the Liberal Party's election platform, they said that for 3 years there would be modest deficits and a return to budget balance in 2019. But here we have a huge deficit, and any balanced budget is just fantasy. Wednesday there will be an economic statement. Will the Prime Minister at least say to Canadians when we will get to a balanced budget? The Honourable Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that it's very important to continue with our approach, an approach that is ensuring the right situation of Canadians Canada-wide. People who now have a good job, we have an opportunity to continue with our approach to invest in the future, to invest in families, to make sure that they have all the right opportunities. The Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker, in the update Wednesday, when there's an update like this in any business, they have to make sure the books balance. But we know that here they will not be balancing the books. Can the Finance Minister at least tell the Canadians that if they have failed with their promise of 2015, when will they get to a balanced budget? The Honourable Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that it's very important to adopt an approach that works. Unfortunately, the Conservatives in the preceding government had an approach that led to a lot of deficit, but not much growth. Here we're different. We're investing in Canadian families. Our level of growth is the highest in the G7. Unemployment is at its lowest in 40 years. This works. The honourable member. Yeah, they're perhaps proud. I think the Conservatives can be proud to have gotten Canada out of the worst recession since the 30s. But this government is compromising our future. And we know that the Prime Minister came up with a very novel economic idea, a budget that balances itself. But budgets do not balance themselves. Will the Minister tell us when the budget will be balanced? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we intend to continue with our approach of making sure that we have a debt level with respect to our GNP that is one of the best in the G7. We will continue to invest in the future. These investments are working. We can see it with the level of unemployment. We can see it with the level of economic growth across Canada, the highest in the G7 over the past year.
The trust fund twins, the Prime Minister and Finance Minister, inherited great fortune. A balanced budget, booming world and U.S. economies, rising commodity prices, record low interest rates, roaring housing markets in Vancouver and Toronto. That was a $20 billion windfall for the government, and they blew every single penny. The Prime Minister keeps telling us that the budget will balance itself. If so, when?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, let's consider what we actually inherited. We inherited $150 billion of additional debt generated over the previous government. We inherited an unemployment rate of 7.1%. We inherited a growth rate was among the lowest since the Great Depression. So where do we get to, Mr. Speaker? We turned that around. We turned that around with among the highest rates of growth from G7, lowest rates of unemployment. Mr. Speaker, I'll take a Liberal economic record over Conservative economic rhetoric every day of the week.
Order. The honourable member. Order for Carleton.
Well, when Jim Flaherty became finance minister, he made the responsible decision to pay off $30 billion in debt, which prepared Canada for the great global recession, the greatest financial crisis in world history since the Depression. And that's why we were the last to go in and the first to come out of that crisis. Now, by contrast, this government has a booming world and U.S. economy with record low interest rates, multiple factors with which they had nothing whatsoever to do, and they have squandered all of it. When will the budget be balanced?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, we had a whole lot to do with what's going on for Canadian families across the country. We had a lot to do with lowering the middle-class tax rate, $45,000 to $90,000 by 7%. We had a lot to do with...
Order. Order. I'm hearing an awful lot of noise. Members have to remember that each side will get their turn, and the time is when it's their turn, not when it's not their turn. That's the time to speak. Order. The member for Newmarket Aurora will come to order. Honourable Minister of Finance.
As I was saying, we had a lot to do with the introduction of the Canada Child Benefit, which made a huge difference across the country. But, Mr. Speaker, what we most had to do with is the fact that the average family with 2 children in 2019 will have $2,000 more in their pocket in 2019 than 2015. Canadians are better off. Those are the facts. Those are the facts that matter for Canadians across this country.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, even if you take into consideration the $800 tax increase on every middle-class family in this country, the tax increase targeted at moms and dads who take their kids to sports or students who buy textbooks or pay tuition, or tax increases on small businesses. Even if you take into consideration the $20 billion of extra revenue that poured into the government's coffers last year, they've blown every single nickel. So, question, when will the budget be balanced?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I guess it's important to deal with facts one by one by one. So let's think about what was just said. What was just said was that people's taxes went up? Wrong. People's taxes went down. What was said that people are worse off? Wrong. What we have is a Canada Child Benefit, making the vast majority of families better off. And most importantly, what we find is that small businesses, lower tax rates in 2018, lower tax rates in 2019. The facts are just wrong. The good news is the economy is growing, lowest unemployment rates we've seen in a generation, and we have much more confidence for the future.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik EU. Mr. Speaker, the forced sterilization of Indigenous women is still practiced elsewhere in the world and also was in Canada. Article 22.2 of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples requires that all states take measures to make sure Indigenous women are fully protected against all forms of violence and discrimination. Can the Liberals, or will the Liberals, open an investigation and inquiry to put an end to this situation and right the wrongs done to victims and their families?
Mr. Speaker,
the Honourable Minister.
Sterilization of any woman is a clear violation of her reproductive rights. We know that unfortunately Indigenous women and other vulnerable women have faced coerced sterilization. We absolutely abhor this practice, and we are working with partners, including the provinces, healthcare providers, medical professionals, to make sure that it is very clear that this should not go on. We are working with the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to ensure that Indigenous peoples have access to culturally appropriate and safe health care.
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Can you imagine being told that you cannot see your newborn child until you agree to a procedure that will mean you will never have another child in your life? Or being sterilized with no knowledge or consent? This is the reality for at least 60 Indigenous women in this country of Canada, with some cases as recent as 2017. This is more than just a gross violation of human rights and a product of systemic racism. This is enough. Enough apologies, enough talking points. How will this government make sure that never happens again?
Minister for Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been very clear. We know that the coerced sterilization of women is indeed a gross violation of human rights. It is a violation of women's reproductive rights. We are actively working with partners in provinces. We are working with faculties of medical education and health professionals to ensure that culturally safe care is available across the country. This is not something that any one order of government can address alone. All Canadians have a responsibility to ensure that these practices never happen again.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, we've learned through media reports that the Liberals are considering a bailout package for Canada's struggling news industry in this week's fall economic statement. We hope this is merely a trial balloon because a healthy democracy relies on a free and independent press. It would be unacceptable for the Liberals to even appear to be trying to influence favour with the media. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister confirm the Liberals will not attempt to buy off the media in an election year?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, journalism plays a fundamental role in our democracy, and this is why we invested $50 million. We strengthened CBC Radio-Canada. We've been discussing with the media and journalists, and we are going to continue to cooperate with them, and in the future we'll have more to say.
Mr. Speaker, Jerry Dias, the head of the union representing thousands of Canadian journalists, confirmed in a tweet last week that his union will campaign aggressively to help the Liberals in the next election. The very same day, he was quoted in the Toronto Star asking the Liberals for more money. Now Canadians learn the Liberals plan to cave to this demand with a major cash infusion for media outlets. Does the minister not see that this bailout could be easily perceived as an attempt to buy off the media in an election year?
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'll allow my colleague to amuse himself with his conspiracy theories, but very concretely, we all know that professional journalism is one of the pillars of our democracy. We want quality news, independent news, and on this side of the House, we respect the independence of journalists, and that's why, in our budget, $50 million to newspapers and CBC and Radio Canada. Journalism is important. We will respect their independence, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, business leaders say the Liberals' anti-energy policies are, quote, borderline treasonous. Brett Wilson says Bill 69 is, quote, lunacy. Nuvista's CEO said, quote, it needs to be completely killed or radically changed. Susan Johns, a British fund manager, said Canadian oil and gas is, quote, being strangled by regulation, carbon taxes, and the inability of producers to get their products to market. So clearly, the Liberals' anti-energy agenda is the problem, not the solution. When will they stop killing Canadian jobs and withdraw their No More Pipelines Bill C-69?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we understand the struggles in the industry, in the energy sector, and the price differential that industry is facing. We're working very diligently with provinces, and we're moving forward on expanding our global market to make sure that Alberta's oil sector resources are able to get to non-U.S. markets. What we're seeing today is a result of decade of failure of inaction on behalf of the Harper government, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
But 4 new pipelines were built under Conservatives, and Darren Peers from Capital Group, a big investor in Canadian oil, points out the reality that, quote, no major pipeline project is yet assured under these Liberals, and that energy investors are, quote, questioning the merits of investing in Canada because of them. What's certain is the Liberals are driving billions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of jobs out of Canada. Synovus warns Canada ignores these red flags at its peril, and provinces are against C-69 too. So will the minister cancel his job killing No More Pipelines Bill C-69 before it's too late?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we saw one of the largest private sector investment in the history of our country, $40 billion investment in the energy sector happened under our government. When Harper government came into office in 2006, 99% of Alberta's oil was sold to the U.S. When they left office in 2015, 99% of Alberta's oil was still sold to the U.S. That's the failed record of the Harper government. We are expanding our non-U.S. market and working hard to make sure it happens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alors.
Order. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, Francophones and Francophiles from across the country are shocked by the unjustified decision by the Ontario government to eliminate the office of the French Language Services Commissioner and to cancel the Francophone University project in Toronto. This is a direct attack on the Franco-Ontarian community and official languages. The Prime Minister must take a strong stand and convince Mr. Ford to reverse his decision and defend official languages and Francophones. What are the Liberals going to do to protect Francophone minority communities across the country? The Honourable Minister. Order.
The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his excellent question, and I will be pleased to work with him to defend Franco-Ontarians who are directly attacked by the decision by the Conservative government in Ontario. The decision of the Conservative government, and the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that there is a party that isn't just taking a stand to defend Franco-Ontarians, and it's the Conservative Party. We expect nothing less of the Leader of the Opposition to denounce the situation, to talk to Mr. Ford, and to defend the Francophone community and all Francophones across the country. We are going to continue to do so. Order.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, Doug Ford's decision to attack the linguistic rights of Franco-Ontarians is not acceptable. For Franco-Ontarian communities, developing a Francophone university is essential. The Conservative Party must understand that we aren't in the 50s. Look, Franco-Ontarians will defend their rights. What specific steps will the government take to ensure official languages are protected in Ontario?
Du tourisme.
The Honourable Minister, I want to thank my colleague for his excellent question. There are millions of Francophones and Francophiles who will fight with the government, and all those who want to fight for Francophones. I would ask the Leader of the Opposition to talk to his boss, Doug Ford, in Ontario, and to have him reverse the decision on this issue. Order. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Mr. Speaker, I am wearing this pin with such pride, Mr. Speaker. The 600,000 Franco-Ontarians are concerned. They're shocked by the situation in Ontario, which will have devastating consequences for the rights of Franco-Ontarians. Canadians acknowledge and recognize the importance of protecting our official languages and rights, and the government has a role to play. Can the Minister of Tourism, Official Languages and the Francophonie inform? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, and I want to thank my colleague, the member for Glengarry Prescott Russell, who is a tireless defender of Franco-Ontarians. He does a great job of defending Franco-Ontarians in his community. We have invested $2.7 billion, including $500 in new money. We are here to ensure that we will be supporting Francophones in Ontario. The Federation of Canadians, Francophones, and organizations that are mobilizing across the country to counter this decision being made by the Conservative government. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Liberals in power are this is what's happening in Ontario. They haven't done anything to protect Franco-Ontarians. The Liberal government is a centralizing government. They want to control people. They want to look into people's bank accounts. Our purchases, withdrawals, what we pay, our financial commitments, that's our business. Is Big Brother a Liberal invention? Can this government, for once, govern, give clear instructions to cancel this gathering of data by Statistics Canada? When will the Liberal government? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government takes privacy of Canadians very seriously and understands their concerns. The head of StatsCan clearly indicated that this is a pilot project. He has also clearly indicated that the project will go ahead only once all concerns of Canadians have been dealt with. The Privacy Commissioner has done the work. No data has been collected as part of this pilot project. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, when Statistics Canada asks more than 500,000 households information on their bank accounts, their investments, their mortgages, the balances on their credit cards, it starts to be a little much. In fact, it's too much. 1 million Canadians are forced to experience this unacceptable intrusion into their financial situation, and it's unacceptable. When will the Liberal government cancel this overly intrusive project that's interfering in Canadians' private lives? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the real facts. Personal information will be withdrawn. Canadians can rest assured that their banking information will be protected and private. Statistics Canada cannot share the information. No one, no organization, no government, nor the Prime Minister can access the information. Canadians' privacy will be protected.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians continue to express their absolute rejection of the Liberal plan to secretly force banks and other financial institutions to release their personal financial information of their clients without their consent. The Liberals justify this intrusion, claiming it will help make better decisions. If the Liberals believe that this surveillance is justifiable, will they explain why they refuse to at least ask Canadians for their consent?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, privacy and data protection is absolutely essential. And the member opposite knows full well from the testimony given by the chief statistician before committee members in the Senate and the House that he will only proceed once issues around privacy and data protection are dealt with. With respects to personal information, that will be removed. But more importantly, this is a pilot project. No information has been obtained and no information has been provided, Mr. Speaker. Let's stick with the facts, not over-the-top rhetoric by the members opposite.
Order. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
The only fact that this minister is overlooking is they promised to be transparent, and they have been non-transparent on this particular file, Mr. Speaker. It was only the media reporting we found out about this. Now, the type of information Liberals want to collect is highly personal. Now, this information is also highly valued by large multinationals who want to sell more of their products. We know that Statistics Canada already sells access to some of its data, $115 million worth last year. Now, will the government confirm today whether or not the results of this new scheme to harvest Canadians' most personal financial data will also be put on sale to the private sector, Mr. Speaker?
Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite continues to mislead Canadians. This is not a partisan initiative. It's Statistics Canada, Mr. Speaker. It's an independent agency that has the respect and admiration of Canadians. They have put forward a pilot project to deal with this issue, but they made it very clear they want to deal with issues around privacy and data protection. And according to Section 17.1 of the Statistics Act, no government, no opposition member, no Prime Minister can compel Statistics Canada for this personal information. They never have and they never will compromise on personal information, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, while Canada Post refuses to acknowledge the needs of those who deliver, CUPW is literally fighting for workers' lives. Postal transformation is taking its toll on workers' bodies, mental health and families. And despite the Harper Conservatives' imposed legislation in 2011 being deemed unconstitutional, this Prime Minister is threatening to do the same, all in the interest of greasing the wheels of commerce. Well, the cost is too high. Why are Black Friday profits more important than workers' lives?
Employment and Labour.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government
has taken clearly a different approach to labor relations than the previous government. We strongly believe in and respect the collective bargaining process, and we know a deal is the strongest when both parties can work out that deal together. For nearly a year, we've been supporting the parties with services, with support to reach a negotiated agreement. We also know that Canadians and businesses rely on Canada Post and its workers during the holiday season. This ongoing work stoppage has had negative impacts on Canadians, our economy, international commerce, and of course Canada Post and their workers. So we strongly encourage both parties to work hard and get a deal.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I marched with my NDP colleagues and more than 5,000 people in Montreal in support of local food and to denounce the fact that agriculture is being used as a bargaining chip in trade agreements. Producers are saying clearly that the lack of reciprocity in standards and concessions made in trade agreements are a direct attack on our food sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, can the government tell us today what it plans to do to stop these attacks on our agricultural producers in Quebec?
Agriculture.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague is well aware that the American government indicated quite clearly they were going to destroy the supply management system. We made sure as a government that would not happen, and it did not happen, Mr. Speaker. But we do understand there's an impact on our farmers, and we are committed to fully and fairly helping them to continue to succeed. We have and will continue to support our agricultural sector in this country.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, clearly, the current government is incapable of providing our armed forces with the equipment it needs. Where is the proof? Well, the government wants to buy used Australian F-18s. According to defense experts, this interim procurement strategy is risky, costly, and above all, unnecessary. The purchase is justified by a capability gap, but there are no documents to prove that a capability gap actually exists. Why is the Minister of Defence misleading Canadians on this capability gap? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has committed to providing the Air Force the equipment, essential equipment it needs to be fully operational now and in the future. It's unacceptable in the eyes of our government to take risks with respect to Canada's capability to simultaneously meet its commitments to NORAD, NAD, and NATO. We are convinced that Australian aircraft will meet the interim needs that will last until a permanent replacement for the F-18 flight is purchased.
Lake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals actually have a credibility gap problem, and the Defence Minister has misled Canadians. For months, he justified buying old, used Australian fighter jets that were destined for the scrap heap by claiming there was a capability gap in our current fleet. Now, detailed government documents reveal that the minister's statements were patently false. The Liberals manufactured a fake capability gap to give political cover for the Prime Minister's naive election campaign promise. Why are the Liberals betraying our Air Force and misleading Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here, a modern fighter jet fleet is essential to defending Canada's and Canadian sovereignty. That's why we are occurring. 88 fighter jets replace the aging CF-18 fleet. We will come. The Auditor General advised in this matter to look forward to this report when? Tomorrow.
Order. I remind the members for Selkirk, Lake Eastman, and Edmonton West to not speak when it's not their turn. The
Honourable Member from Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the government promised small, little modest deficits and a balanced budget by 2019. Now, what has happened since then is that we're going to end up with 18.1 billion in deficits at the end of the mandate. And the question is very simple, and I ask it to the Minister, the Prime Minister, and the Minister of Finance. How can they promise a balanced budget, but when they don't see it happening before 2045, when will we see a return to a balanced budget? It's a very simple question. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we know that in 2015 we were in a very difficult situation. with low growth, unemployment that was over 7%. It was very difficult for families, for middle-class families across the country. We made investments. Now, the situation is very different. The growth rate is among the highest in the G7. The unemployment rate is the lowest it's been in 40 years. This is a good situation. We will continue to make investments in a future filled with opportunities.
Monsieur le Président, l'épidémie.
Mr. Speaker, the Ebola virus epidemic in the Democratic Republic of Congo has intensified since the outbreak is the most significant since it was discovered in the country in 1976.
Turn to the Minister of International Development, update this House on what this government is doing to address this issue.
Good question. Country Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague from London North Centre for his commitment to international issues. Controlling outbreaks of emerging infectious diseases such as Ebola is extremely important to ensure health and safety of Canadians and citizens around the world. This year, Mr. Speaker, we provided $2.5 million in humanitarian assistance for tackling the recent Ebola outbreaks in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And, Mr. Speaker, we just approved an additional allocation of $750,000 to support infection prevention and provide emergency assistance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Zéchimel-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, promises, beautiful words, false headlines, but nothing but crumbs for the largest naval shipyard, Davie. But the naval strategy isn't working. There are cost overruns, and the ships aren't being delivered. The shipyard in Davie is ready. This is now an issue of national security. Why are the Liberals waiting so long, and who are they protecting?
East.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Defence has identified the fact that we do not need another Obelix as we are building the joint supply ship. We appreciate the work that Davie did on Asterix, but we do not need a second. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, despite mobilization by economic and political stakeholders in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, the protestations by air carriers, and the devastating impact on the economy and tourism in the region, NAVCAN continues to defend recommendations to close FSS night services at the Rouyn-Noranda Airport. Even NAV Canada has admitted that this would simply result in minimal savings. Does the Minister of Transport, despite all of this opposition, plan to continue to follow up on the recommendations by NAVCAN? The Honourable Minister. At the request of Transport Canada, NAVCAN has undertaken a second investigation into the situation in Rouyn-Noranda. The study is currently underway, and we will soon be in a position to discuss the results.
Mr. Speaker, constituents in my riding of Brampton North have identified gun and gang violence as a significant public safety issue which must be addressed. However, it apparently is not an issue of concern for the Leader of the Opposition, who has not yet proposed a practical solution to deal with the increase of these violence acts. He recently visited my city of Brampton and unfortunately proposed redundant, unconstitutional, and ultimately ineffective measures. Can the Minister of Border Security and Organized Crime Reduction?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Brampton North for the question and her for strong advocacy on this issue. Mr. Speaker, protecting the safety of Canadians is a top priority for our government, and that's why we were proud to announce $86 million to frontline law enforcement to keep our communities safe. Mr. Speaker, what the Conservatives have proposed is not a real plan. Experts have noted that they demonstrate either little knowledge of the criminal justice system or they are deliberately trying to mislead Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative plan typically offers no new supports for law enforcement, and it is hard to imagine how they are going to deal with guns and gangs when they appear afraid out of the word guns.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, There were 5,000 in Montreal yesterday. I was accompanied by dairy producers, chicken producers, pork producers, organic producers. They all came together to showcase our local food supply. 5,000, Mr. Speaker, and not a single government representative, none of the 40 Liberal members were there to defend our local food in Quebec. They're hiding. Why? Because they know that they're saving face following the poor negotiation of a trade agreement. How can the Prime Minister explain this lack of respect towards Quebec producers?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Order. Order.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleague's question, but I can tell him everybody on the government side supports the supply management system. It is unfortunate the Conservative opposition does not all support the supply management system. We understand what took place. The government, U.S. government indicated quite clearly they want to dismantle the supply management system. We made sure as a government it did not happen. We also understand that our farmers are impacted by the New Deal, and we will fully and fairly make sure that they're...
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord.
Merci.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health has decided to attack Quebec's health system. The threat is clear. Either Quebec bans use of private clinics or Ottawa cuts transfer payments. Can the Minister explain what twisted logic she used to reach the conclusion that cutting transfers would be a good idea to meet the needs of people who have urgent health care needs in the province?
Santé.
The Honourable Minister of Health. We offer our condolences to the Honourable Member opposite for his loss. All people need is a health care card, not a credit card, to be treated in Canada. Our health care system is something we are proud of. It enables all to be treated regardless of whether they have money or not. We will continue to work with the province of Quebec and all provinces and territories to ensure that the health care system works well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. It's not by cutting transfers that it'll be possible to work with the government of Quebec. And here we go again. The cost of the system are going up and up. And the government, this heartless government, is cutting transfers. Now, they want to put even more pressure on the public system by banning access to private clinics, which will inevitably have an impact on wait times. Everyone knows that. When will the government leave Quebec to manage its healthcare system and stop attacking people who are using Quebec's healthcare system? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, we believe that it's not acceptable to receive care more quickly just because someone has money. We are working with the provinces to ensure that to resolve this issue, which is unfair. We will continue to work together to protect our healthcare system and better serve patients, as well as to protect patients in Quebec and across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, with a lack of pipeline capacity, the price of Western Canadian heavy oil has fallen to a record low, undercutting employment and public revenues. The Alberta government and industry are considering temporarily cutting output to improve prices, but are concerned about federal competition rules. Can the government assure Alberta and Saskatchewan that the Federal Competition Bureau will not interfere if they coordinate a production cut?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we understand the struggles that the industry in both Alberta and Saskatchewan is facing related to the price differential. We need to make sure that we are expanding our pipeline capacity to make sure our non-U.S. market is expanded. The challenge we're facing, Mr. Speaker, is that 99% of Alberta's or natural resources in Canada are being sold to only one country, which is the United States. We need to reduce that dependency, and that's exactly what we're working on.
Good job. This will conclude question period for today. I have a number of questions, points of order. I will take them in the order that they were received.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking for unanimous consent on the following motion, that this House recognizes the importance of the Franco-Ontarian community within the Canadian Francophonie and denounces unequivocally the decision of the Government of Ontario to terminate the office of the French Language Services Commissioner and the Francophone Ontario University Project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent of the House?
No, il n'y a pas de consentement.
No, there is no unanimous consent.
Alors.
Order. Order.
Alors. L'honorable député de Richmond.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska with a point of order. Mr. Speaker, we know how sensitive and important this issue is, but unfortunately on the other side, we've seen how they behave during question period.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We would like for everyone be able to work together on behalf of all citizens, Francophone, Anglophones, who are living in a minority situation in Canada throughout the country. So despite what I'm hearing, I see that there's still this partisan back and forth that's going on. And I would like to ask for unanimous consent for the following motion, that the House expresses its support for Franco-Ontarians and other Canadians in a minority situation throughout Canada, and that we reiterate Canada's support for official bilingualism as being a strength and an asset that must be protected and cared for, and that we recognize the explicit rights of the provincial and federal governments to legislate in their areas of jurisdiction, and that we call on this House and the Prime Minister to bring forward a specific plan on the measures that the government will take to ensure that all necessary services are provided to official language minority situation communities, and that these rights are protected, and that they come forward with the plan 30 days after the tabling of this motion. Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent? No, there is no unanimous consent.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Carleton is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that the government indicate by the end of the week the year in which the budget will be balanced.
Hear, hear.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent of the House? No, there is no unanimous consent. Tabling of documents. Order. Order. The Honourable Opposition House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I noticed you said call tabling of documents, and I was looking for it as we continue with routine proceedings so that we can get on to orders of the day and our Opposition Day motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 30 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Committees. The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities in relation to Bill C-81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. I want to thank all of those associated with this bill. Many accommodations were made to bring the witnesses forward, and I think we worked all very well together with the vice chair. And I just want to thank all the committee members. This is a good bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 53rd report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, entitled Report 1, Building and Implementing the Phoenix Pay System of the 2018 Spring Report of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition in support of Bill S-240, a bill that would finally address the scourge of forced organ harvesting. This bill, or bills like it, have been before the House at different points for the last 10 years, and petitioners and I are very hopeful that we'll be able to have the cooperation of all parties to move this vital legislative initiative forward before the next election. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present two petitions from citizens from Edmonton, Sherwood Park, Beaumont, Fort McMurray, Beaver County, Bonneville, Frog Lake, Oyen, Hanna, Cereal, Provost, Camrose, Chinook, Consort, Veteran, Paul, Cold Lake, and Acadia Valley, all calling on this government to introduce and bring forward a national framework for action to promote eye health and vision care, because in the next 20 years, it's expected the vision loss will double, particularly for Indigenous, seniors, and children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Speaker, I'm proud to present 5 petitions on the theme of built heritage in Canada. The petition begins in its introductory pieces as talking about the importance of history to the telling of our collective story. It notes that heritage and reinvestment in heritage adds to our economic growth that can also help with climate change as we invest in buildings. And so the petition calls upon the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to demonstrate federal leadership for historic places by working with the Minister of Finance to create a multi-million-dollar fund in Budget 2019 to support the efforts of Indigenous peoples, charities, and not-for-profits to save our historic places. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Yorkton Melville.
Pleased to stand today on behalf of these individuals who are calling on the Parliament to impede the trafficking of human organs obtained without consent or as a result of a financial transaction by supporting Bill C-240. We know that there's a great deal of angst about this in Canada, and these individuals are calling on the Parliament to work together, all parties across the scores, and make this happen as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of constituents in Cowichan, Malahat, Langford who recognize that the federal government recently announced the launch of an automatic enrollment process for seniors to the Guaranteed Income Supplement, but that it will not be applied to every eligible person. The petitioners also recognize that this is an important federal program which allows seniors who collect old age security who have low income to be able to count on additional income. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call upon the government to extend the automatic enrollment of the Guaranteed Income Supplement to all seniors. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Straitsville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present this petition in regards to fibromyalgia. The petitioner, Diana Akibis, is from Mississauga. According to March 2017's health report from Statistics Canada, an estimated 2% of Canadian adults have fibromyalgia. In 2014, these sufferers saw their family doctors 3 times more than non-sufferers, referred to specialists twice as much, and concerningly, approximately 40% of them did not have a job. The petition being presented today requests that the government study the classification of fibromyalgia as a disease of the nervous system and not that of the musculoskeletal system in the International Statistical Classification of Diseases and Related Health Problems. If classified as a neurological disease, there's potential to unburden the healthcare system with unnecessary specialist referrals and reduce prescription of painkillers. This is a potential opportunity to relieve the healthcare system and not contribute to the opioid epidemic. Thank you.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to present two petitions. The first highlights that 1 in 6 Canadian is a senior, and that within 13 years will be 1 in 4. And in some portions of Canada, it's already happened, 1 in 4. They're asking for a national seniors strategy, and that they're glad that the government finally, after 3 years, has appointed a minister for seniors. Mr. Speaker, the second petition regarding pensions, and they said that the Prime Minister promised in writing that defined benefit plans, which had already been paid for by employees and pensioners, should not be retroactively changed into targeted benefit plans. And they're saying that Bill C-27, tabled by the Minister of Finance, precisely permits this change that the government promised would not happen, and they're calling for the Government of Canada to withdraw Bill C-27. Thank you.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, and I have two petitions today. The first is in support of postal banking because, as the petitioners point out, nearly 2 million Canadians desperately need an alternative to payday lenders whose crippling lending rates affect the poor, marginalized, rural and Indigenous communities most. We have 3,800 Canada Post outlets already existing in rural areas where there are few or no banks at all. And Canada Post has the infrastructure to make a rapid transition to include postal banking. And so the petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to enact Motion 166 and create a committee to study and propose a plan for postal banking under the Canada Post Corporation. And the second petition, Mr. Speaker, is in regard to the reality facing spouses who marry military personnel, members of Parliament, Royal Canadian Mounted Police members, civil servants after the age of 60. And these spouses are denied a pension. They are also the caregivers who bear the burden of caregiving, and yet they fail to receive a pension when their partner passes away. So they're calling on the Government of Canada to support my bill, C-397, which eliminates all legislation that denies surviving spouses pensions in terms of military members, members of Parliament, judges, Crown employees, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, if the retiree entered into that spousal relationship after age 60. Thank you, Speaker.
I remind members that presenting petitions is a time to give a brief summary of what petitioners are asking for. The member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of constituents in Thornhill and beyond who petition the government, urging Parliament to move quickly on the proposed legislation to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to prohibit Canadians from travelling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to table a petition signed by residents in my riding, bringing to the government's attention the following elements. Tax havens cost Canada $5 to $8 billion a year. It is not doing enough to fight tax evasion. Canadians work hard to pay their taxes, but the government is allowing the rich to not pay their fair share. We ask the government to take serious measures to tighten regulations having to do with fictitious companies and to deal with tax frauds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today to present this e-petition, E-1580. If anyone wants to read all the details, it speaks to the issue of the kind of criminal actions of people who will abuse animals. The facts are that people who are guilty of violent crimes are often found to have had a history that started with animal abuse. The petitioners asked the Government of Canada, the House of Commons, to legislate so that anyone convicted of an animal abuse felony have a name registered, just as we would with those who abuse children or sex offenders, a permanent animal abuse registry, so that their furtherance in criminal activities and violence and cruelty can be arrested. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Just like my colleague from Edmonton, Strathcona is tabling a petition on the National Framework for Action to promote health and vision care. The petitioners are from Ajax, Pickering, Whitby, Oshawa, and North York. They also indicate that 1% of the total expenditures on vision loss is invested in post-vision loss rehabilitation therapy. So they're concerned about that, and they also indicate that the emerging crisis in eye health and vision care affects not only certain people in Canada, but all segments of Canadian population, with those who are most vulnerable being children, seniors, and Indigenous people. So, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, they are also asking for a national framework action to promote eye health and vision care, which will benefit everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Presentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question numbers 1934 and 1935. Question 1944, question 1949, and 1950. Question 1953 and question 1954. Question 1956. Question 1965 and question 1966. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if I can, the government's response, I would like to provide the government's response to the questions numbers at 1933, 1936 to 1943, 1945 to 1948, 1951, 1952, 1955, 1957 to 1964, and questions 1967 to 1974. If they could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
It's the pleasure of the House to formation questions be made orders for return that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. J'ai reçu une...
I have received a request for an emergency debate. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to request an emergency debate, as you heard during question period. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay, and myself asked questions about what the government was going to do in this horrible situation in Ontario, which is a direct, full frontal attack on the linguistic rights in Canada, on our very identity as Canadians. That's what at the heart of this issue, Mr. Speaker, our very identity. It is one of the pillars of our identity. Both official languages, it's what brings us together. It's what unites us and makes us who we are. And what happened last Thursday, a drastic cut to the Commission of Francophone Services, which is going to celebrate its 30th anniversary. This organization, this commission, and the commissioner, this is like the watchdog for Francophone rights. It would mean that there are 10 years of work, 10 years of investment. For us, it took 10 years of investments to get a French language university in Toronto. The executive had been appointed. There were programs underway. All this was being done. It was going to open in 2020, Mr. Speaker. And what is the role played by our federal government? Why do I want an emergency debate? Well, it's a very simple thing. The role of the Prime Minister in this House, the role of the Prime Minister in this country, is to defend official language minorities everywhere, Mr. Speaker. Has the honourable member finished? I was just going to mention, Mr. Speaker, that it is extremely important because in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, we're talking about the Canadian Constitution, our Charter. We're talking about federal jurisdiction. In Section 16.1, they say that French and English are the official languages of Canada and that they have equal status as to their use in the Parliament of Canada. And in Section 16, they talk about the increased equality of French and English in all our legislatures. So the responsibility for defending official language communities falls directly on the shoulders of our Prime Minister. That's why it's so important. And there is the Official Languages Act, Mr. Speaker, which applies to all Canadians. This act will be celebrating its 50th anniversary. It has quasi-constitutional status. This is why I'm asking for an emergency debate, so that the government can tell us what it will do to defend official language minorities across the country. This act is why Anglophones in Quebec can continue to flourish. We want the same for Francophones. This is why we want this emergency debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his intervention, but I cannot conclude that this responds or meets the requirements. Resuming debate on the motion by Mr. Poilievre on budget balance.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It appears that the honourable member from Carleton is as excited as we are to read the fall economic statement, and he'll get the chance, just as all Canadians will, to do so on November 21st. As the member knows very well, the fall economic statement is under wraps until then, which begs the question, really, as to why we are here today, talking about something we aren't allowed to talk about. But, Mr. Speaker, I welcome all opportunities to remind this House, all Canadians, and the residents of Vaughan Woodbridge of the work we are doing, because we are very proud of it. We are building a stronger Canada, a better Canada, and that means communities across this great country are benefiting from our government's fiscal plan. Our fiscal plan is sustainable by meeting our fiscal anchors and continuing to reduce the federal debt to GDP ratio. Nevertheless, the gloom and doom rhetoric of balancing budgets was the cornerstone of the past government, trying to convince Canadians that austerity measures were the only way to economic growth. Frankly, that plan and that rhetoric failed Canadians. It simply is not so. In fact, the work our government is doing is attracting praise from around the world. An Ipsos Miro poll of 18,000 residents from 25 countries released in July of last year found that Canada is seen as the most positive influence globally. The IMF has hailed Canada as an economic model for the world, with IMF's Managing Director Christine Lagarde saying that the world needs more Canada. Last year, this year, an A.T. Kearney study came out saying Canada was the second most attractive place to invest in this beautiful world that we live in. That's because a strong economy is about people and inclusive growth, where economic growth and prosperity is shared by all people in our country, all Canadians. From the beginning, this government has put people at the heart of its economic plan, or its plan for economic growth. And in fact, this week, as many of us were out in our constituencies, I had the chance to sit down with one of the leading CEOs of an auto parts company in Canada, Martin Rea, the third largest auto part company in Canada, employing 511 folks at a wonderful facility in my riding. And the CEO commented about how great our economic plan was working, gave us praise on the recent end of negotiations on the new USMCA. And it's those type of conversations that we hear about from folks, about business leaders across this country, about where our economy is going, and how we are growing the economy, how we strengthen the middle class, and ensuring all Canadians have the skills to succeed. Nous sommes arrivés avec la ferme.
We came to power with a firm intention to help Canadians who work hard, to help them to reap more of the benefits deriving from a strong economy, an economy in full growth. And this is why our government's first action was to ask Canadians of the wealthiest Canadians to pay more in order to lower taxes for the middle class. Thanks to these tax cuts, more than 9 million Canadians can save more, invest, or buy what they need. Further, in order to help people raise their children, the government established the Canada Child Benefit, or CCB, which is a much more generous benefit, non-taxable, which targets families who need it most. Thanks to the CCB, 9 in 10 Canadian families have a more generous benefit.
Helping those families who really needed it most. Monsieur le Président, cette allocation...
Mr. Speaker, this benefit has helped to lift thousands of children out of poverty. Thanks to this cut in taxes, measures such as the CCB, this has allowed a typical family of 4 in the middle class to have more than $2,000 extra dollars a year in order to help raise their children. This money changes the lives of families. It helps them to feed their children healthy food. And last year, at the same time, the government acted to help low-income workers. This was introduced in the 2018 budget. The workers' benefit. This is an improved version of the the workers' income benefit. Starting in January 2019, this benefit will allow low-income workers to have more money in their pockets. It will encourage a greater number of people to find a job and to keep it, while offering them real help for more than 2 million people who want to join the middle class. We've also taken major measures to help the elderly. After a life of hard work, retirement is the reward. It's supposed to be. But in Canada, especially among the elderly and especially among women, this implies financial difficulty. We believe that this situation is unacceptable, and this is why we're going to be increasing the GIS for those who are single and with a modest income. This will help the most vulnerable seniors have greater financial security and peace of mind. We've also improved the CPP, and thanks to this improvement, which will come in gradually, beginning January 2019, Canadians will have more money when they retire and will be able to have fewer worries about their financial situation and spend more time with their families. Working with provinces and territories to improve the CPP, and thanks to a decision of the government to restore the age of the GIS eligibility age to 65 instead of 67, more Canadians will be able to spend their retirement years in better conditions and in dignity. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the some 300,000 projects, infrastructure projects approved since 2016, we're building strong, resilient communities. The majority of these examples of infrastructure are already underway, creating more jobs, better paid jobs for the middle class. Further, Mr. Speaker, thanks to a good number of these measures, these economically helpful measures, consumer confidence is now higher than it was before.
With more money available to them, Canadian consumers have more reasons to have confidence in their financial situations. And it's not just a case of Canadians. This is also true for companies. Since 2015, after-tax benefits for Canadian companies have almost doubled, which means that companies and Canadians managing them have more resources available to stimulate economic growth. We recognize that small businesses are key drivers of the economy. In the private sector, 70% of jobs are created by small businesses. That's why we cut their taxes last year. In January, the government cut the tax rate for small business to 10%. And in January 2019, we will be cutting again. It will drop to 9%. The combined federal, provincial, territorial tax rate for small businesses will be at 12.2%, easily the lowest in G7 countries. And the results of these measures speak for themselves. The Canadian economy is strong and growing. In 2017, with 3%, Canada experienced the highest economic growth rate in all countries in the G7, and this year it should post, again, one of the strongest growth rates. That means more good-paying jobs for Canadians. Over the past 3 years, Canadians have created 500,000 full-time jobs, which has brought the unemployment rate to its lowest in 40 years. Salaries for Canadians are going up. The average Canadian worker is seeing a salary increase faster than inflation. And if current trends continue, 2018 could mark the strongest salary growth rate in the past 10 years. Consumer confidence is strong, and corporate profits are on the rise, which paves the way to other investments likely to create more interesting, better-paying jobs for Canadians.
There's economic strength for granted, though. This past year was a challenging one, especially with regard to the recent tax changes in the United States and concerns about what ongoing global trade disputes might mean for Canadian businesses. But, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, our government has worked hard. Our government has worked hard with our global partners. We finalized the CETA agreement, which is working well for Canada and for Europe, which is working extremely well, actually, I would say. We finalized and we've ratified CPTPP, which will come into the force at the end of the year. Another thing that will benefit many Canadian businesses and enterprises, including farmers from coast to coast to coast. And, Mr. Speaker, unlike some folks, we actually came to a good agreement with the United States on a new revised free trade agreement between ourselves, the United States, and Mexico. The new USMCA provides certainty to businesses across this country. And as I sat down with the President and CEO, Martin Ria, Raul Wildeboer, this week in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, his comments only reaffirmed our actions as the right actions and the right agreement to coming to USMCA. I also sat down with Unico, one of the largest agri-food processors in this country. And again, the verbiage I received back and the feedback I received back from their owners and their management was that our government's economic path is on the right one. It was great to hear that these businesses continue to invest here in Canada and in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. Last summer, the government heard from a number of business owners and business leaders that there was a strong interest in making investments, the kind that can position businesses for long-term growth and create good, well-paying jobs for Canadian workers. We heard from many businesses who expressed relief when we announced our new trade deal with the United States and Mexico, because securing that deal really does help when it comes to being able to confidently invest for the future. Mr. Speaker, we've removed uncertainty, and we know for businesses, removing uncertainty is the key for their success. La coopération entre le Canada et les États-Unis.
Cooperation between Canada and the U.S. is nothing new. We have a long-date relationship that is positive, a relationship that is truly the envy of the world. The links between our people, governments, and economies are yielding positive results for, and have been for, both countries for more than 150 years. And we know it is by working together that we can continue to offer real results for people in the years to come. The agreement that we recently concluded with the United States and Mexico reaffirms the importance of our trade relationship with our North American neighbors.
Nice trade agreement, because we know it will help support good, well-paying, middle-class jobs across this country. We know, as we've heard repeatedly in this House, and as I hear from Canadians and residents of my riding in Woodbridge, frankly, Mr. Speaker, people are working in this country. People are working, they're working hard, but jobs are there. The CFIB and others have estimated there's over 500,000 job vacancies in this country. And, Mr. Speaker, it goes to show that our government's record on this economy is a good record. It is a record that we can be proud of, and it is a record that we will continue to ensure, very simply, that all Canadians understand that they have a government that's on their side and they have a future for their families and themselves to be proud of and to be confident in. We'll welcome this new modernized trade agreement because we know it will help support good, well-paying middle-class jobs right across this country, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to say that again just to reaffirm our commitment to good middle-class jobs across this country. At the same time, we know that we need to do more to protect and maintain Canada's competitive advantage. One area this has been made clear is in relation to gender equality. Canadian women are among the most best educated in the world, yet they are less likely to participate in the labour market than men and more likely to work in part-time work. This underrepresentation continues in positions of leadership, and businesses in Canada are overwhelmingly owned by men. It reflects a number of factors, including the fact that Canadian women oftentimes have greater demands of unpaid work, preventing them from pursuing opportunities to reach their full potential. Our economy is not working to capacity when women who wish to participate cannot do so. I will say, Mr. Speaker, labour force participation rate for women in Canada is now at its highest level, and it's been climbing incrementally. But under our government and successive actions that we've undertaken, we've seen a real boost and real encouragement for women to enter the labour force, and we can be frankly proud of that, Mr. Speaker, because we know Canada does not succeed until all Canadians succeed, and that includes on the basis of gender equality. I'm proud to say that I have two daughters at home. They're two precocious young girls, and I know that the things we're doing today will benefit them for the years to come and for their future. And frankly, I'm proud to be a part of a government that's putting gender equality and issues of the like, to the forefront. And the evidence is clear. RBC Economics estimates that adding more women to their workforce could boost Canada's GDP by as much as 4%. Our economy is strengthened when women and girls have opportunities to contribute to and benefit equally from economic growth. The time is now to ensure that all Canadians, in particular women, are provided with an opportunity to succeed and lead. That's why our latest budget legislation is taking several actions to move Canada towards gender equity. This legislation provides help for new parents to care for their children during those critical early months through the new employment insurance parental sharing benefit, which provides an extra 5 weeks of benefits, which will encourage a more equal sharing of child care responsibilities within the home and allow for more flexibility, especially for mothers, to go back to work earlier if that is their choice, feeling real assured that their family has the support they need. Mr. Speaker, we are also taking steps to address the gender gap in federally regulated workplaces by requiring equal pay of equal value. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, again, this is just common sense. This is very simple. People should be paid for equal pay for equal work, if that's a term we wish to use, and we're on the right trajectory on that path. We know currently that men earn about $1 and women earn about 88.5 cents for every dollar men earn when equal pay or when we're looking at a job that encompasses the same duties. We need to close that gap, Mr. Speaker, and we will. Through this legislation that's contained in the BIA Act that we're currently looking at Finance Committee, we will do so. Mr. Speaker, about 1.2 million individuals, employed Canadians, will fall under the scope of this legislation. But let me conclude, Mr. Speaker, that we here in the House, we debate many things related to the issues impacting our citizens. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that we are adopting policies and caring about the issues that our residents care of. And I know back in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, it's a very entrepreneurial riding. People are very successful, employing thousands and literally tens of thousands of Canadians, tens of thousands of people across actually North America. And I know the issues that are important to them are the economy. And our government, in my humble opinion, as someone who worked in global financial services for 20 years, is doing the right things on the economy. We are investing in Canadians. We are investing in Canada. We are making sure that Canadians have the skill set that they need to succeed in today's world and tomorrow's world. And we're ensuring that our kids take advantage of STEM, ensuring that our kids have the literacy skills, ensuring that they have the financial literacy skills to succeed. We maintain that a strong economy is a result of a strong middle class, and our politics and our results reflect that. Over the past 3 years, the government has invested in Canadians and the things that matter most to Canadians. These investments reflect a choice to reject austerity policies of the past and instead invest wisely in strengthening the middle class, growing the economy, and yes, Mr. Speaker, helping those that wish to join the middle class. And that's what we have done. The investments our government is making are balanced by sound fiscal management. If you look at the fiscal reference tables, the OECD reports, you'll know that Canada's fiscal position is really in the top tier and continues to be such and will continue to improve. Anchored by a commitment to a low and consistently declining net debt to GDP ratio, that is the lowest in the G7. Some of the measures we have introduced since coming to office has been nothing less than life-changing for hundreds of thousands of Canadian families. We will have more to come, Mr. Speaker, in the fall economic update on Wednesday. Thank you very much. I have a minute left. I will say this, Mr. Speaker. As we come back from our break week and as I chatted with a number of business leaders in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge last week, including ones that oversee a $4 or $5 billion company, we are on the right path. Our government has taken a number of actions to help grow the economy, but more so, we are allowing businesses to invest with confidence in the economy today and for the future. We are lowering the small business tax rate. We are doing a number of things to support businesses in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge and across this beautiful country that we call home. Our trade deals are strengthening middle class, creating good jobs, and improving our relations here in Canada and with our European, North American, and Asian trading partners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
I thank the honourable member for his speech, but I must be mistaken, or maybe I went outside to the lobby. I'm not sure. I must have missed the part of his speech where he was talking about when the government will balance the budget. Because, I mean, I never saw a budget speech without including a date or anything like a date where you confirm when you will balance the budget. So I just want the member maybe to rectify the situation. I must have been somewhere else or not listening. I'm very sorry. So when will the government balance the budget?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my honourable colleague from Quebec on his question. What I will say this is over the weekend I was looking at Canada's the fiscal reference tables that get produced from the Department of Finance, and also was reading over the OECD reports in terms of looking at Canada's fiscal position versus our peers. And what I will say this is thanks to the sound fiscal management, a few years ago under the Martin Chrétien government, we reduced our deficits, we balanced, we brought in surpluses, we reduced taxes, and now what we were making up for the last 10 years under the Conservative government where they left us a huge infrastructure deficit in Canada, a huge skills deficit in Canada, and we're making the right investments today for my kids, for Canadians, and it's producing results. Job growth is very strong. Unemployment rate at a 40-year low. Business taxes are coming down. A tax cut for 9 million Canadians. An increase in the guaranteed income supplement for 2 million Canadians or thereabouts, 2 million seniors. We are doing the right things to grow our economy today and tomorrow, and at the same time, we have our AAA credit rating, our debt-to-GDP ratio continues to decline, and that is the right path for our economy and for Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I always enjoy these debates where the Liberals and Conservatives take a lot of time to attack each other's fiscal performance and argue about who's done the worst job. So if you ask constituents in my riding about deficits, here's what they would say. They're still looking for affordable housing, and both of these parties ran deficits, and there's no affordable housing available in my riding. When they're looking for child care, both of these parties ran deficits, and there's no affordable child care available in my riding. And when you look at veterans, there's veterans still waiting for the benefits that they earned in my riding. Neither one of these parties delivered those benefits, yet they both ran deficits. So there's a lot of things you can do, in my mind, before you run deficits. Sometimes you might have to. You could make corporations pay their fair share of taxes. You could close down the tax loopholes. So my question to the member, who never really talked about what they're actually spending money on, the big items. Why would this government run a huge deficit by buying a $5 billion leaky pipeline? And why have they contributed $35 billion to an infrastructure bank that in its first year made just one loan?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you for the question from my honourable colleague. The first thing I will say very simply is that our government and myself support Alberta's energy workers. I support energy workers across Canada, and we will do what we need to do in order to strengthen that industry. We have a very large discount on our resources currently in Canada, and we need to reduce that discount. We need to make sure we're getting our full price for our oil. And frankly, I support Canada's energy workers. They're a good middle-class job. They're good union folks, and we'll make sure that we stand with them every day in and out. In terms of what our government is investing in, I'll be happy to send a whole number of pages to our member of Parliament. But frankly, I would say it's the National Housing Strategy. $40 billion over 10 years, unprecedented investments in housing, affordable child care agreements, which we've reached with each of the provinces. Mr. Speaker, we've done a lot to help Canadians and invest in their futures, and it shows in Canadian confidence and shows in business confidence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Gatineau.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable colleague's speech and note that he's one of the few people in this chamber with actual experience in finance. And I would like to ask him to reflect, perhaps, if we can go way back to the initial decisions of the previous government and the surplus that they inherited, and we're talking about pre-recession. What is the track record of the previous government in terms of deficit performance when they inherited a surplus?
Not good.
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. What I will say is the past government actually frankly refused to admit that there was actually a global financial recession that was going on in this world, and had to frankly run very, very quickly to undertake a number of measures to combat that. And what I would say is they inherited a surplus from a Liberal government. It's not surprising. We are good stewards of the Canada's fiscal situation, and we will continue to do so. And they squandered that. They didn't prepare right, and they didn't make the right investments in infrastructure, in skills training, the things that matter most to the residents of my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. They didn't make those investments, and you know what? They left us a very large deficit, a infrastructure deficit, a deficit in terms of investing in Canadians and Canadians' future, and we're having to make up for that. We're making those tough choices, but those right choices, to maintain a strong fiscal position, reduce our debt-to-GDP ratio as we continue to do so, but make those investments in Canada and in Canadians that they rightly deserve and will rightly prepare us for the future.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the speech. But again, what we're debating in the House is this issue here, that the House call on the government to tell Canadians in what year the budget will be balanced, and to do so in this week's fall economic statement. It's not really a difficult question, Mr. Speaker, but it seems that every single Liberal here is avoiding answering the question. I was really disappointed today with the Minister of Finance, who basically was there. He was the guy that promised that they would balance it in 2019. Now, if it is such a bad idea, like the Liberals are saying now, why did they promise it to Canadians in 2019? So we do have an issue with our competitiveness. Business is looking for this government to do something and signal that they will get back to a balanced budget. So again, my question to my colleague is, what year will the budget balance itself?
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the honourable member from Oshawa for his question. What I will say, stay tuned for Wednesday, November 21st, for the fall economic statement. And I will say, add on to this, is that our government's fiscal position and the importance of having a strong fiscal position cannot be re-emphasized. And a declining debt-to-GDP ratio, which we've emphasized, is something that we need to look at and balance that with key investments in our economy, key investments in certain sectors. We have the supercluster program that we've announced. Again, rate reviews for businesses. And I will say this, on the U.S. Tax legislation that passed earlier this year, remember, they are running $1 trillion deficit. Now, I'm not sure if the Conservatives want to start running those type of deficits, but we surely do not. We need to be prudent. We need to be measured. We need to undertake measures that, yes, address any sort of competitiveness issues. But the fact remains, Canadian businesses are confident. They are investing. They're doing it in my riding. They're doing it in all our ridings across this country. That's why they have created over 500,000 or 600,000 full-time jobs over the last 3 years. The results speak for themselves. But we'll have to wait for Wednesday for specific measures in the fall economic update. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. Quite honestly, though, there's something I don't understand. He said he has children, and I'm wondering how you can stand up for this kind of debate when we all know that people are just throwing the ball back and forth and competing on who ran the smallest deficit. Sometimes it's hard to know. It's hard to know who's telling the truth. Is it them or is it them? But that's not even the issue. The Conservatives have worded the question very precisely. They want to know when there's going to be a return to a balanced budget. So I'm wondering how the member can stand up and talk about his children. And I mean, it's a simple question, and I haven't heard a specific answer on borrowing, on debt. There's been no justification either of the fact that we're not going to get that explicit answer. So when a citizen asks you how much you're spending, how many millions of dollars, how can you justify that if you can't answer the answer? I'd just like to remind the member that the question has to be put through the Speaker. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Well, I'd like to thank the member for his question.
Looking at the future of my kids and my two daughters who are at home right now, I will say that their future looks great. And their future looks great, not because only of our government's action, but because they are blessed to live in this country called Canada. We will find out measures in the fall economic update Wednesday. I encourage my member to stay tuned. I encourage him to be here and take notes and be attentive to the great things that are happening here in this country. We are listening as a government. We will always continue to listen to businesses, to consumers. At the end of the day, we will always maintain that certainty for businesses and consumers and the confidence that they have to invest in and grow our economy and create those middle-class jobs that Canadians want to look forward to in their futures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very happy to rise today. And I'd like to start by telling you that I'll be sharing my time with the Right Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfield. And as usual, I'd like to warmly greet all the residents of Beauport-Limoilou and my riding. And it gives me great pleasure to rise and speak to a motion brought forward by the Conservative Party, which reads as follows, that the House call on the government to tell Canadians in what year the budget will be balanced and to do so in this week's fall economic statement. This statement will be made on Wednesday this week. And so, fellow citizens, you're probably wondering what's actually going on. Why is it that we don't know when there will be a return to a balanced budget? Because, you know, even before I entered politics, it was, I thought, standard practice, whether it be Conservative, Liberal, or NDP. Well, I guess I can't say an NDP federal government, but it was normal for any reasonable government with nothing to hide that would put forward in their statement and in their budget and in their political remarks on a daily basis some sort of date or timeline about a return to a balanced budget. This is the first time, Mr. Speaker, that I've seen this. There are two things that are rather surprising, actually. They don't want to give us a timeline for a return to a balanced budget. And there are two things that concern me, and there are actually a first. First, this. The member for Louis Saint Laurent has raised this, actually. We've never seen a government run deficits when they're not in a crisis or at war. But here, we've seen the opposite. Now, the Keynesian perspective is very interesting, and the government has been following this approach for many, many years. When there's an international crisis that has an impact within all industrialized countries, it's not a bad thing for a government to massively invest in their communities and in their most important industries in each of those industrial regions, so that jobs are maintained throughout the crisis and so that there's no economic crash. We, the Conservatives, ran some deficits between 2008 and 2011. Why? Because there was one of the most serious recessions since the 30s taking place. So we acted responsibly. Why? Well, there was a good fundamental reason. There was a crisis, an international crisis. And second, despite the fact that we were a Conservative government, we took a Keynesian approach because we felt that that approach made sense in that context. So we were able to maintain 200,000 jobs, active jobs. And what that meant was not only were jobs preserved, we were able to build infrastructure, repair bridges, and that helped the country. I read a report recently that stated that that was the first time there was such a quick, rapid response. We put $80 billion out into infrastructure and into the Canadian economy at the time. So one of the surprising things, as I said, was that the Liberals are bringing us into a deficit, $20 billion this year, last year the same, $30 billion in next year, and yet there's no crisis and there's no war. The second surprising thing is this. If you go back to the wars in the 13th century, and if you look at the Magna Carta, what was happening? Well, there was a confrontation between the bourgeoisie and the king. Why? Because they wanted to be able to have some sort of assembly where they could complain, where they could register their complaints and talk about spending on various things that the king wanted to spend money on. And it's at that time that a parliament was born. This was the first version of a parliament. And my university teachers used to say that in the House of Commons, you'll see people talk about money, they talk about public finance, and I didn't realize that at the time, but I learned that here. Almost all of our debates really are boiled down to public finances. Why? Well, because the philosophical underpinnings of the British Parliament are that there be accountability in terms of how money is spent and where that money goes. So today now, we don't just have the bourgeoisie in the House, we have citizens' representatives who call on the government to find out how the money is being spent and when there are deficits, why those deficits are being run, and when there will be a return to a balanced budget. It's perfectly normal to ask for that. My colleague from Longueuil said it very well. It's scandalous that when a Canadian asks when their party is going to return to a balanced budget, and over 3 years, they can't answer that. MPs don't even have the power to answer that question, so they have to invent answers, they have to pretend that all is well and that they've decreased taxes. However, taxes, to be clear, have increased on families, all families in Beauport, Limoilou. And that's not to mention the issues with oil, with exports to the United States that have gone down. American investments in Canada have gone down, but Canadian investments in the United States have increased. Why? And what happens then? Well, it's because of the changes in debt levels and revenue in households. And here's also what's unbelievable. In 2015, to explain why they were going to run deficits, even though we weren't in a crisis or in a state of war, the government at least was able to provide a different explanation. The member for Papineau said at the time, and I remember at the time this announcement was made in Toronto, I saw it on TV when I was in Beauport-Limoilou, and there was an announcement where the PM said, I'm going to run a deficit for $10 billion, and they promised they were going to run a deficit. I mean, that was a first. So he said, I'm promising that I will run a deficit. Why? So that I can invest in infrastructure, or so that we can invest throughout the country. So that's why he was elected. And there was a certain amount of consistency in what he was saying. He announced this supposedly historic plan. I mean, it's always historic from their perspective. But anyway, he made this announcement on how much money he was going to invest. And I would say that's not a bad thing. I mean, we invested in infrastructure, and it's normal to continue to invest in infrastructure. You know, Canada actually began its nation building with infrastructure. The railway was built across the country. So that's a fundamental part of our country and our history. But what happened? Well, the PBO brought out a report. And let's not forget, this is an institution that was created by Stephen Harper, who wanted there to be an arm's length officer that could hold the government to account. In any case, the parliamentary budget officer told us that out of the $187 billion for infrastructure, only $9 billion had been spent. Only $9 billion, Mr. Speaker. So $9 billion divided by 3 is 3. So $3 billion per year was invested in infrastructure. And yet the first year they ran a deficit of $30 billion. So just remember, that $10 billion deficit was supposed to be for infrastructure. So they spent $3 billion, but they ran a deficit of $30. What happened the next year? $20 billion deficit and then $3 billion in infrastructure alone, and the same thing the year after. So clearly, there has never been a government that has put so much energy into spending so much money and to see so few outcomes that benefit Canadians and their families. And I would just say also that having a timeline for a balanced budget is a normal thing. It's something that all Canadian families do in their own home, whether it has to do with their mortgages or their loans on their cars. You know, it's not okay to say, I'm going to borrow this money and to take off. No, when you borrow money, there is a timeline. And that timeline has an end in sight. So when will there be a balanced budget here? Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sackville-Preston Chissacook. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. He sort of skated all over the place. I do, however, appreciate his remarks and the historic information that he's always giving us. I know we went back and forth between centuries. I've been trying to follow everything he was saying and relate it to the budget. But here's what I actually have a problem with, and I'd like my colleague to answer. The Conservative Party doesn't seem to understand the difference between spending money and investing money. There is a huge difference between the two. My colleague said that you need a crisis or a war to invest. Wow. If companies and businesses in Canada were to take that approach, well, they would all go bankrupt. Because companies in Canada are not there to respond to a crisis for spending purposes. No, they spend because they have a vision, because they have projects. They invest in those projects so that they can create positive conditions that will bring in extra revenue. And that's what our government has been doing. We are trying to invest in various sectors. We've seen unemployment go down to 5.7 from 7.1, 700,000 more jobs. And we've seen taxes go down for businesses. We have been creating conditions that will foster revenue flow because these are investments. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't talking about investments. No, I was talking about deficits. All small and medium-sized businesses that are at the very heart of job creation in Beauport-Limoilou don't borrow money simply to come up with projects. No, they invest for the purpose of profits. They want to be able to reinvest. When they have a surplus, they reinvest. We left $3 billion here when we handed over the reins of power, and they managed to spend it in a few months. Now, even if his theory made sense, well then, why did they say they would run a $10 billion deficit for infrastructure? If infrastructure is what they wanted, then why has that money not being invested in infrastructure when they claimed they would do that in 2015? The deficits that they have run were not for improving infrastructure and were not for improving the lives of Canadian families throughout the country. It was simply to please all interest groups across Canada that have always supported them. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to begin by congratulating my colleague. These kind of remarks feed debate. And I would also, in passing, like to salute the members of my riding. You know, he's right. We're here to discuss these issues, and people in our ridings listen to us on TV. So I'd like to thank him for his remarks and to remind us, actually, of the origins of these kinds of debates. Quite honestly, I understand why my colleague would discuss this in terms of investments or deficits or spending. Do you know, he's right in saying there has to be a term to that deficit. Here we are, a year away from the election. Perhaps if we weren't a year away, perhaps if we were a few years away, there wouldn't be so much emphasis on this deadline. You know, it creates even more cynicism. It creates a lot of cynicism because the government has set very high expectations, and now they're not even able to tell us what's going to happen. Do you think that this government would be a little less secretive and more open about this deadline if we were a few years away from the election? The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, I would like to be able to say that I think they would be more transparent, but, you know, I can't. You know, all you have to do is look at the ethics commissioner. You can look here and there and everywhere, and you don't find a lot of transparency. Now, why is it, once again, that the Army is underfinanced? Again, there was a report saying that there was a $2 billion shortfall for our Canadian Army. Why is it that this government can so deliberately not, for example, deal with its shipyard spending? How much money did the tankers cost that were built? You know, there are simple answers to simple questions. This government has to be accountable. And this question is very simple. When will the date be given for a return to budget? Returning debate, please.
Has the government spent so much to achieve so little? It's unfortunate that I rise today to speak to the recklessness of this government, the spending, the wasting, the deceit, and we're looking to end that today, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have been waiting for this government to tell us when and how when will they balance the budget. And I'll echo my colleagues in saying that in 42 days, if the Liberals are telling the truth or were to tell the truth, we will be in a balanced budget in this country. And Canada's Conservatives have been asking very clearly, not just today, but over the course of successive committees throughout the House of Commons during question period, over 400 times, Mr. Speaker, we've asked that question. When will the budget be balanced? It's not the most difficult question in the world, is it? But it's a simple one for the sake of Canadians, for the sake of seniors, for the sake of young people in this country. to find out when exactly the budget will be balanced. Now, this government is, for some reason, seems to feel that answering this question, these types of questions, are like climbing Mount Everest. We've heard from Finance Canada that it could take up to 2045 to see the budget balanced again, and that debt servicing costs will be $40 billion by 2023. Think about that, Mr. Speaker. $40 billion just in debt servicing costs alone. Who makes that money? Bondholders, debt holders, those people with money who lend money to this government. And by that time, Mr. Speaker, I think this is the most scariest aspect of not answering this question. My 14-year-old will be 40 years old, Mr. Speaker, according to Finance Canada, by the time the budget is balanced. And imagine the burden that will be placed on him and every other single young person in this country. 25 years of deficits will be on him, his family, and his grandchildren. And how difficult does that mean for him to buy a family home, to buy a new car, to save for retirement, or even put a few dollars away for his child's education? It's alarming, Mr. Speaker, and all we want to know is if Finance Canada is wrong, and will the budget be balanced by the year 2045? I'd like to think that the Liberals will stand up and do the right thing and balance the budget, but it's hard when the Finance Minister can't even say the words balanced budget. Is it because he doesn't want to be backed into a corner? Are those words not in his talking points, or is it because he's riddled with guilt over what he and his government are doing to this country and to my children and tomorrow's Canadians? And I'd be willing to say, Mr. Speaker, that it's very likely all of the above. We also see billions of Canadians' hard-earned tax dollars given overseas. A November 8th article in the Globe and Mail said that aid money in Afghanistan has gone to build medical clinics without electricity or water, schools without children, and buildings that literally melted away in the rain. Also, corrupt local officials who were in charge of paying workers with some of the funds created what the audits called ghost workers, civilian bureaucrats, police and soldiers who did not exist, then kept or diverted money recorded as being paid to them. Where's the accountability in that? Hard-earned taxpayer dollars. Another example of our money setting sails overseas is the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. By bringing Canada into the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the Liberals plan to send hundreds of millions of Canadian taxpayer dollars to foreign billionaires with no control over how that money will be spent or whether Canadian companies will benefit at all. When will the budget be balanced? When the previous Conservative government could not ensure that this money would be spent in the right way or that the bank would follow environmental, social, and human rights standards, we joined the U.S. and Japan and said no, the previous government wasn't willing to gamble the hard-earned money of Canadians in Asia in this way. And maybe the Prime Minister should take Kenny Rogers' advice, Mr. Speaker, and that is to know when to hold them and know when to fold them in this case. We can also look at the proposed Canada Infrastructure Bank. Who pays when a project goes south? Well, it's not going to be the investors who are taking the risk. It's hard-working Canadians who are going to act as a backstop to anything that may go south. Now, I've received many letters from businesses around my riding of Barrie-Innisfil, and one thing was clear, that small businesses in my riding are feeling taken by this government. The government sees small business simply as a tax grab to pay for 3 years of out-of-control spending. And I know the government has spoken about all of the programs that they've instituted, structural deficit programs. And I can tell you, over the course of the last week, Mr. Speaker, when I was back in my riding, I spoke to seniors, I spoke to families, I spoke to students who are feeling none of the impacts in a positive way that this government says that those structurally deficit programs are supposed to do. And these businesses have been hit, many businesses have been hit and will be hit with the Liberal job-killing carbon tax, increased CPP and EI premiums, increased personal income tax rates for entrepreneurs, and changes to the small business tax rate that will disqualify thousands of local businesses. Do you see what I'm getting at, Mr. Speaker? For 3 years, this government has squandered, entered into bad deals, and just plain messed up managing Canadians' money. They failed at every aspect of that. And now they have to go after entrepreneurs to make up their lost fiscal ground. How shameful is that? Now, Mr. Speaker, I think most of my honourable colleagues would agree that as parliamentarians we must be honest and we must be accountable with Canadian taxpayers. With all that this government has done wrong and all of the cover-ups, they should at least do one thing right. Not tell us where, what, why, or how. We'll worry about that later. But when? When will the budget be balanced? And I'm sure that the Honourable Minister of Finance will be more than happy to answer these questions so that we get off his back about it and he can get back to the work of balancing the budget in just 42 days. And I take you back, Mr. Speaker, to that time that the Prime Minister, again, during the last campaign, said that the budget will be balanced by 2019, Mr. Speaker. And now we're hearing that it won't happen until 2045. Why? When will the budget be balanced? Mr. Speaker, as I stand here today, and I urge all the members on all sides to stand with us and the almost 37 million Canadians and demand that this government say when they plan on balancing the budget. As many of my honourable colleagues have said, you can only charge so much on your credit card before you hit the limit and have to pay it back. Let's not hit that limit. Let's stop here before our grandchildren are hit with the interest and overtime fees and over-limit fees, Mr. Speaker. And for those of us who've lived in Ontario, we've seen the impact and the effect of structural deficits over the course of the last 15 years of the Wynne-McGuinty government. In fact, the third highest department, if it was to be measured as a department, Mr. Speaker, would be the amount of debt that Ontario residents have to pay in order to service the debt, the largest sub-sovereign national indebted nation in the world. And today's debt and deficits, Mr. Speaker, equals tomorrow's tax cuts, tax increases, or service cuts. And we can't do that to our children. Yes, we can make investments, but those investments have to be measured, and they have to be calculated against at what cost it's going to be to our children and to future generations, Mr. Speaker. And that's why today we're spending this day asking a simple question, a question that's been asked hundreds of times. When will the budget be balanced? And as we head into Wednesday's economic statement, I don't think it's unfair of Canadians, through their parliamentarians, to be asking the government, to ask the finance minister, that very simple question. Because, as I'll remind you again, when the Prime Minister in 2015 campaigned, he campaigned on small deficits. He admitted that. But he also said that we would return to a balanced budget in 2019, Mr. Speaker. And we are asking the government to tell Canadians, to be honest with them, to be forthright with them. We're asking the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister, when will the budget be balanced? Simple question that we expect an answer to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member from Barrie-Innisfil wants to talk about facts. Let's talk about facts. The fact is that over the last 150 years, the Conservative Party has been governing Canada for 38% of the time, yet they've racked up 73% of the budget. This is a fact. And this has nothing to do, Mr. Speaker, with circumstances, as they would like you to believe, but everything to do with the Conservative Party policy. Mr. Speaker, you talk about the last 19 deficits, or the last 19 budgets, I should say, that the Conservative Party introduced. Of the last 19, 16 of them were deficits. And those 3 remaining ones where they actually ran a surplus, 2 of them came right after Martin introduced or left them with a $13 billion surplus, and the other one came in 2015, and we've already talked at length about what they had to do in order to get that just 3 years ago. So my question for the member is, based on the facts that I put before him right now, the fact that the Conservative Party has absolutely no credibility in balancing budgets, where does the Conservative Party and this member get off on trying to lecture this side of the House on balancing budgets?
Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Sounds very much like a question he should be asking himself, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly. You know, listen, let's look at the history of deficits in this country and the fact that we came out of a recession. And I'll remind you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll remind Canadians as well, that it was in a minority government situation. And there were a lot of demands placed by the Liberal Party and the NDP to spend that money. But the one thing that was clear, Mr. Speaker, was the fact that Finance Minister Flaherty at the time had a plan to return to balanced budget. And he did that in 2015. And I would ask the honourable member the question back, why is it that every time Liberals make a mess, it's Conservatives that come in and have to clean it up?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Gatineau.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to echo the comments from my colleague from Kingston and the Islands. But my question would be perhaps a little more specific for the honourable member. You know, they stand up and gallivant around here and talk about balanced budgets. The member from Kingston outlined, I think, the lamentable record of the Conservative Party over history and, in fact, in the recent past, racking up a considerable portion of our national debt during the Harper era. I guess they were going to get to balance during the fourth Harper mandate. But since they are calling for a balanced budget, I would ask the honourable member, since I know he's looked at this, to be very specific in detailing precisely what things that member and that party would have us cut in the near term. In the near term, I'd ask him to be very specific, since we're into question time, and tell us, where are the cuts?
For Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'll remind the honourable member that it's his government that is recklessly spending money on programs and services. And I mentioned a couple of them in my speech, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned about the Asian Infrastructure Bank. I mentioned about the Infrastructure Bank. Time dictated the fact that there were other things that I couldn't mention in terms of cutting, but there's lots of things that this government, this Liberal government, is spending that I would characterize as not the priorities of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of money that's going outside of this country when Canadians are saying today that we need to take care of ourselves. Our seniors are suffering. Our veterans are suffering. There are others who are more vulnerable in this society, Mr. Speaker, who are suffering as a result of what should be Canadian priorities, not the priorities of this Prime Minister or this Liberal government, not their pet projects. Let's start looking after Canadians. Those are the things that we need to start looking after and start prioritizing where that money's going to be spent.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for... Oops, I'm sorry. We have to get this in before 5 o'clock. Order. Order. I have some very important information here. Order. In order, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship, and the honourable member for Essex, International Trade. Now it's resuming debate. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to be able to participate in a discussion with honourable members about the government's fiscal management. I cannot blame the honourable members opposite for wanting to talk about how the government is strengthening the middle class and growing the economy by investing in people and communities. 3 years ago, Canadians made it clear that they didn't want the budget balanced on the backs of hard-working Canadians or at the expense of the poor and the vulnerable. They have seen time and time again all around the world, from country to country, what austerity brings. It brings about poverty. It causes economies to shrink and collapse. It drives people into desperation and leads countries towards nationalism and upheaval. Canadians have seen this with their own eyes, Mr. Speaker, and they don't want it. They chose a government that will invest to grow the middle class and to create new opportunities for Canadians to succeed while keeping the deficit on a downward track. They want decisions based on facts and science. They want solutions that work with a proven record of delivering positive results. Mr. Speaker, our government has strengthened the middle class. We have provided real help to those who need it. And we have grown the economy with more good, well-paying jobs for Canadians. By investing in people and their communities, we have created both hope and opportunities for success. Hardworking Canadians are seizing these opportunities, building better lives for themselves and their families. These results are not built on ideology, Mr. Speaker. They are built on facts, and the facts are clear. Over the course of the past 3 years, Canadians have created over 500,000 full-time jobs. The unemployment rate is at an historic 40-year low, and the share of working-age Canadians with jobs is at an historic all-time high. Our economy grew at the fastest pace among the G7 peers in 2017, and we are expected to remain among the leaders in growth this year and next year. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, the benefits of this economic growth are being widely shared among Canadians. Groups who have been underrepresented in the labour force, young Canadians, new Canadians, women, and Indigenous peoples are seizing the new opportunities we are creating, joining the workforce or improving their position in it, and contributing to a stronger, growing middle class. We came in determined to help hardworking Canadians have more opportunities to share in the benefits that come from a strong and growing economy. And, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we've done. We've taken decisive and effective action based on the shared values that define us as a country and to make Canadian priorities a reality. We asked the wealthiest 1% of Canadians to pay a little more so that we could cut taxes for the middle class. And this middle class tax cut is benefiting over 9 million Canadians. We created the Canada Child Benefit, the CCB. Compared to the previous system of child benefits, the CCB is simpler, more generous, entirely tax-free, and better targeted to those families who need it most. With the CCB, 9 out of 10 Canadian families are getting more in benefits than they did under the previous system. And Canadian children are better off as a result. The CCB has helped lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. The extra support it gives makes a big difference to those working hard to make ends meet. For example, single working parents. This additional support from the CCB helps pay for things that can make a real difference in a child's future, like nutritious food, sports activities, or piano lessons. Thanks to the middle class tax cut and the Canada Child Benefit, by this time next year, a typical middle class family of 4 will receive, on average, about $2,000 more each year to help with the cost of raising their children, save for their future, and help grow the economy for the benefit of everyone. For a single parent of 2 children earning the average wage, or for families with 2 children where only one parent works at the average wage, the benefits are even more significant, Mr. Speaker. According to the OECD, when the CCB and other benefits are added to family income, those families effectively pay personal tax rates of just 1.8% and 1.2%, respectively. This means that they keep more than 98% of what they earn. In this respect, I'm proud to be able to say that Canada truly is a global outlier. And we have gone even further, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the benefits of economic growth are widely shared. In our 2018 budget, we introduced the Canada Worker Benefit, or the CWB. The CWB will put more money in the pockets of low-income workers, encouraging more people to join and stay in the workforce, and offering real help to more than 2 million Canadians who are working hard to join the middle class. The CWB replaces the Working Income Tax Benefit beginning in 2019, providing for a benefit that's more generous and more accessible. To give you a sense of what this will mean for Canadians, a low-income worker making $15,000 a year could receive up to $500 more from the Canada Worker Benefit in 2019 than they would have under the old Working Income Tax Benefit in 2018. That money will be used to support their priorities to get ahead, making a real difference for Canadians who are working very hard, Mr. Speaker, to join the middle class. With these investments in Canadians and a growing economy, we are proving what Canadians already know. A country can't cut its way to prosperity. A different approach One that includes smart investments and fair choices is what keeps us strong, united, and indeed growing together. And that's especially the case when it comes to Canada's most vulnerable, including many who worked hard to build this country. Rather than balance the books on the backs of the vulnerable, we are supporting our most vulnerable while bringing the books back towards balance. For Canada's most vulnerable seniors, we've increased the guaranteed income supplement top-up, which is providing greater income security for close to 900,000 seniors, 70% of whom, Mr. Speaker, are women, while helping to lift 57,000 vulnerable seniors out of poverty. We also introduced Canada's first ever national housing strategy. This 10-year, $40 billion plan will give more Canadians a safe and affordable place to call home, lifting 530,000 households out of housing need and reducing chronic homelessness by 50%. Investments in infrastructure, including public transit, roads and bridges, and ports that support trade, water and wastewater facilities, cultural and recreational infrastructure, and affordable housing, are helping to improve the quality of life for people across our country, while setting the stage for sustained economic growth over the long term. In addition, support for Canadian scientists, researchers and innovators, and new trade agreements, including the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement with the European Union, and the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, will mean even greater economic opportunities for Canadians in the years ahead. Canadians deserve to feel confident that their hard work harnessing these opportunities will be rewarded with a fair chance at success. And that's why we are improving the tax system to deliver on this promise. Our government has taken action to support hardworking small business owners by reducing the small business tax rate to 10% effective January 1st, 2018, and to 9% effective January 1st, 2019. Starting next year, the combined federal, provincial, territorial average income tax for small business will be 12.2%, the lowest in the G7 and the fourth lowest among members of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or the OECD. For small businesses, our actions mean up to $7,500 in federal tax savings per year. For the average small business, this means an additional $1,600 per year to reinvest in new equipment, in growth, and job creation. Small business is a key driver of Canada's economy, accounting for 70% of all private sector jobs. The small business tax reductions introduced by our government will support jobs and growth in small businesses and create new opportunities in communities right across this country. We are taking action to ensure that all Canadians benefit from the opportunities we are creating and continue to benefit from our actions in their retirement years. We have worked in collaboration with our provincial and territorial partners to enhance the Canada Pension Plan so Canadians can enjoy a secure and dignified retirement. The CPP enhancement will be phased in starting January 2019. It means more money for Canadians when they retire, so they can worry less about their savings and focus more on enjoying their time with their families. Over time, this enhancement will raise the maximum CPP retirement benefit by up to 50%. This translates into an increase in the current maximum retirement benefit of more than $7,000, from just over $13,600 to nearly $21,000 in today's dollar terms. With the action taken by Quebec to enhance the Quebec Pension Plan, along similar lines, all Canadian workers can now look forward to a safer and more secure retirement. And Mr. Speaker, we have accomplished all of this, creating jobs and economic growth, investing in new opportunities and the future, and supporting our most vulnerable, while carefully managing deficits. We are being fully responsible in safeguarding the advantages that Canada enjoys as a result of its approach to financial management. Canada's strong fiscal position has allowed our government to respond to international developments while keeping the debt-to-GDP ratio on a downward track and protecting the long-term fiscal sustainability of Canada's economy. As the honourable members will know, in just 2 days' time, the government will present comprehensive and up-to-date details on the federal fiscal outlook in the fall economic statement. As we head into Wednesday's update, I would like to thank the honourable member for the opportunity to remind the House of the government's accomplishments and the importance of fiscal management and an economy that indeed works for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her remarks. I fully understand that she wants to present her vision, the government's vision of the Canadian economy. But the facts are the facts, Mr. Speaker. The government party committed some 3 years ago to Canadians to run small $10 billion deficits, decreasing and to such an extent that it would be balanced by 2019. Now, we're on the eve of 2019, and it's clear that there won't be a balanced budget by then. So my very simple question for the member opposite is, how can she stand before her electors after having not met this election commitment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable member for the question. You know, as I rose in this House today to deliver this speech, I was thinking back to my week last week in my constituency of Northumberland, Peterborough South. And as I did my 4 Santa Claus parades and participated in remembrance activities, as I'm sure many of us did, I got to talk to people about what's important to them. And what's important to them is a just society. What's important to them is a growing economy. What's important to them is making sure that Canada is a leader on the world stage in the global economy. And we talk about, in my speech, I talked about the trade agreements that we have been negotiated and are being implemented. And we are the only country in the G7 that indeed has trade agreements with every country in the G7. That's quite a feat, Mr. Speaker. So my answer to the member opposite is, one of the things Canadians want us to do is to ensure that we have a complete and clear focus on ensuring that Canadians have every opportunity to succeed and to ensure that they have their families and we have our seniors in a place where they're able to provide all of those opportunities for children and seniors in terms of health care, in terms of income, in terms of all of those aspects of life that we want to see every Canadian be able to access. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Hochelaga.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the years, the Conservatives cut taxes for large corporations from 22 to 15%. And what that did was cost $12 billion in government revenues. I'd like to hear the member if on Wednesday she expects there to be more cuts for large corporations as part of the fiscal update. Because if that's their objective, that's not how we're going to achieve a balanced budget.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank my honourable colleague for her question. She mentioned tax cuts. And as an MP who, as I said a moment ago, gets to go and talk to folks in my riding all the time, whether it's municipal leaders, whether it's business leaders, and being a small business owner myself, no one wants a race to the bottom. And I come from the province of Ontario and lived through a former Conservative Premier by the name of Mike Harris, who did all sorts of things with tax cuts. And he did them on the back of our most vulnerable. He did them on the backs of teachers, on healthcare workers, on childcare workers. And I see a lot of those same elements in the Conservative, the current Conservative provincial government in Ontario, and it seemed to be echoed by my members across the way. It's not certainly something I want to see, and I look forward to hearing more about what is in the economic update on Wednesday, knowing that all of the work we're doing is to benefit all of Canadians and ensure that everyone has an opportunity to succeed. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
And as I was listening to my friend talking about the economy and advantages, really made me think about the conversations that I've had with people in my community about what's important to them, what their concerns were going into 2015 at the time that I decided to run and to take my seat in this place. And so one of the issues that I would really like to hear from her, because we're talking about tax cuts, in fact, there have been tax cuts for families and for the middle class across our country. Perhaps if she could talk to us about what she has seen in her community as far as advantages, how are families doing now with the investments that our government has made into so much in order to help build our communities and to create supportive communities that are inclusive.
Excellent. Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, and thank you to my friend for the question. We talked about tax cuts, and as I mentioned in my speech, we did ask the wealthiest 1% to pay a little more so we could provide a tax cut for the middle class. And one of the other things I talked about, the Canada Child Benefit, is an example. In my riding of Northumberland, Peterborough South, that brings in $5 million a month to help families in my riding. And that money is being spent in the riding, so it's helping grow the economy as well. And it's giving parents more opportunity to sometimes live in better housing, buy a new snowsuit for the child, maybe even be able to get skating lessons or play a sport. Mr. Speaker, it's life-changing for so many families in my riding, and I thank my friend for the question.
And comments, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague spoke about a just society. And to me, this cuts to the heart of the question about budgeting. It's the issue of intergenerational justice. The member talks great lengths about things they're spending on in terms of today. My 5-year-old daughter is here with me on the Hill today, and I don't think it's right for me to tell her that she, in her working life, has to work harder and pay more taxes so that I can enjoy things that I enjoy today. That is a question of justice, of intergenerational justice, of fundamental fairness to the next generation. Does the member agree that a just society is one that does not leave the next generation to pay for the overspending of the present generation? Or does she think it is just to do as her government is doing, which is passing that credit card bill along to my daughter?
For Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you. And, I guess it's the glass half full, glass half empty, because I would say to your daughter, Mr. Speaker, I would say to your daughter, the increase that is coming to the Canada Pension Plan that will indeed give the member's daughter 50% more in Canada Pension when that daughter is ready to retire. Right. That is the legacy that's going forward, Mr. Speaker, and what is intergenerational. And it is about taking care of the seniors we have and providing things like the increase in guaranteed income supplement to help the most vulnerable seniors while planning for the seniors of the future. They're both my children and my grandchildren. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, whenever a government stands up and talks about how well the economy is doing on average, it reminds me of that saying that, when Jeff Bezos walks into a bar, everybody's a millionaire on average. But the truth is that if you go to communities across this country, there are working people and seniors and single-parent families and children that are living in poverty and that are really struggling to get by. So while this government tends to boast about how well the economy is doing, quite honestly, a very small percentage of Canadians at the top are doing well, but there's a very, very large number. In fact, I would say the majority of Canadians are struggling. Even those in the working class and lower middle class that are living paycheck to paycheck and are carrying really untenable amounts of debt. So my question to my honourable colleague is, What does she have to say to those Canadians, the Canadians that can't afford to buy a house or are struggling with astronomical rent or are living paycheck to paycheck? What does she have to say that her government can offer to them? And how is her government's economic performance really translating into their lives?
Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable friend for the question. There are a number of ways a number of measures that we've taken to respond to that question. I'll go back to the Canada Child Benefit. Again, that is providing $2,000 approximately to every family that is eligible to receive it. It's also about the Canada Workers Benefit for those workers making low wages, to assist them with moving forward, and that extra that will help them. It's also about the guaranteed income supplement for seniors that really is about helping vulnerable seniors, and seniors, mostly women, frankly, 70% of who are women, who are single seniors, to help them have a better quality of life in their retirement. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Portneuf, Jacques Cartier.
The honourable member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before starting, I'd like to tell you that I will be sharing my time with my excellent colleague, the member for Souris Moose Mountain. And what's interesting about his riding name is that it has both French and English in it. And as a member of the Francophone Parliamentary Association, the French fact is very important, as it is for Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. Today, the opposition motion is very simple. Nothing complicated in it. We simply want to know where we're heading. And any respecting government must know what direction it's moving it in. So the motion is very simple, but I'll make sure that it's clear for all parliamentarians, so I'll read it. That the House call on the government to tell Canadians in what year the budget will be balanced, and to do so in this week's fall economic statement. And I've been informed that that will likely occur on Wednesday. So hopefully the Minister of Finance has worked hard and to answer this question, which is of the utmost importance for a good manager. And I hope that when he was in the private sector, because he was a professional, hope that he was professional and that he continues to show this same level of professionalism. Now, the Prime Minister inherited a balanced budget. People can say what they want. This isn't fake news, it's a reality. All experts have confirmed it. It's not a partisan statement, it is a fact. In 2015, there was an election, and when the Conservative government left government, it left the bank account with money in it. The global economy was growing, the real estate market growing in Toronto and Vancouver. I was talking about the real estate market in Toronto and Vancouver with record low interest rates. Last year, $20 billion in deficit. Just 2018, $20 billion. This government is making decisions and planning, putting in place programs, managing assets, expenditures, etc., but the government isn't showing budgetary rigor. Now, there has been extraordinary amounts that have come in, surpluses last year, but instead of putting that money on the debt, the Liberals spent it, but we don't know where. They prefer to waste. As the member for Papineau has never had to worry about money, he's not very concerned about spending Canadians' money. I'd like to inform the government and the Prime Minister that money paid by Canadian taxpayers does not belong to him, and it is his responsibility.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Papineau, who is now our Prime Minister, once said now this is before he was elected in 2015, that budgets balance themselves. Wow. What a promising future for this man as a manager of public finances. In the 2015 election campaign, he promised that he would run a modest deficit, which can happen, Mr. Speaker. And we've shown in the past that there are circumstances where you can manage deficits, temporary deficits. But the Prime Minister and the Liberals campaigned in 2015 all across Canada and said we're going to run a modest deficit. And in 2019, we're going to balance the budget. Now, the purpose of today's motion is to say, listen, all of these indicators are showing that in 2035, even up until 2045, we're going to have debt. Is this sustainable, Mr. Speaker? I don't think so. As I said, nearly $20 billion is going to be the amount of the deficit this year. That's 3 times higher than what the Prime Minister promised during the campaign. The debt has gone up by $60 billion in 3 years. And we're not trying to be partisan here, Mr. Speaker. Finance Canada is not represented by the Conservatives or the opposition parties. I hope that we would trust our public servants, and Finance Canada says we are going to have even more deficits if we continue to let the Liberal Party govern Canada. 27 more years of deficit, that's what they're predicting. Now, Mr. Speaker, as a mother or father, if we acted that way, it wouldn't take us 25 years to get to the point where we have to declare bankruptcy. And that's why we are asking today, when are we going to balance the budget? Under the Liberals, we're looking at an increase in the cost of living and more taxes for all Canadians. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you spend, at a certain point, you have to rebalance things. You have to cut spending in a drastic fashion or increase revenue. And how does the government increase revenue? It's simple. They increase taxes. It's not complicated. So I'm not making anything up here. Now, of course, I'm not a tax expert, but, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that my personal budget, my family budget, is balanced. In fact, I have surpluses and have for many years. For over 30 years, I've been getting up in the morning to work hard. I'm proud of it, and I'm trying to teach my children those same values. And I think that it's important to set an example. But I'm not sure that the Prime Minister is setting an example, or at least not a good example. Just like the way he's sanctioning marijuana, but that's a whole other story. Now, the Liberals are paying more to service the debt than they're currently paying in health transfers. Is that reasonable? The answer is no. According to the Department of Finance, the budget won't be balanced before 2045. And the budget is, the debt rather, is ballooning. More debt today means more debt tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. More debt today means more taxes tomorrow. Canada has hit the highest level of debt it's ever had, with a record of $670 million, or over $47,000 per family. Now, I say I don't have much time left, but you know, this is the first time that I've had quite this much material to cover in a single speech. I have a huge pile of papers here, so I'll try to get through as much as I can. I just want to come back to the broken promises of this government. Telefilm Canada will get $25 million, and I'm going to run through this list quickly because it's a long one. Short-term deficits, well, they said that they would run a deficit of $10 billion and balance the budget, but they didn't. Lowering the tax rate in 2016 is not actually having a real impact on taxes. Reducing the debt to GDP ratio by 30%. and 29%, immediately investing $3 billion for the next 4 years to improve home care, eliminating labor market studies to make it easier to hire assistants at home, and a whole series of other promises. Cutting EI benefits for 12 months to encourage businesses to hire more workers. Investing $100 million more per year for a research and development program. Investing more money in infrastructure. I'm sure I won't be able to get through this list, Mr. Speaker. Investing many more $1 million. Cutting GST for new capital investments, investing many more $1 million to create youth employment for the next 3 years, investing $40 million a year to help businesses create new opportunities, eliminating subsidies for fossil fuels, improving the Kinder Mountain pipeline, reviewing the repeal of the Navigable Waters Act by the previous government, and so on. Forcing all MPs to make their expenses public. And, Mr. Speaker, I see that I'm out of time, so thank you, and I'll answer questions now. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his speech. It was very passionate. Certainly, we'll need to rectify the story here with some facts and some history. Now, the legacy that they left us was really very different from what he said. It was really... They left us a budget that was sort of fictitious because they had sold all of these shares to GM. They had laid off tons of employees who created a lot of problems with Phoenix. They cut a whole bunch of investments for veterans and closed offices. So really the lesson here is that there's a huge difference between investing and spending. Our government is investing. We're not spending, we're investing in Canadians. We are ensuring that the unemployment rate went down from 7% to 5%. We have far more employees working in Canada, and that's due to investment. And with investment, we can get revenue and profits. And that's what we're doing right now. But I certainly appreciate this his fictitious account here. The Honourable Member for Pellenc-Jacques-Cartier. Well, I thank my colleague. I'm not sure if I caught a question there, but I would say that what we did, Mr. Speaker, is we took drastic measures when the economic situation in the world was really drastic. 2008 was a serious situation, and we were the only GA country to come out relatively unscathed. So we didn't govern in a way that was only in the objective of getting reelected. We were trying to be responsible, and we got results. Now today, the Liberals are living with the consequences of the circumstances that Canadians lived through under our government. And our approach was entirely responsible, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud of our approach. But unfortunately, I can't give any credit to the party across the way because they are not the ones who set up the measures to create jobs. So I'd simply like to tell my respectable colleague that if I had a budget to manage, I wouldn't want his colleagues or the Prime Minister of Canada to manage it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, on this issue of whether if he had a budget to manage, I'd like to know, would he want to balance the budget? If so, would he do what the previous Conservative government did and cut essential services to veterans, for example, because both the Liberals and Conservatives freed up money by cutting services to veterans. They cut programs, and also they didn't spend all of the money that was there. They let it lapse. So is that the way a Conservative government would try to balance a budget? Because that's what it seems to look like. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Hochelaga. Now, answering her question would be irresponsible, Mr. Speaker, because we are not in government. We made difficult decisions at the time because we were in a very particular financial context. Now, money is coming in. We're in a very comfortable financial situation, but the government is spending and spending and spending. Mr. Speaker, they even said that it's the right time to borrow money because interest rates are low. But these are the people who said that when interest rates are low, what happens is that they eventually go up. So to answer my colleague's question, when there are difficult decisions that need to be made, we would make those decisions if they're in the interest of Canadians. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I rise to speak in the House on this important motion we are debating. This motion calls on the government to tell Canadians in what year the budget will be balanced, and to do so in the week's fall economic statement. This is a question that many Canadians would like an answer to, yet the Liberals have refused to provide this information time and time again. During the campaign for 2015 election, the Liberals made a lot of promises. One of the major promises made was that they would run a deficit of $10 billion per year for 3 years, assuring Canadians that the budget would be back to balance by 2019. Yet, this year's budget projection of the deficit will be at $18.1 billion for 2018-2019 alone. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has stated that the budget will not be balanced until 2045, the way we are going, and the Liberals still refuse to provide us with their projected date for when a balanced budget might occur. To be frank, the fiscal mismanagement that has occurred under this government is astounding. While we are here today to talk about a balanced budget, there are so many other areas of failure that we could discuss, but that is not for another day. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals can point a finger at whoever they like. And, as my kids say, in doing so, 3 fingers are pointing back at them. But the fact of the matter is that they inherited a great fortune when they came into power. They came into a balanced budget, booming U.S. and global economies, outstanding housing markets in Toronto and Vancouver, and record low interest rates. They were set up to succeed, in a large part due to the work of the previous government. Instead of taking this great inheritance and building upon it, the Liberals took the $20 billion windfall of extra revenue and squandered every nickel. I often wonder if perhaps the Prime Minister is so out of touch with the way regular Canadians live that he simply cannot see the issue. The majority of people in this country do not grow up in a wealthy, high-profile family that rarely needs to bat an eye when it comes to spending money. They understand the need to be fiscally responsible, and they work hard to ensure they can pay their bills. They don't count on anyone else to pay their expenses. It seems because the Prime Minister has never had to worry about money, he doesn't worry much about recklessly spending Canadians' money and a plan to go back to balanced budgets. I believe it was Margaret Thatcher who said, the trouble with socialism is that eventually you run out of other people's money. Yep. Mr. Speaker, instead of keeping their money for groceries, gas, and other family essentials, Canadians will be paying more to bankers and bondholders to fund the growing interest alone on the Liberals' spiraling debt and with no light at the end of the tunnel. Interest on the national debt is expected to grow to $37 billion per year, an increase 2/3 of what it was. This money can fund the building of hospitals, schools, and more around the country. It appears that yet again the Liberals are foisting the cost of their irresponsible financial planning upon the backs of all taxpayers. When they realize that their job is to stand up for the little guy, not saddle him down with every growing debt. Mr. Speaker, interest rates are rising and consumer debt, including mortgages, is climbing rapidly, reaching $1.864 trillion. That's correct, Mr. Speaker, with a T, trillion dollars, creating a growing concern about delinquency rates. I know that my constituents simply do not buy it that these Liberals will balance the budget. I was recently speaking to a friend of mine in the riding, Maureen. Maureen has been working in the Canadian banking sector for over 30 years. She has seen governments come and go, and she knows the ins and outs of her industry. When speaking to her about the current deficit and the notion of when the budget will come back to balance, she said, and I quote, "They will never do it in my lifetime." Mr. Speaker, the reality is, at this rate, not only will the budget not be balanced in Maureen's lifetime, her children and her grandchildren will still be paying it off long after this government has left office. That is the legacy that this Prime Minister will leave, attempting to balance the budget on the backs of hardworking Canadians and spending recklessly while breaking promise after promise at the same time. I will tell you that if and when this budget gets balanced, it will be in spite of this government, not because of it. As I said, the people in my riding know that nearly all promises made by this government are a farce. They know that a Prime Minister who regularly says one thing and does another cannot be trusted. How can they and any Canadian believe that a government who spends taxpayer dollars so recklessly is actually able to balance a budget, especially since they have clearly not gone back on their promise that was made in 2015? Mr. Speaker, the deficit this year is now closing on $20 billion, more than 3 times what was initially promised. Yet there is very little to show for it in my constituency. In fact, the Liberals have made life significantly more expensive for the people of Souris Moose Mountain. They attack farmers and other small business owners with their changes to tax rules that would have serious repercussions on businesses' ability to succeed. They have failed to champion a pipeline that would have provided much-needed jobs in some of our communities. They are shutting down coal industry with barely any consideration to the thousands of people, including workers, families, and businesses, that will be affected by it. The Liberals are also hurting my constituents with their job-killing carbon tax that is proving less and less effective by the day. After realizing that Canadians, namely those in Saskatchewan, Ontario, Nova Scotia, and British Columbia, New Brunswick, rejected the tax, the Liberals went back on their word and ended up giving allowances. I've said it before and I've said it again. The role of government is to help your citizens, not hurt them. In healthcare, we say, do no harm. Since the Liberals took office, the average Canadian middle-class family is paying over $800 more in income taxes. That figure does not include the Liberals' new payroll taxes, which affect both employees and employers, or the carbon tax that will have serious effects on my constituency in particular. That means the worst is yet to come, and even more money will be taken out of the pockets of hardworking Canadians and put into government coffers. All of this, combined with a lack of an action plan for the future and uncertainty about getting the budget back to balance. This does not foster a positive and trusting relationship between a government and the people who elected them. Mr. Speaker, in order to make plans for the future, we need to know when exactly the budget will turn to balance. I understand that in some situations, running a deficit is necessary. In 2009, the GDP growth rate was negative 2.9%. There was a global recession, and running a deficit was a necessary tool to help stimulate the economy in a time of need. Due to good planning, and that deficit was gone, and we were back to balance by 2015. Last year, the GDP grew by 3%, a huge contrast to the economic climate back in 2009. We have growth, so why does the Prime Minister continue to pile on debt with no action plan for the future? Furthermore, what will happen if there is another downturn in the global economy? With this government's spend, spend, spend mentality, these are important questions that deserve answers. In the oil field, there is a saying, when times are good, you only buy toys with cash, not with credit. Because when it goes bad, and it will go bad, being too deep in credit will come back to haunt you. Furthermore, in 2017, Canada's national debt reached an all-time high of $670 billion, averaging out to almost $48,000 per Canadian family. Last year, the Liberals had to spend $23 billion just to pay interest on that debt. a figure that the Parliamentary Budget Officer says will rise to $40 billion by 2021, almost a 60% increase. That again means that the Liberals will be spending more on debt interest than we currently spend on health transfers. Mr. Speaker, that is absolutely absurd. There are so many better and more productive things that this money could be used for, but instead it goes towards servicing an ever-growing national debt. This is just one of the consequences of the Prime Minister's failures. Something needs to be done, and it is the Liberals who have the power to do it. Unfortunately, their track record is clear. They make big promises, they fail to deliver, and yet they expect Canadians to trust them. They spend recklessly, yet expect taxpayers to be okay with the fact, at this rate, we now have 25 more years of deficit. Mr. Speaker, it seems so simple to say that Canadians have a right to know when their government will stop running a deficit and get to balance. And I do sincerely hope that there is a plan in place. That is why Conservatives are calling on government to announce this week the year in which the budget will finally be balanced. The government needs to do the right thing. Stop spending so recklessly and acknowledge that no, budgets do not balance themselves.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Speaker, the previous member for his speech. He talked about a plan in place, and I'll reiterate what our plan is and what it has done over the years. So it's created over 600,000 jobs. It has the lowest unemployment over 40 years. We have access now to 1.5 billion customers from our trade agreement with CETA, with TPP, with the United States. So he mentioned in his speech about the GDP in 2008 up at 3%. Does he not believe that that's not a good number of growth? We've opened up our markets to 1.5 billion people. We've also, our exports have jumped 12.3%, the biggest quarterly gain since 2014. So does the honourable member not see that this plan is working?
The Honourable Member for Souris, Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative government in the past has created more than 50 free trade agreements. And it's great to have more. We need that trade. I come from a riding that is an exporting riding. We export our wheat. We export our pulse crops. We export our potash. We export energy. But we're exporting our children. During the last 10 years, when the Conservatives were in power, we brought our children back to our riding. My riding is losing constituents at this point in time. These jobs, Mr. Speaker, are not happening in my riding. In fact, this present government is going to shut down the oil and gas industry. The Prime Minister says he wants to shut that industry down. He's shutting down coal, Mr. Speaker. That is going to have a huge impact on my riding.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I was fortunate enough to be in this House from 2008 till now, and I well remember the recession that occurred in late 2008, one that the Conservative Party during the election of 2008 called a fiction. They actually denied that there was a recession coming, and of course then there was a very great recession that happened. But my question is about the subsequent behavior of the Conservative Party. I understand, and our party supported extraordinary spending in 2009 to prime the pump and get the economy going. A lot of that was one-time spending, but instead the Conservatives actually took a number of, I think, irresponsible fiscal measures, including reducing revenues at that time, which put us into structural deficit. But I have a simple question for my friend. Once the recession was dealt with by about 2010, 2011, and his party claimed that Canada was performing extremely well economically, can you tell us how much money did the Conservative Party pay down of the federal debt from 2008 to 2015? I'll give him a hint. It wasn't one penny.
For Souris, Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. And I can't speak for the previous government because I was not part of it. I am a rookie MP, and so will not speak on behalf. But I can say that Minister Flaherty did balance the budget. He did campaign on the fact that he would balance the budget, and he did come up with that balanced budget.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. We have time for a very brief one. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
I always give the brief ones, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry. Yeah. The Parliamentary Secretary of Finance said, well, this is really complex. And so basically thinking that I guess we didn't understand the financial part, or that I'm just thinking, was 2015 when he promised, I don't know how many hundreds of times? Is it more complex now than it was in 2015 when he made the promises that he would balance it in 2019? Interesting. How well the economy is doing. Investment in Canada by U.S. is down 62%. Canada investment in the U.S. is up 52%. So the economy should be doing well because the global economy is doing well. But what is happening here is that you're draining the pot dry here. And so I think I'd ask my colleague, is it irresponsible or is it incompetence that is happening, that they're not talking to us about when they can balance the budget?
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain, in 30 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my honourable colleague for his question. And Mr. Speaker, my constituents plan their lives based around a balanced budget. They get up every year and set a budget for themselves and work around it. Why? Because they know with hard work, they will manage that budget. And this government has not put the confidence in the marketplace, and those dollars are leaving this country. And that's a big concern for my constituents and should be a big concern for all Canadians.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Hull, Aylmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for having given me the opportunity to speak in the House on this debate. But before I begin, for the first time, Mr. Speaker, I will say at the start of my speech that I will share my time with the member for Winnipeg North. Mr. Speaker, in the course of the last federal election, Canadians chose between austerity and cutbacks proposed by the Conservatives, and also, I regretfully say, of the NDP, and between our plan, Mr. Speaker, which was to invest in the middle class to build a functioning economy, in fact, a thriving economy, after a decade during which the Harper Conservatives grew Canada's national debt with very few results. Canadians realized for themselves that our plan is working. More and more Canadians are working, Mr. Speaker. Incomes are rising and business confidence is high. That's a fact. Middle-class families today are better off than they were under the Harper Conservatives. And under our government, it is easier for Canadians to make ends meet. Allow me to remind the members opposite that the Canadian economy was not doing well before. By the end of 2015 and the beginning of 2016, the national and international economic situation was such that Canada's economy was at risk of falling into recession. Canadians were not confident in their future. The disastrous consequences of the cuts made by the previous government had all kinds of impacts. Let's just think of our linguistic communities, or rather the official language minority communities in Canada. The Conservatives canceled the Court Challenges program. They cut the CBC's budget, which affected regional coverage, especially Francophone news coverage. They canceled the long-form census, which otherwise would have collected important information for second language minority communities. The Conservatives also did not provide stable funding for Francophone communities. We brought the Court Challenges program back. We reinvested in the CBC, Radio-Canada. We brought back the long-form census, and we increased by 20% basic funding for minority Francophone and Anglophone communities. These are just a few examples which show that our government took immediate and decisive action to bolster growth and to address the concerns of Canadians. This government did what needed to be done. It invested in Canada's middle class, in Canada's communities, in Canada's economy, and its future. In 2016, Mr. Speaker, in its first budget, the government faced the challenges Canadians and the Canadian economy were dealing with. We focused on certain key areas to help grow the middle class and the Canadian economy further. We took advantage of historically low interest rates to make responsible investments, targeted investments, to grow the economy in a sustainable way. These investments will further Canada's long-term economic growth. It is thus focusing on higher incomes for all Canadians. We were also aware that our plan had to be financially responsible so as not to impose an undue burden on future generations. Our government knew that this approach was the right approach to grow the economy in the interest of meeting the needs of Canadian families and the middle class, and to bring back confidence in our economy. Today, those investments, combined with the hard work of Canadians, have created 500,000 new, well-paid jobs, and our measures will continue to strengthen the economy in a sustainable manner. However, to keep this momentum in a complex world, we know that Canada will have to continue to innovate. We have to invest more in science and technology and engineering and in mathematics. As the world has seen, innovation is what matters, and if you're not investing in state-of-the-art innovation, you'll be left behind. So together, we have to lead the way. Today, it's not a matter for each of us individually to work harder, but we must work together. We must work smarter in order to achieve more than we would ever have thought possible. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we developed our Skills and Innovation Plan over the last 18 months. The Skills and Innovation Plan launched the Pan-Canadian AI strategy. This way, Canada will remain a world leader in the field of artificial intelligence. And as a Quebecer, I'm well aware that Montreal and the province of Quebec are leaders in that field. We are a world leader, and this way we are creating good jobs. The Canadian government has heard the research sector when it said that more investment needs to be made in the scientific sector. This means we have to invest in young scientists and be aware of the fact that this field is international, interdisciplinary, and state-of-the-art. I've been interested in this sector for many years, even before I became a member of Parliament, and I would like to recognize the excellent work carried out by the Special Committee on Research, Special Committee on Basic Research, which has assessed the situation of basic research in Canada. And this review, in fact, was the first one of its kind in 40 years. In its 2018 budget, this government has taken measures to make Canada a world leader in research and innovation. To achieve this, the government has made unprecedented investments in the new generation of researchers. Mr. Speaker, we know that research helps us better understand the world. Research brings forward new ideas, and research helps to develop a workforce which finds solutions with confidence and creativity. This is why the government, at the beginning of the year, announced an investment of $2.2 billion to granting agencies. This is an unprecedented investment in basic research. This investment will help students and researchers. In fact, 21,000 student researchers and skilled staff will benefit every year from this support and from increased training opportunities throughout the country. The granting agencies are responsible for developing new plans to support those who receive grants. We are going to support underrepresented groups such as racialized minorities, women, and those starting out their scientific careers. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, allow me to remind this House that our investments will foster growth, and we are also responsibly managing our budget, and as well the the debt to GDP ratio is going down, and it will be at its lowest in nearly 40 years. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, contrary to what my colleague believes, Canada's financial situation is healthy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to listen to my MP when I'm in the National Capital Region. I live in Gatineau when I'm in town. He's my member when I'm here, and it's a pleasure to listen to him. However, unfortunately, I find that my member has forgotten why he was elected in the first place just over 3 years ago. He was elected just over 3 years ago with a commitment on page 84 of his party's platform to keep deficits low, 6 billion, and in 2019 to have zero deficits. However, 2019 is around the corner. Not only will there be no deficit, but we have no idea when we will balance the budget again. So my question is simple. When are we going to balance the budget again? The member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I would like to thank him for having chosen the right riding to live in while he is here in the National Capital Region. Hull-Aylmer is a wonderful area, and I encourage all of my colleagues to move there during the next Parliament if they haven't already done so. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague said that I had forgotten why I had been elected in the first place in 2015. However, I believe that my honourable colleague is wrong. Why were we elected? We were elected because Canadians wanted to replace the previous government, which unfortunately had not invested in our economy. Back then, we had anemic economic growth. However, we know full well that after we were elected, we created over 500,000 good full-time jobs to help grow the middle class. And this is why the constituents from Hull-Aylmer put their trust in me. Therefore, I can say that myself and my colleagues have succeeded.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well,
point of order. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. would ask for unanimous consent to table the Liberal platform, in which they had promised not to run any deficits in 2019. Does the member have unanimous consent to table this platform? Unanimous consent has been denied.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think my colleagues in the New Democratic Party come from the tradition that elections matter, our democracy is vital to our nation, and that in order for Canadians to make valid choices and express their democratic will, that they be able to rely on what is said by political parties. It's the quaint notion of actually having integrity as a party at election time, and we all know that sometimes facts change, but the Liberal Party made a very, very deliberate and definite pledge to Canadians in 2015. They said that they would run 3 modest deficits of about $10 billion each and balance the budget in the 4th year. And incidentally, in 2015, we were not in recession. The economy was moving along between 1% and 2% growth. And yet, when they got into office, this government then abandoned that completely, is now running deficits in about the $19–20 billion range, and of course, as has been stated by my Conservative colleagues, with no plan whatsoever to bring the budget back into balance. So I have a clear question for my honourable colleague. Why? Why did his government abandon that promise, that clear pledge that they made to Canadians in 2015 to lay out a fiscal plan, and then as soon as they got into office, completely act in a completely opposite manner?
For Hull Elmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to admit that I'm somewhat disappointed because we see once again that my colleagues from the NDP still haven't learned their lesson, because that's what they did in 2015. They didn't develop their own fiscal framework. What did they do? They adopted the Conservative framework, and what was that framework? It was the lowest economic growth since before World War II, since the Great Depression in the 30s. It's incredible. Canadians saw through this, Mr. Speaker, and they made the right choice. They made the right choice because they decided to adopt our plan for the middle class, for economic growth. And what did we get, Mr. Speaker? We got the strongest economic growth in the entire G7. People have jobs now, and it's really encouraging. Canadians are never wrong in an election, and this time they really weren't wrong in voting for the Liberal Party of Canada. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise and address this beautiful chamber. And, I was somewhat interested by my colleague across the way when he was wanting to table a very important document. The document being the Liberal Party of Canada's platform, which was actually growing Canada's middle class. And, it is a very important document, a document that has been read by millions of Canadians, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker. And what Canadians had realized was that there was only one political party in the last national election that was truly concerned and committed in terms of growing Canada's middle class. And that is one of the reasons I believe that Canadians in every region of our country supported our Prime Minister, the Liberal Party, and the Liberal candidates, because in good part, because of that commitment to Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, Mr. Speaker. And you would think that the Conservatives would have learned something from that last federal election. And, the last few days have been somewhat interesting, where we see the leader of the Conservative Party being caught between one buddy versus another buddy. We know that the Conservative leader has a deep admiration and a personal friendship with Stephen Harper, and does a great deal of consulting and working with the former Prime Minister. Many would argue that the Prime Minister, the former Conservative Prime Minister, gives the marching orders for the Conservative Party here in opposition. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's being a little bit challenged nowadays by the Premier of Ontario. You know, the Premier of Ontario seems to say jump, and the Conservative leader says, well, how high? And it was interesting watching question period today, which was, I thought, a fairly good example of just to what degree the Conservative Party here in Ottawa, the National Conservative Party, seems to want to buy into what Premier Ford is trying to sell Ontarians. And, Mr. Speaker, I think that Canadians from coast to coast to coast should be somewhat concerned. We could talk about the many different aspects of the cuts that are being proposed, but today in question period there is one aspect that was really highlighted. That being in terms of the Francophone cuts for educational purposes and services. Some fairly significant cuts. You had political parties from all sides of the House, except for the Conservatives, actually stand up and recognize just how important, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge, on a point of order.
Speaker, through you, I wonder if you could bring this member to order and return him to the motion at hand, which is about the date which the government will inform the House of the balanced budget, not what happened today in question period on an unrelated matter.
I thank the honourable member. I assume the honourable member is sort of getting at the sort of relevance issue, which all members know, of course. They're asked to keep their remarks within the boundaries of relevance to the question in front of the House. The honourable parliamentary secretary wished to respond, though. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Am I speaking to the same point of order? Yes. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for us to recognize that what we're talking about, or what the member's talking about, is the idea of a balanced budget and trying to get a date. The very same thing that Stephen Harper was calling for, Mr. Speaker. And this is something in which I pointed out in my speech, where often when I listen to the opposition members, it's like listening to Stephen Harper, and lately it's about listening to Doug Ford. I think it's absolutely relevant.
So I think we've resolved the point of order question at this point. I think, and I'd ask the honourable parliamentary secretary, certainly drawing that comparison does work in terms of keeping relevance, but if he can through the remainder, I recognize that he's only about a third of the way into his 10 minutes, so I'm sure he'll use that time to bring the points around to the question that's before the House. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I suspect that point of order time is taken off, so I get that full 10-minute maximum, I hope, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, the point is that at the end of the day, you know, when we look at what it is that we have before us, we have a Conservative opposition trying to give advice to the government on an issue in which, for all intents and purposes, Mr. Speaker, they have no credibility on. Think about it. The Conservative Party, which has been, you know, Canada's 151 years old, the Conservative Party has governed Canada for about 38% of the time, Mr. Speaker. Now, do the math on this. 38% of the time, 151 years, Conservative rule in Canada. Take all of Canada's debt, and what do you think the percentage of that debt was created by the Conservative Party who ruled Canada for 38% of the time?
Surely small.
One would think it would be small. It's a vast majority. You're talking almost 75% of the debt, Mr. Speaker. Now, if that's not enough to convince my Conservative friends across the way, think about when it is that Stephen Harper became the Prime Minister of Canada. When he became the Prime Minister of Canada, he inherited a multi-billion-dollar surplus. And, Mr. Speaker, prior to the recession, and it's really important to recognize this, because the Conservatives will say, well, there was a recession. But nope, not when they were first elected, Mr. Speaker. It was prior to the recession, they took that multi-billion-dollar surplus of Paul Martin
and converted it into a multi-billion-dollar deficit. Every year after that, they had a deficit after yet another deficit, and just right through to the very end, as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, because they'll say, well, you know what, in our last year, we actually had a surplus. We had a balanced budget in the last year, Mr. Speaker. I was here in that last year. I sat in the opposition benches when they wholesaled the GM stocks, Mr. Speaker, in order to try to achieve that balanced budget. We had other independent officers saying that there was no balanced budget. Mr. Speaker, I question that so-called balanced budget. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, if Stephen Harper demonstrated one thing, I would suggest to you that one thing is not only could he not keep Canada's budgets balanced in any sort of a way, but when it came to economic performance, he failed miserably. Think about it. We've been in office for 3 years, working with Canadians and industries and doing all sorts of, taking all sorts of economic activities, working with Canadians. We have seen the generation of over 500,000 full-time jobs. Many more tens of thousands of part-time jobs. Compare that to the 10 years of Stephen Harper. Well, Mr. Speaker, my one colleague that used the phrase "duh" says it quite well. Stephen Harper's stewardship of our economy was not that great. You'd have to go back decades. Records that were set in the opposite direction with Stephen Harper as Prime Minister. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have seen so many actions by this government. Having only 10 minutes to talk about it just doesn't do it justice. We talk about the most important thing that we believe through these budgets that is taking place, and that is reinforcing the importance of Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, while at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we are giving a helping hand in a very tangible way for our seniors that are living in poverty, in particular those receiving GIS, Mr. Speaker, something in which the Conservatives and the NDP voted against. We see the enhancement of the Canada Child Benefit Program and tax changes that would prevent millionaires from receiving the Canada Child Benefit Program, Mr. Speaker, literally putting hundreds of millions of dollars back into the economy. And they voted against that too. I look at Winnipeg North alone on the Canada Child Benefit Program. We get in about $9 million a month going into Winnipeg North. Think about what that does for the collective disposable economy of the residents of Winnipeg North and the impact that spending has on the economy.
You wonder what they're thinking.
This is something in which is universally, virtually applied across the country in terms of that disposable income going up as a direct response of Government of Canada initiatives under this Prime Minister, under this Cabinet, and this caucus that is assisting in driving the economy. A healthy middle class ensures a healthier economy, Mr. Speaker, because it is the middle class that drives the economy. And if we invest in the middle class, we are investing in Canada. In a couple days, on Wednesday, we're going to get a fall economic update. I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but I'm looking forward to it, as many of my caucus colleagues, if not all of my caucus colleagues are, because we understand and appreciate the important role that this government has played in our economy in the last 3 years. Let's go back to the idea of the budget. I explained why it is that people that are following this debate should get a better understanding of who is requesting the type of information that's being requested. It's coming from an official opposition party while in government failed miserably to balance a budget, period. Not only just a few years, but historically, Mr. Speaker. Why should the current government of Canada take advice from the Conservatives on this very important issue? At the end of the day, the economic plans and the programs that we put into place is working. We have seen that in a very tangible way, and I thank you for the opportunity to share a very few thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member, l'honourable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Could I say c'est très divertissant.
It's very entertaining.
To my very well and impressive colleague. He talked a lot about his famous program of 2015. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I cannot show it in the House, but so this is why I asked the permission to table it in the House so every Canadian could have access to that, but unfortunately, those guys refused. And we understand quite well, Mr. Speaker, because on the page 84, on page 12, in the French version, it is written crystal clear, small deficit for 3 years in a row, 10, 10, 6, and after that, zero deficit in 2019. The reality is not that today. So, Mr. Speaker, I will ask a clear and simple question to my honourable colleague. When will we get back to zero deficit?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the government has recognized what is important to Canadians and is investing in those important policy initiatives. It's interesting, as I sat back and I listened to the question that the member was across the way posing, and some of the thoughts that were going across my mind is that what exactly is it that the Conservative Party would intend to cut? We saw it at the provincial level, Mr. Speaker, in terms of what it is that they're prepared to cut. And there is a fairly severe negative reaction to the Conservative Doug Ford approach, Mr. Speaker. And I would challenge my Conservative friends opposite to start telling Canadians what it is that they are prepared to see cut. Give us some specifics is my challenge to them, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening since this motion first was debated. In 2015, I campaigned, and I remember that the Liberals were promising to put money into infrastructure and huge investments, but in my riding of Jonquière, at this very moment, we haven't seen any of that money, and that's what people are concerned about. That's why we're asking the government so many questions. For those watching on TV, watching us quarrel over this, it's quite straightforward. We all have a mortgage to pay. I know in 25 years, if everything goes well, I'll have paid that off and I'll be able to balance my budget. And that's why it's good to have healthy finances, sound finances, and that's all we're asking for. Why can't the Liberals come clean? Why can't they set a date for when the books will be balanced so that we know where we're heading? I think that's quite straightforward. It's just like everybody does with their mortgage, all Canadians. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I remember the last election quite well when Thomas Mulcair, the leader of the New Democratic Party, said that he was going to balance the budget at all costs. And I can tell you, he might have gotten a lot of support from the Conservatives with that statement. But from my perspective, Mr. Speaker, especially in the last couple of years, every time you get a New Democrat standing up, they're saying spend more, constantly. On the one hand, you have the NDP saying spend more. On the other hand, you have the Conservatives saying spend less. I'm quite happy in terms of where we're falling on this issue. But I can tell you, for my NDP friends that made the commitment to balance at all costs, that they're really selling short many of the investments that this government has actually put in place. Everything from the Canada Child benefit, the investments in our veterans, Mr. Speaker, our housing strategy, Mr. Speaker. These are investments in Canadians, something that we truly believe in, and yet we continue to get the NDP on the one hand saying, Mr. Speaker, that they would have balanced the budget at all costs, which I would have argued is highly irresponsible.
We have time just for one short question, as I see lots of interest in this. The honourable member for Oshawa, a very short question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind my colleague that what we're debating here is that the House call upon the government to tell Canadians in what year the budget will be balanced, and to do so in this week's fall economic statement. Now, every single Liberal MP I've heard talking today has been avoiding the question. And basically, Mr. Speaker, this was the Liberal promise. And if it was such a bad idea to balance the budget, I just want my Liberal member to stand up and explain, then why did he promise Canadians that they would balance the budget? And if he could let us know, the Prime Minister thinks the budget balances itself. Could at least let us know what year he thinks that's going to happen in?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, I'm going to go back to the Stephen Harper era. And in Stephen Harper, the former Prime Minister, what was made very clear is that the Conservatives had absolutely no idea. They had made soft commitments to balance budgets, and we know in the reality as time proceeded that Stephen Harper was unable to actually balance a budget. So again, I would suggest to my colleagues across the way, when it comes to the issue of balancing budgets, the Conservatives are not in a good position to be able to give recommendation or advice because, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, they failed so miserably in their years of governance on them.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, $2,066,210.05 is the amount of money every hour the Liberal government spends more than it collects. That means that every day they are adding $49,500,000 to Canada's debt. No Canadian voted for this debt. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with my colleague today from the member from Calgary, Rocky Ridge. Now, Mr. Speaker, not even the most partisan Liberal thought that their government was going to do this to the nation's finances. And across Canada, Liberal candidates said that their numbers were rock solid. They said that they had a fiscal plan and that voters could trust them. Well, nothing could have been further from reality. I remember participating in a debate where I questioned the validity of these proposed Liberal deficits. And I was told that the Liberals had financial gurus who worked on their election platform. They knew exactly what they were doing and that their short-term deficits were not only needed, they were good for the nation. Now we know the exact consequences of their ill-thought-out fiscal plans. A lot of red ink and debt service charges that'll continue to rise for the foreseeable future. Now, back in 2015, the Liberals walked into a balanced budget, a growing economy, and record low interest rates. Not only did the Liberals break the bank in their first couple of years in office, they raised taxes and drove us deeper into debt while doing it. That's the share of the national debt for every living, breathing Canadian. And that is just the federal debt. This is not including provincial, municipal, personal, and household debt. There is something fundamentally wrong when the Minister of Finance, the individual in charge of the nation's money, is unable to tell the House of Commons when he plans on balancing the budget. Some could argue that he doesn't know. Some could say that he's refusing to say. Some could even say that he's holding us in great suspense and is planning the grand reveal in the days ahead. Regardless of the endless speculation, I'd argue that he doesn't care. His actions reveal that he may actually believe that the budget will balance itself. Politicians need to be reminded on a constant basis that money doesn't grow on trees. It doesn't magically appear out of thin air, and budgets don't balance themselves. There has been little evidence to suggest that this Liberal government has any intention of ever getting the nation's finances under control. From what has been reported, their cabinet committee in charge of finding efficiencies has come up empty. They have almost nothing to show for their efforts. they have no plans to return to a balanced budget. There's been no meaningful debate from the Liberal government, which leads us to our Conservative Opposition Day motion that we are now arguing its merits at this very moment. It is telling that we even have to put forward a motion such as this. Surely to goodness, the first thing the Minister of Finance should be concerned about is balancing the budget. The mere fact that every single day the Liberal government is borrowing millions of dollars with zero plan to ever pay it back should be a signal that it is time for a new government. The government's own survey found that Canadians believe it is wrong, Mr. Speaker, to continue to rack up massive deficits and add billions to the debt. In that same survey, which the government commissioned, it said that over 60% of Canadians want to make reducing the deficit, a priority. And I can assure the Minister of Finance that those numbers are accurate. I'd even go so far as to agree that in my constituency, or argue, pardon me, in my constituency that of Brandon Souris, that those numbers would even be higher. Across this country, everyday taxpayers are fed up with the government, with governments everywhere that do not live within their means. They know that when interest rates rise, and they will, it'll be a serious blow to their pocketbooks. The Minister of Finance has had ample opportunities to inform Canadians of his plan to stop adding billions of dollars of debt. But at every turn, he has twisted himself into a pretzel. He is a very accomplished, educated, successful individual, so I know full well that he understands the question. In many respects, I have a little bit of sympathy for him. He must feel absurd as he bobs and weaves while evading this question. The word balance truly seems to be the hardest word. I know my colleagues across the way are a little leery of the whole conversation as it reminds the entire nation that the budget is supposed to be balanced next year. In the last election, there was no ambiguity in the Liberal election platform about the numbers. It said, and I quote, "In 2019, we will balance the budget." It didn't say that the Liberals will try to balance the budget. It didn't say that they will strive to balance the budget. It said that they will balance the budget. Not only did they break that promise to Canadians, they have failed to provide a plan to stop adding billions of dollars to our debt. Now, what makes this also somewhat comical, if it were not so serious a topic, right under the promise of balancing the budget, the Liberal platform said they, quote, "will raise the bar on fiscal transparency," end quote. I think all those following this debate will know that the Minister of Finance is anything but transparent when it comes to his handling of the nation's finances. One only needs to go on YouTube to see the countless times that the minister has sidestepped questions about his deficit numbers. And if you keep scrolling past the videos of him calling Canadians tax cheats, or the videos about his ethics investigations, you will find countless exchanges of the minister doing his best to avoid saying anything decipherable. So that is what brings us to this debate today, Mr. Speaker. This Wednesday, I implore the Minister of Finance to reveal to Canadians his plans to balance the budget in their fall economic statement. They were not given a blank check. They were not given a mandate to run massive deficits as far as the eye can see. And future generations shouldn't be on the hook for their reckless spending. Everyone knows that today's deficits are tomorrow's taxes. Canadians know it's wrong to leave their kids with an unpaid credit card bill. But that's exactly what this Liberal government is doing. It's nothing short of intergenerational theft. The deficit is now almost $20 billion, more than 3 times what he promised. Instead of balancing the budget next year, as the Prime Minister said he would, Finance Canada says we will now have 25 more years of deficits at this rate. Interest on the national debt is expected to grow by 2/3 to $37 billion a year. That's just the interest, Mr. Speaker. Almost as much as we spend on health care transfers. Instead of keeping their money for gas, groceries, and other family essentials, Canadians will pay more to bankers and bondholders to fund the growing interest on the Liberals' spiraling debt. That's why Conservatives are calling on the government to announce in its fall economic update the year in which the budget will finally be balanced. Well, every family or business out there has to balance their budget. It is mind-blowing that the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister thinks they have no obligation to do so. The only thing I know for sure is that it won't be by next year, as promised. There has to be at least some Liberal MPs who see the lunacy of the actions of the Finance Minister when it comes to avoiding the question of, quote, balanced budget, end quote. They must agree that their own government has fallen short in its terms of financial transparency. People's patience is wearing thin, and this charade must come to an end. That's exactly why we are forcing a vote in the House of Commons on this issue. I want every Liberal MP to have a chance to join us. It is never too late to ask for a little common sense from this government. Join us in stopping the raid on future generations. Join us in eliminating out-of-control deficits and get Canada's fiscal house back in order. At the very minimum, support this motion. Canadians deserve answers. You, as Liberal parliamentarians, deserve answers. And at the end of the day, if we can at least agree that having a plan to balance the budget is needed, it is a meaningful step in the right direction. I urge all Liberal MPs to support this motion and demand better from their own Finance Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I enjoy being on the Parliamentary Committee for Arctic Parliamentarians with the member opposite. We've worked great together. But I have a question, as this debate is almost over. One of the Conservative members said 100 times we've been asked that parliamentarians should know which years they're going to be in deficit or surplus. And that's, as the Conservative member said, it's actually been asked hundreds of times. That's the whole key to this whole debate. How many, that each parliamentarian should know when there's going to be deficit, when there's going to be a surplus. So I'd like to ask the member, in what years did the Conservatives announce that in their 10 years of government they were going to have 9 deficits and 1 surplus at the end? When did they let Parliament know, if parliamentarians are supposed to know this?
Member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you. I appreciate my colleague, and I love working with him on our Arctic affairs. But if he was, I know that he was in government before the term that he was out, just before he came back in 15. And if he had been listening, he would be able to answer his own question. Mr. Speaker, it's very, very true that when the Conservatives came into power before 2011, they had, or before 2008, in 2006, they had 2 years of reductions of debt in Canada, Mr. Speaker, about $30 billion worth. And that's what my colleague from Winnipeg North forgot to say in his answer today. There was a debt reduction in the first 2 years of the Conservative government of $30 billion. Then we hit the world's worst recession since the 30s, Mr. Speaker, and had a plan that there would be $150 billion invested into the economy, and there was. And so there were deficits in those years, Mr. Speaker, that were planned and that were announced, and there was a plan at the end of it to say when it started it'll be balanced in 7 years, and the government announced, or their fiscal accountability did balance it in 6. Just as the 2015 election came, Mr. Speaker, there was a $1.9 billion surplus left to this government, and they have completely failed Canadians in their own budget analysis on everything they've done since 2016.
Comments. La députée de...
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague, the member for Brandon Souris, for his speech, and I really liked his way of presenting the subject. It was very rational, very common sense, and I think that that's something that is often lacking here. Earlier, I heard a Liberal member saying that, business owners are happy, the business is doing well again, the economy's doing well. Well, my local business people wouldn't recommend that that we all go into debt. So what does he think about the signal that is being sent to Canadians? Now, we all know that the debt level in Canada is huge. Recently, I read that nearly half of all households are living paycheck to paycheck without any significant savings. No. So, of course, we agree that there are broken promises on the Liberal side, but it's not just that. There's also a really bad signal being sent about business management.
And it's Zuris.
Thank you. I appreciate my colleague's question. One of the things that I wanted to say in my speech that I don't think I got the number in, Mr. Speaker, was the fact that Canadians, when I'm talking about their share of the national debt for every living, breathing Canadian, it is $17,937, and that's just the federal debt that I was explaining before. And so this is a very disconcerting number, considering that the Liberals continue to add the number was $49,500,000 a day on top of that. So, Mr. Speaker, you could almost say for every living Canadian, that's $1.50 a day, just in the amount of money that they're spending, not on the debt. This is more than what they said they would. So, Mr. Speaker, this is more than what they collect in revenue. And so the amount that they actually spend is way more than that.
It's being 6:15. It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to put forthwith any questions necessary for the disposal of the business of supply. The question is as follows.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moved that the House call on the government to tell Canadians in what year the budget will be balanced, and to do so in this week's fall economic statement. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes! All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that the vote be deferred until tomorrow, Tuesday, November 20th, 2018, at the end of the time provided for oral questions.
Accordingly, the recorded division stands deferred until Tuesday, tomorrow, Tuesday, November 20th, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. And I see the Honourable Government House Leader rising, perhaps on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that I share that an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the report stage and third reading stage of Bill C-75, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and other acts to make consequential amendments to other acts. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at those stages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure the House appreciates the notice from the Honourable Government House Leader, and I see the Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader rising, perhaps on another point of interest.
A point of order, I guess, Mr. Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent to call at 6:30 at this time, so we could begin private members' hour.
It's the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 6:30 p.m.
Yes.
Yes? Agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. It being 6:30 p.m., the House, the House will now proceed to the consideration of motion M189 under private members' business. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming debate on motion M189 concerning organ and tissue donation, standing in the name of Mr. Ayoub.
La dernière fois,
the last time the House debated this motion, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader had taken about 7 minutes, and so we are now resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first off, just to recognize an amazing effort by the member from Thérèse de Blainville, who actually came up with what I believe is a wonderful idea. And I just wanted to applaud him personally on his actions in bringing such an important, what I believe is a national issue to the floor of the House of Commons. And just suffice to say how important it is in recognizing that it's not just Ottawa alone, that there's many stakeholders, in particular our provinces and territories, that can do so much more by working together in order to heighten the sense of public awareness on the issue of organ donations. And I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise and speak in support of Motion 189. And, Mr. Speaker, it's a rare opportunity for me to say I agree with the member from Winnipeg North. It's a wonderful opportunity to do that. Mr. Speaker, often we find ourselves in this House debating different issues that have great symbolic importance, financial importance, or importance in regards to the safety of Canadians. However, when we talk about organ donation and its importance, this is literally a matter of life and death. Over the past 12 years, I've been proud to support several motions, bills, and studies that encourage Canadians to become organ donors. Specifically, during this Parliament, I think of Bill C-223, introduced by my honourable colleague from Edmonton Manning, and Bill C-316, introduced by my honourable colleague from Calgary Confederation. Mr. Speaker, this isn't, or at least it shouldn't be, a partisan issue. However, I was dismayed to see the Liberal Party vote against Bill C-223 that I just referenced. This legislation would have established a Canadian Organ Donor Registry and coordinate and promote organ donation throughout Canada. I believe there was a good piece of legislation that unfortunately failed. At the very least, Bill C-223 should have been referred to the Standing Committee on Health for further study in order to receive input from expert witnesses. Bill 316, currently being studied by the Standing Committee on Health, was introduced by my colleague from Calgary Confederation. It will give Canadians the opportunity to sign up as organ donors on their annual income tax return. I hope that my colleagues from all sides of this House and in the other chamber will continue to support this common sense measure that will give Canadians more opportunities to register as an organ donor and in the process save the lives of thousands of Canadians who are on a waiting list. And Mr. Speaker, because time is of the essence, I hope that the committee, Standing Committee on Health, and the Senate will quickly move this legislation forward so it's actually in law before the end of this parliamentary term. Mr. Speaker, the motion today is as follows: that the House, A, reiterate its commitment to facilitate collaboration on an organ and tissue donation and transplantation system that gives Canadians timely and effective access to care. Since every year more than 250 people out of the 4,500 people on a waiting list die without receiving a transplant. And B, to urge the government to support national efforts with provincial and territorial authorities and stakeholders to increase organ and tissue donation rates in Canada through public education and awareness campaigns, ongoing communication, and the exchange of information, including best practices. Mr. Speaker, it's a sad truth that while 90% of Canadians support organ donation, only 20% are registered. I'm proud to say that the towns of New Hamburg and Baden and my riding of Kitchener-Conestoga have reached a level of 52% registration, Mr. Speaker. They're tied for 5th place out of 170 communities, while New Dundee and Petersburg, also in my riding, are tied for 8th at 49%. So congratulations and many thanks to these four very engaged communities. We need to all do more as members of Parliament to encourage our constituents and all Canadians to register to become organ donors. I'm thankful that the Standing Committee on Health has recently completed a study on organ donation in Canada, and I'm proud of my Conservative colleagues on that committee who initiated the study, and I know members of our caucus are awaiting its final report. In addition to registering as a donor, Mr. Speaker, it's important that individuals discuss this decision to register with their families. They should let their families know about their decision and then register at beadonor.ca, because in the final analysis, families actually of the deceased are not obligated to follow through, but are more likely to follow through if the discussion occurred beforehand. This decision, Mr. Speaker, could very well save a life and offer hope to someone waiting for an organ transplant. Thousands of adults and children are counting on us and our fellow Canadians to give the gift of life. It's time that we as a nation close the gap between the need for life-saving and life-enhancing organs and the supply of organs that are available. Why not take steps now to make a difference? It will be someone's son, someone's daughter, someone's granddaughter who will be the recipient of yours or someone else's good decision to register or donate your organs. We would all like to think we'll live to be 80 or 100, but the reality is many will die long before that for a variety of reasons. Mr. Speaker, I came face to face with that reality 7.5 years ago, when my wife of nearly 40 years experienced a sudden intracranial hemorrhage on election night, May 2, 2011. Suddenly unconscious, rushed for medical treatment, surgery, and life support, it became apparent the bleeding could not be stopped. Brain activity had totally ceased, and death was imminent. Conferring with my children, knowing Betty's wishes as she had signed her license to confirm her intentions to donate her organs, the decision, while not easy, was the right one, as we know that 5 people have their lives extended and many more have benefited from the tissues donated. 7 years ago, Mr. Speaker, I stood in this chamber during a take-note debate about organ donation. Just 7 months following Betty's death, and I said these words, quote, "I will return for a moment to that hospital. It was clear that Betty's physical life was over. Brain activity had stopped completely. We knew instinctively that the Betty we had come to know and love was no longer there. Her spirit was still very much alive, but her body was only breathing with mechanical help. What to do?" Again, our faith has its foundation in the Christian scriptures, which uses many different metaphors for the physical body. It's referred to as a tent, a house, a temple, or even as clothing for the spirit within. So if the person who lived in that temple, or who occupied that house, or camped in that tent, was no longer here to need any of those things, why would we not share them with someone in need? Why not help out one of those thousands of people who are currently on the waiting list for a specific organ? Many of those waiting are still in the prime of life. An organ donation can make the difference between life and death. Our decision, while not easy, was made later by knowing that someone else would possibly receive the gift of life, even as we journeyed into our own grief and loss. Was there a downside to organ donation? Yes, there was. We had to prolong the inevitable by agreeing to multiple tests in order to determine if, in fact, the organs were healthy and suitable for transplant. There were detailed personal history questions in order to mitigate any risks to potential recipients. Let me assure members of this House of Commons that they can rely on the safety of organ transplant in this country. This is because of Canada's strong organ transplant community and Health Canada's work in establishing rigorous safety requirements through the implementation of the safety of human cells, tissues, and organs for transplant regulations. Many times since Betty's death on May 4, 2011, 2 days following her intracranial hemorrhage, I have reflected on the reasons that I am able to move ahead in spite of my deep loss. I can say that 2 things come to mind, Mr. Speaker. First, my total confidence in Christ's victory over death and in the power of the resurrection, and that I will see her again. And second, Mr. Speaker, my knowledge that 5 others have been given the gift of life through Betty's death. Oh yes, there's a third reason, Mr. Speaker. 2 years following Betty's death, the amazing gift of my marriage to Darlene has given me renewed joy in my journey, and I'm indeed grateful and blessed to have walked this journey. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, thousands of Canadians are on the waiting list for a life-saving transplant. I urge all Canadians to step up and register at beadonor.ca. We can do better than the 20% registration rate. I think we can even do better than the 52% rate that I referred to from my communities in Kitchener-Conestoga. Why not aim for at least 75% registration rate? It will almost certainly save a life. Supporting Bill 316, supporting this motion, M189, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, taking the time to register yourself, every one of us can make a positive difference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to motion M189 on organ and tissue donation. This motion calls upon the House to A, reiterate its commitment to facilitate collaboration on an organ and tissue donation and transplantation system that gives Canadians timely and effective access to care, since every year more than 250 people out of the 4,500 on waiting lists die without receiving a transplant, and B, urge the government to support national efforts with provincial and territorial authorities and stakeholders to increase organ and tissue donation rates in Canada through public education and awareness campaigns, ongoing communication, and the exchange of information, including best practices. Mr. Speaker, Canada's New Democrats will be supporting this motion because our party believes fervently that we must make every possible effort to ensure that every Canadian who needs an organ or tissue transplant receives it. I'd like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville, for introducing this motion and for his passionate advocacy for organ and tissue donation in Canada. It's also a pleasure to work with him on the Health Committee as well. Mr. Speaker, Canadians need urgent action to improve organ donation rates. At 20.9 donors per million people, our current donation rate puts us at the back of the pack among comparable countries. There are also significant variations in donor rates and programs across Canada. While some provinces, such as British Columbia, Ontario, and Quebec, are considered centres of excellence in organ donation, others vary significantly in terms of the types of programs available. That's why, for over a decade, New Democrats have been working to create a pan-Canadian organ donor registry to better coordinate and promote organ donation throughout Canada. Legislation to create such a registry has been introduced by New Democrat MPs on 5 occasions in 2002, 2003, 2008, 2009, and 2013. In February 2016, the Conservative member for Edmonton Manning, whose own son has been the recipient of 3 donated livers, reintroduced this private member's legislation, Bill C-223, with the unanimous support of the New Democratic Party. Unfortunately, the Liberal government voted to block that effort. The Liberal health minister at the time attempted to defend her government's decision, saying, quote, "This is a matter that is under provincial jurisdiction, and it is for that reason that the bill was unsupportable," end quote. Mr. Speaker, Canada's New Democrats were profoundly disappointed to see the Liberals rush to that determination without even sending the bill to committee for review. Indeed, when the Health Committee subsequently agreed to study Canada's organ and tissue donation system in March of 2016, it was made abundantly clear that organ donation and transplantation is a shared responsibility between federal, provincial, and territorial governments. In particular, the federal government has a responsibility to facilitate national coordination to ensure that every Canadian who needs a transplant receives it. As part of that study, the committee heard from a range of witnesses, including representatives from Canadian Blood Services, provincial organ donation and procurement organizations, researchers, healthcare providers, and health charities. New Democrats hope that the committee's report, tabled earlier this fall, will place a renewed focus on the need for immediate federal action to improve Canada's organ and tissue donation system, as this motion calls for. The report calls on the federal government to act in a number of specific ways: enhancing Canadian Blood Services' role as a national coordinating agency for organ donation and transplantation, improving public education and awareness, creating new opportunities for Canadians to register to become a donor through access points for federal programs and services. My honourable colleague from Calgary has introduced an excellent bill that would allow our tax returns to be used for that purpose. Sharing best practices in organ donation and transplantation, providing funding for organ donation and transplantation research, developing a national data collection system to monitor outcomes in organ donation, and finally, a New Democrats' suggestion, exploring the feasibility of a presumed consent system for organ donation. Mr. Speaker, Canada's New Democrats were particularly pleased to see that the report endorsed our recommendation calling for a study of a presumed consent or opt-out system for organ donation, an idea that our party knows will make a huge difference in the number of organs available to save lives. Unlike Canada's current opt-in system, an opt-out approach would automatically register all citizens for organ donation unless they choose to indicate otherwise. The most important success of this system has been that it's led to organ donation being routinely considered when a patient dies, regardless of the circumstances of death. It is vital to note that an opt-out organ donation system would not limit any Canadian's freedom to choose not to donate. In an opt-out system, consent can be withdrawn at any time, and families are still responsible for making the final decision with respect to donations. However, the facts are clear. Countries with opt-out laws have organ donation rates 25 to 30% higher than those in countries requiring explicit consent. Indeed, this approach has helped to make Spain a world leader in organ donation over the last 25 years. In 2016, Spain recorded an organ donor rate of 43.9 per million people compared to 20.9 per million people in Canada, twice as many. In Austria, the donor rate quadrupled after instituting opt-out legislation, and similar regulations in Belgium doubled kidney transplants. By adopting a presumed consent system in Canada, we could increase donation rates, save lives, improve patient outcomes, and ultimately realize significant savings in our public health care system. For example, only 16% of the 22,000 Canadians whose kidneys have failed are currently on the transplant waitlist. Without an organ transplant, the only other treatment available to people with kidney failure is dialysis, which has a lower 5-year survival rate than organ transplantation, 45% versus 82%, and offers a lower quality of life to patients. This is not only a moral concern, it is economically imperative. The total annual cost of dialysis ranges from $56,000 to $107,000 per patient, whereas the cost of a transplant is about $66,000 in the first year and about $23,000 in subsequent years. Therefore, the healthcare system can save up to $84,000 per patient transplanted annually, but of course the main benefit is in the patient's health. Mr. Speaker, the urgent need for federal action on this file was recently reinforced for me when I spoke with Todd Hauptman, an international public relations consultant based in Vancouver. Todd was diagnosed with Alport syndrome when he was 4 years old, which meant he would someday need a new kidney. At the age of 16, his condition worsened, forcing him to take medication and change his diet. Then at the age of 20, he started kidney dialysis every night for 9 hours a night. A challenging 3 years on dialysis led to an ever-declining level of health for Todd. His condition got increasingly worse until he had 3 massive seizures one night in late November 2009. He was in a medically induced coma for 5 days and in hospital for 10. The doctors told his family that he may not survive, and if he did, a kidney transplant may not be possible. Todd could have died at the age of 23, but he survived, thanks to the efforts of exceptional medical staff and a life-saving kidney donation from his friend of 10 years, Tanya Tate. Mr. Speaker, it's heartbreaking to realize that some patients will never receive the gift of life when they could. As today's motion reminds us, hundreds of Canadians die every year waiting for an organ that never comes, but could. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, I wish to once again conclude my remarks by strongly encouraging all Canadians to register as organ donors and discuss their wishes with their loved ones. One donor can save up to 8 lives through organ donation and enhance the lives of up to 74 more through the gift of tissue. There's always potential to be a donor, so no Canadian should let anything stop them from registering. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I wish to reiterate the NDP's support for the motion before us today and call upon the Liberal government to turn these words into urgent action to ensure that every Canadian who needs an organ or tissue transplant receives it. No one should ever die because that call didn't come in time. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats will work to help make that a reality. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to rise today to speak to Motion 189, which calls on the government to reiterate its commitment to facilitate collaboration and support for a Canadian organ and tissue donation and transplantation system. Je tiens à remercier.
I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Thérèse de Blainville, for having introduced this topic in the House, and I would like to thank him for his excellent work and his diligence on the Standing Committee of Health. The committee is proud to support this motion.
This is an important issue for the health of Canadians. The need for organs is great. There are many diseases and health conditions that damage one or more vital organs or impair their function. An organ transplant is often the best, sometimes the only way to treat the condition or to improve the quality of life for an individual. Though many types of organs can now be successfully transplanted, such as hearts, lungs, pancreas, livers, intestines, kidneys are by far the most needed in Canada. Often kidney disease is associated with other medical conditions such as diabetes, high blood pressure, and heart disease. To help Canadians reduce the risk of chronic diseases and conditions like these, our government is contributing to efforts to promote healthy living. There are many different kidney diseases and disorders. Some kidney diseases are detected at birth, and others develop as we grow older. In 2015, over 35,000 Canadians were living with end-stage kidney disease. The best option for many is to receive a kidney transplant, and they must wait until a suitable organ becomes available for them. Meanwhile, they often need regular dialysis to maintain their health. But where do these organs come from? Though many may be somewhat familiar with the idea of organ donation and have discussed their wishes with their families, I would like to explain what is involved so members can fully appreciate the needs and challenges in making the system work. Because humans have two kidneys, sometimes it is possible for someone to donate a kidney while someone is still alive. It's also possible to donate part of a liver, a lung, intestine, or pancreas. And these are called living donations. I would like to take a moment to honor all of those who have made a living donation. Approximately 500 Canadians a year step forward to do so. It's an incredibly valued, selfless, and altruistic act. I would also like to recognize and remember all those individuals who have died but were able to donate after death. I'll repeat the words of Helen Campbell, a double lung transplant recipient, who said the following on her website. To my donor and to their family, no words can express how grateful I am for the precious gift you gave me. Thank you for allowing me to have a second chance and for giving me this second wind. Indeed, it is family members who, in these most difficult of moments, may be asked if they know what their deceased loved ones' wishes are regarding organ donation. And that's why it's important that each of us has those discussions with our own families now, so that should the time come, they will have that answer. It's also important for an individual to register their wishes in the system used by their province where available. Canadians may not realize that only a small proportion of people will die in circumstances that make them eligible for organ donation. For example, in case of a massive stroke that causes brain death. The rarity of these events makes every donation opportunity more precious, and it makes it all the more important for people to make their wishes known before death. One deceased donor can save up to 8 lives. Organ donors touch many families and leave a lasting legacy. The act of donating an organ or receiving one as a transplant patient is a momentous event forever linking two people. And in Canada, this miracle occurs approximately 8 times every day. In 2017, almost 3,000 organs were transplanted. And yet, Mr. Speaker, it's not enough. There were still over 4,000 patients on organ wait lists. Last year, 242 patients died while waiting for a transplant. How long should a patient wait? Statistics from Quebec indicate that the average wait time for a kidney in that province in 2017 was 493 days, 1 year and 4 months. And the waiting lists don't even include people who might benefit from a transplant. So what is the problem? Why are there not enough organs to meet the needs of these patients? Many elements have to fall into place and be in place for the right organ to be available for the right patient at the right time. Sometimes donors and patients are in different jurisdictions, so interprovincial systems are needed to bring it all together. And while provinces and territories each manage the delivery of health care in their jurisdictions, including organ donation and transplant surgeries, a more pan-Canadian approach is needed to fill the gaps that provinces and territories can't achieve on their own. And our government has been playing a part in filling those gaps. As Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health, I want to take a moment to highlight the contributions that the health portfolio has made to develop and improve the organ and tissue donation and transplantation system. Our government has an important role in protecting the health and safety of Canadian transplant recipients through regulation. The safety of human cells, tissues, and organs for transplantation regulations contain safety requirements related to assessment of donors, retrieval and handling of organs, and labeling for transport of the organ. In addition, our government contributes to the pan-Canadian organ and tissue donation and transplantation system. Together with the provinces and territories, we have invested over $70 million to support efforts by Canadian Blood Services to improve the organ and tissue donation and transplantation system over the last 10 years. The Government of Quebec contributes approximately $845,000 to Canadian Blood Services annually for interprovincial services. Transplant Quebec coordinates organ donation and transplantation activities in that province. In addition, the Canadian Institutes of Health Research have invested over $100 million in transplantation research between 2012 and 2017, and scientists are researching how to improve access to transplant, how to improve long-term survival and quality of life of transplant recipients, and important advancements are being made. For example, research is illuminating new ways to manage blood group compatibility to expand ways to match a patient to a broader range of organ donors. On October 18th, I had the privilege of announcing a further investment of $3.3 million for the Canadian Donation and Transplant Research Program to advance research on many facets of organ and tissue donation and transplantation in Canada. This funding is a joint investment from the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, Astellas Pharma Canada Inc., the Canadian Liver Foundation, Cystic Fibrosis Canada, Le Fonds de Recherche de Québec Santé, and the Kidney Foundation of Canada. Through such collaborations, we can increase the availability of transplants for Canadians and transform clinical outcomes for transplant patients from coast to coast. And beyond these established roles, I'm pleased to inform the House that the Minister of Health is actively pursuing her mandate to work with provinces and territories to facilitate collaboration on an organ and tissue donation and transplantation system that gives Canadians timely and effective access to care. Health Canada officials are leading a collaborative initiative in partnership with the provinces and territories and Canadian Blood Services to engage stakeholders in determining how to improve the system so that Canadians can count on having access to the care they need when they need it. A wide range of patient groups, transplant specialists, organ donation organizations, and stakeholders across the country have been interviewed to help identify how to improve and optimize the results for Canadians. We will keep the House informed of the outcomes of that work. Again, the government is very pleased to support this motion. En conclusion, je vous remercie.
In conclusion, I'd like to once again thank the member for presenting this motion, and I look forward to working with all members of the House by continuing the discussion of this important issue for the health of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today to discuss another bill dealing with the issue, another initiative dealing with the issue of human organs and organ transplantation. By my count, there are 5 initiatives that have been or are before us that deal in some sense with the issue of organ transplantation. There were private members' bills put forward by my colleagues from Edmonton Manning and Calgary Confederation. We have the motion before us tonight. And we also have a number of legislative initiatives, one of which I've sponsored, which deals with the issue of illicit organ harvesting, that is, organs taken without consent, which is obviously a very different issue, but I think it's one that might be worth reflecting on in the context of some of the discussion that's happening tonight. What we're debating tonight is Motion 189, which says that the House reiterate its commitment to facilitating collaboration on an organ and tissue donation and transplant system that gives Canadians timely and effective access to care, since every year more than 250 people out of 4,500 people on waiting lists die without receiving a transplant, and urge the government to support national efforts with provincial and territorial authorities and stakeholders to increase organ and tissue donations rates in Canada through public education and awareness campaigns, ongoing communications, and the exchange of information, including best practices. Now, I think it's important to underline that when we debate a motion is essentially the House of Commons participating in a communications exercise. That is, we are all together expressing a sentiment through endorsing an idea. And that is, in plenty of cases, and I think in this case it is a thing worth doing given that the motion is before us. I am going to be voting in favor of this motion. But I will also, I think, challenge members that the primary objective that we should pursue as legislators is not just to look for opportunities to put forward communication pieces on vital issues like this, but it's actually to look for opportunities to change the law in ways that actively increase the rate of organ donation, and also that compel the government to take specific action to move these things forward. If a motion is a way of starting a conversation, that can be very worthwhile. But if a motion is a substitute for legislative action, then it is perhaps not desirable, because what we need to be doing is, again, looking for opportunities as legislators to legislate, to take the vital steps that need to be taken now to move this issue forward. So I certainly commend the mover of this. I'm again pleased to support this motion, but there is such an urgency when it comes to moving forward and addressing, as the motion says, the number of people on waiting lists who die without transplants, that legislative changes are urgently required. Now, I was pleased to speak in favor of and support a bill by my colleague, a concrete legislative initiative by the member for Edmonton Manning that would have created a national organ donation registry. Now, unfortunately, this bill was voted down. It was one of the first bills that was private members' bills that was put forward in this Parliament, and it was defeated. A national system, a national system of national collaboration, which is sort of indirectly hinted at by this motion, would have, I think, made the concrete difference. It would have taken far more steps in the right direction than this motion does tonight. And it is with regret that I note the defeat of that bill, because had it passed, I think it would be saving lives today as we speak. We had another bill put forward by my colleague from Calgary Confederation, and this, I think, added the very helpful step of saying that when a person fills out their income tax forms, they should be able to indicate on there whether or not they wish to be an organ donor. So another opportunity for people to give information, and hopefully this will increase the number of people that are saying, yes, I would like to be an organ donor. And again, as a legislative initiative, concretely moving things forward, compelling the government to action instead of simply participating in a communications exercise. So these were both good bills. I was pleased to see C-316 pass. In light of where we are in the sort of electoral cycle, and we're likely less than a year till the next election, I think members should be seized with the urgency of moving forward good private members' bills that are currently before committee. C-316 passed the House at second reading. It's now, from what I understand, in the process of study. It will need to complete the study, complete third reading, and make its way through the Senate. So I think there is an urgency to moving that bill forward. If all we do this Parliament is pass this motion, but not pass legislative action, I think that will have been a failure. I think that will have been a missed opportunity. So I hope we will all be able to work together on that legislative initiative. Just a general comment about what I think the kind of mindset and the strategy behind Bill C-316. I'm reading, I think, a fairly well-known book called Nudge by two behavioral economists, Thaler and Sunstein, which talks about this idea of something called libertarian paternalism, which is that governments, businesses, institutions that are shaping the architecture within which people can make choices can, in fact, preserve complete liberty for the individual while still aligning the circumstances of that choice to try and bring about a socially desirable outcome. In the case of organ donation, I think many people likely do not sign their donor cards because it's not that they're choosing not to be an organ donor, it's simply that they are not confronted with a situation where they have to make a choice either way. They might be willing to be an organ donor, they're just not thinking of it, and then something happens to them and, oh man, they've never gotten around to signing their donor card. So the idea of thinking about the choice architecture is to create the conditions in which people still have complete liberty to decide where their organs are going, but the circumstances lead them to making, at least increase the chances that they will make a choice that is, in a broader sense, socially desirable. And in the case of C316, it's about putting people in situations where regularly they're seeing the choice option in front of them, a way of nudging people towards making a choice one way or the other. If someone doesn't want to be an organ donor, absolutely they should have that freedom. But it is useful for them to be given that choice in as many contexts as possible so that they at least are given that greatest opportunity to say yes or no. And hopefully they say yes, so that, again, we don't have people who aren't organ donors, even if maybe if they thought about it, they would be willing to be an organ donor, they just never got around to signing the card or having that question in front of them. Mr. Speaker, in the context of this discussion about organ donation, I wanted to talk briefly about C350 and S240. We're going to be debating here tomorrow night, Bill S240, which is from the Senate that would make it a criminal offense for someone to go abroad to receive an organ for which there has not been consent. This is such an important, I think, such an obvious bill. We have countries where, one country in particular, where organs are taken from people without consent, often because they're seen as politically undesirable by the government. And some Canadians, anecdotally, we have a sense that some Canadians, some people in other countries, will travel to receive an organ that was taken without consent. And that should be a criminal offense, because being complicit in this terrible practice of organ harvesting is wrong, and Canada should do everything it can to try and stop this practice. But we should note in that context as well that people who are in that situation, who face a level of desperation because they feel that they know that they need an organ and they're on a wait list. One thing we can do is we can address that act specifically and address the fact that some people might go abroad to receive an organ that was harvested without someone's consent. At the same time, we can work to increase the level of organ donation here in Canada so that people no longer find themselves in that desperate situation. We can and we should do both. I think we can, by passing legislation like C316, we can ensure that people don't have to be in the desperate situation where they're waiting on a list, and even where they may make a choice that they wouldn't make under other circumstances that ends up harming someone else's life in another part of the world. With that in mind, I am very hopeful that we'll be able to move forward quickly on the legislative initiative C316 as well as S240 that we'll be debating tomorrow. I'm pleased to support this motion, but the House must do more to make the vision behind this issue a reality.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mr. Speaker, it's a great pleasure for me to join in the debate and support my colleague for Thérèse Blainville in raising awareness around organ transplants and what can be done to make the system work better all across the country. I was very encouraged to hear what was said during the first hour of debate on September 27th. It's important to share these success stories and to look at what's working in other provinces and territories in order to enrich our own efforts Unfortunately, in many cases, we're looking for new ways of doing things when hardship strikes. Too many Canadians are still dying because of a lack of organ donors. In some cases, in other cases, as my colleague for Guelph pointed out, a successful transplant can create greater awareness and a higher number of new donors. That shows that these testimonies, communication, and community play a crucial role in raising awareness to the issue of organ donation. We need to do more to increase the number of donors and to find out what's working well in order to build a truly national system that's available to all Canadians. In Quebec, since 1987, the provincial health card has been the official vehicle for all those wishing to donate an organ. All you have to do is sign the back of the card to be a participant in the program. In Ontario, Services Ontario set up a website, beadonor.ca, where Ontarians can simply and quickly sign up in under 2 minutes. Once the form is completed, it doesn't have to be repeated in subsequent years. A similar process is available in BC and has been since 1997. By visiting bctransplant.ca, you can add your name to the list quite simply. This system is around in other provinces. It's readily accessible. It's simple to use.
However, resources in other provinces are limited, and this can penalize Canadian citizens who don't have access. With motion M189, we will be able to study and share all of these best practices in the goal of establishing a safer and fairer organ and tissue donation system all across the country that will be effective. I'd also like to underline the exceptional work of the Canadian Association for Organ Donation, Organ and Tissue Donation, which has done a lot of work raising awareness among the public and has been working since 1987. From 1987 until December 2017, over 15,000 organ donations, or transportations rather, have been done, including in my riding. A successful organ donation is not only something that has to do with generosity, it's also the result of coordination between different medical services and the many volunteers who help transport organs and tissues to their final destination. It is our duty, in partnership with provincial and municipal governments, to support these local services and give them the tools they need to do their work effectively. The work of doctors and nurses is vital if we want organ and tissue donation to succeed. So we need to support them properly and ensure that the methods that we have in place benefit them as well. As the member for Thérèse de Blainville mentioned, we should never forget the human value that is at the center of this debate. Organ donation is sometimes objected to by the family of the deceased person. There may be a lack of communication, or a person may react badly to the loss of their loved one. This type of decision should not burden them during the period of their grieving. The period after a loved one's death should always be spent in privacy and should not be disturbed by debating such a sensitive question. This is why it's important to have a public awareness campaign to ensure that such situations can be avoided. The process should be the same, regardless of where someone lives in Canada. It's also our duty to communicate this information properly and to encourage communication between family members and to ensure that organ donation is not a taboo subject. We need to remind Canadians that they can sign up as a donor regardless of their age. We also need to tell them that organ donation can also be carried out during one's life. That can be a scary idea, and this is why public awareness campaigns are so important. I think that the report on organ donation in Canada, which was tabled by the Standing Committee on Health, is a good starting point, particularly when we're looking at the recommendations of M189. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I can say personally that organ donation has really benefited people who need it. My uncle died a few years ago, and he was able to donate his eyes. This allowed 2 people to see again. So this makes a real difference. This is a difference that we can see ourselves. In fact, my cousin had the chance of meeting the 2 people who received the donations and was able to see the positive impact that it had in their lives. In Montreal as well, just a couple of months ago, there was the very first face transplant in Canada. This is an extraordinary medical feat. It was a full transplant, not just of the skin, but of the full face, including the nose, the cartilage, the teeth, and the mouth. Only a few patients in the world have ever had a total, complete face transplant. This should encourage us to make organ and tissue donations, even if it's only because we know that a single donor can make an impact in 20 different people's lives. We should take steps towards ensuring that organ and tissue donation become normalized in Canada. We have the tools that we need, and we also have the desire to improve the situation. I think that with motion M189, it will be possible to set up an effective system regardless of where people live. Canadians are generous people. I'm sure that we will be able to find the best way to standardize organ donation across Canada and to encourage Canadians to become committed to this cause. Personally, I signed my organ donor card. What about you? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Consequently, I would invite the Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville to give his closing remarks. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleagues for the high quality of the debate that we've just had, and particularly for the personal stories that they shared with us. Organ donation is one of the greatest actions of human solidarity that can be made. Despite Canada's efforts, around 250 people die every year, and this is out of the some 4,500 people who are waiting for a transplant. Motion 189 calls on the government to reaffirm its commitment to help establish a system for organ and tissue donation that will ensure that Canadians have access to this health care in a timely manner. The current system is not good enough. I believe that we need to do better to improve the lives of those whose only hope for survival is an organ donation. Recently, I had the honor of meeting organ recipients and their families in my riding, Thérèse de Blainville. Ms. Carole Dupeul, whose husband died and who donated, and whose husband donated his lungs and livers, gave moving testimony. There's also Joe Hadge, who received a new heart in 2009, and Joanne Michaud, whose children were able to see their live a longer life with their grandfather. Yves Leblanc was able to have a higher quality of life thanks to receiving a tissue transplant. Their stories show how important it is to have an effective organ donation system for all Canadians. And I really do want to emphasize all Canadians, because currently our system is unequal and unfair. When it comes to organ donation, there's a lot of variation across the different provinces. There's a lack of resources in a lot of cases. Motion 189 would encourage organ and tissue donation in Canada by providing national support to provincial and territorial efforts, as well as support to local stakeholders. It's unfortunate and unacceptable that the likelihood of receiving an organ donation depends on where you live in Canada. Motion 189 would put an end to this situation and improve the exchange of information between provinces. It would also encourage organ donation through public awareness campaigns. As I said earlier, one of the limits of our current system is consent. The percent of Canadians who are listed as organ donors is only 20%, but 90% say that they are in favor of organ donation. So consent has to happen through education, awareness, and good information. Public awareness campaigns would ensure that donors understand how important donation is to saving lives. Beyond just signing the back of your driver's license, it's also important that you talk to your loved ones about your decision. I want to congratulate the organization Chain of Life, which has raised a lot of awareness among secondary school students about organ and tissue donation. Lucie Dumont is the founder of Chain of Life, and she does excellent work. Her program is recognized all across Quebec and internationally. I also want to thank everyone, all the individuals and organizations that I talked to about this motion. Louis Beaulieu from Transplant Quebec, Ronnie Gavsey from the Trillium Gift of Life Network, Leanne Appleton from BC Transplant, Dr. Pierre Marcellet, and a number of others as well. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I want to say once again that Motion 189 really goes beyond any political partisanship, and it is non-binding. It's a motion that will allow for dialogue between provinces to happen, and it will also encourage the government to take action. Finally, I want to thank the members who have already given their support, and I want to raise awareness among others about this important issue so that Motion 189 will obtain the unanimous support of this House. Thank you. The question is as follows. Mr. Ayoub, seconded by Mr. Longfield, moves that the House, A, reiterate its commitment to facilitate collaboration on an organ and tissue donation and transplantation system that gives Canadians timely and effective access to care, since every year more than 250 people out of the 4,500 on waiting lists die without receiving a transplant.
To support national efforts with provincial and territorial authorities and stakeholders to increase organ and tissue donation rates in Canada through public education and awareness campaigns, ongoing communication, and the exchange of information, including best practices. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter?
To the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion.
Oui.
Yes. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, November 21st, just before the time allowed for private members' business. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed moved and seconded. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back in June, I was able to ask the Prime Minister a question directly in the House, asking, given his stated commitment to families and family reunification, why is it that whether someone's parents or grandparents can come to Canada is based on the luck of the draw? And this was in the face of media reports that said that, in fact, the lottery system was worked off an Excel spreadsheet and subject to rigging. Thankfully, since that debate, that question period, just 4 months ago or so, communities across Canada came together to denounce the idea of family reunification being determined by the luck of the draw. And the government had no choice but to abandon the parent-grandparent lottery system. It was an honor to bring those concerns to the House, and I'm grateful to people back at home in Nanaimo Ladysmith who let me know what impact this was having on their families. The New Democrats, though, remain concerned that the government has decided to go back to a first-come, first-served race to get an application in before the application cap is hit. This is almost identical to the system prior to the lottery, and just like family reunification, it should not be a matter of chance. It shouldn't be a race either. I'm proud my colleague, the member for East Van, said, quote, "I will continue to advocate for a parent-grandparent system that reflects what Canadians want. The elimination of an annual application cap, increasing the annual levels plan space to accommodate the desire of Canadians to be reunited with their loved ones, instituting a standard processing time of 12 months for these applications, as this is the standard already in place for spousal sponsorship applications," end quote. I want to flag how hard it is for families to navigate these systems. I have a constituent named Fatima. She and her 2 daughters were accepted to Canada as refugees from Eritrea. The personal story of this family is tragic, and it was a huge effort for them to get here, and they are sponsored by the neighborhood church in Nanaimo, which is doing a fantastic job of working hand in hand with refugee families, supporting them, embedding them in with our communities. But what Fatima says is that she cannot settle into our community fully, knowing that the husband that she thought had died in the Civil War, in fact, had survived. But that was beyond the period where she was able to sponsor him. You know, they've got the 1-year limit. So it's tragic. They are now caught in this bureaucratic mess. Her little daughters are saying to her, "I don't believe you that my father is still alive," because it has been years that they've been waiting for our system, for the Canadian government to say when it is that his processing will be complete. So it's a big heartache for this family. It's a huge heartache. I am hearing again and again that the government has chosen not to restore the public service and the frontline people that are meant to be serving Canadians. To have people kicked off phone lines or left on hold indefinitely, for them to have to call 20 times even to have the honor of getting put on hold, that says to me that everyone is challenged by a broken system. So my question to the government is why are they making people wait so long? When will they truly deepen the investment that allows immigration and family reunification to happen as it should?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Reuniting Canadian citizens and permanent residents with their parents and grandparents contributes to strengthening Canada's social and cultural fabric. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak to this issue today as it gives me the opportunity to tell the honourable member about the changes that have been made to the parent and grandparent program since the member initially asked her question in June. In August, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada announced that it would be increasing the cap on the number of parents and grandparents sponsorship applications accepted for processing from 10,000 to 17,000, and in 2018 to 20,000, going on through until 2019. The department also announced that the application intake system would be changing for 2019, something which addresses the root concerns of the honourable member. Alors, en 2019,
in 2019, as was the case in previous years, the interest in sponsorship form will be put online at the beginning of the year to give potential eligible people the opportunity to tell us that they want to sponsor their parents or grandparents. Instead of randomly choosing possible sponsors, as was the case before, we will be inviting possible applicants to present, or rather to submit their sponsorship request under this form. The process will continue until we have enough potential applicants to reach the annual limit of 20,000.
The system is different and is based on interest to sponsor submissions, sent electronically and not on complete applications mailed to the IRCC's offices, which was the process before 2017. And this is an improvement from the system used before 2017 because potential sponsors will be required to complete an application only if they're invited to submit. Using this intake process will give the government more flexibility in the application process, ensuring that we receive as many applications as possible to meet the cap. The
Government of Canada welcomes comments about its programs and services, and the changes made to the application reception process for parents and grandparents aim to ensure equal access to this process. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Replacing the lottery with a cap that you have, it's all fast, first come, first serve, isn't remedying the problem. And I mean, as members of Parliament, people come to us when the system's not working for them. We try to help guide it. Here's an example a constituent told me by email last month. Quote, "You're the first person who answered us about my immigration issue in the past 10 years. We hired a lawyer for 3 times to request information. We tried every way we can to make contact with the immigration office. Nothing has happened so far," end quote. All we did was use the backdoor number that members of Parliament have to ask the Immigration and Canada to check the status of her permanent residency application. It wasn't a big effort, but it's, again, I just can't state enough. If we could restore our frontline public services, if we could allow people to get clear answers on why their applications are held up, not leave them waiting interminably, it is heartbreaking for these families. And simply changing the style of the program hasn't made the change we need.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for a question.
Further, the government is working on improving the application intake program in order to simplify access to the program and to improve the client experience. We are working on creating the appropriate application processes, and we are taking the time to listen to stakeholders in order to determine the best way forward.
Parents and grandparents over the last few years has allowed the government to greatly reduce the application backlog. The application inventory, Mr. Speaker, has dropped from a peak of 167,000 people in 2011 to just under 26,000 people in June 2018. Do we have more work to do? Absolutely, Mr. Speaker, but we're well on track.
Family reunification is a great priority for the Government of Canada in the area of immigration. Thank you.
Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I rose months ago, my question to the Prime Minister was about the devastating impact of the steel and aluminum tariffs and what they would have on working people in Canada. And unfortunately, we are living through the fallout of the Liberals' failure to have a plan that would actually help working people. It's no surprise, though, because the Liberals continue to profess their love for workers and the middle class. At the same time, we are seeing jobs bleeding out of our country because of the steel and aluminum tariffs. You know, no one believes, Mr. Speaker, that we are dealing with a logical approach. And when it comes to President Trump, no one believes that it's an easy task. But the Liberal line of tariffs being completely separate is complete and utter nonsense. No one believes that. Go and ask anyone in the States. Go and ask the President himself if these tariffs are separate from the renegotiation of NAFTA, and the response would be a resounding no. They believe that these tariffs are directly tied. And in fact, in the new USMCA, we see the tariffs being tied to the auto and mention of the 232 throughout the agreement. I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that this is a very hot topic in my riding of Essex, where we have the manufacturing sector. We also have a wonderful steel manufacturer. And this steel manufacturer last week, who's a local business owner that provides excellent jobs in one of the communities I represent, said that the tariff situation is like the Liberals are standing in a burning house. And someone's saying, call the fire department, we need help, somebody do something. And the Liberals are saying, no, don't worry about it, we're just going to stay in the house, don't worry. Just stay put, it's going to be all right. But, Mr. Speaker, we all see the house is burning down around as they sit, not helping businesses and workers who are in a desperate situation. And the government told us at that point when I asked the question that they were ready for the worst case scenario. But we now know that's about as far away from the truth as a Donald Trump tweet. And what's happening on the ground is that workers are being laid off. There are down weeks that are happening in this country. And in fact, in Ottawa this month, a business that has been there since the 70s closed its doors. And this is just the cusp of where we're going. Ford Motor Company has reported that they have lost $1 billion due to these tariffs. And people will be laid off as a result, Mr. Speaker. No large corporation manufacturing that has a footprint here in Canada can continue with billion-dollar losses over less than a year. And the Libs like to point to the auto gains in the USMCA, but they seem to be conveniently forgetting that cars are made of steel and aluminum. This is the underpinning of this sector. As long as these tariffs are in place, our entire manufacturing sector is under direct threat. We are in an emergency situation. Business after business has come before the Trade Committee under our NDP-led tariff study and told us of the many issues with this supposed relief package. That money, instead of being kept separately and being able to support businesses and people on the ground, is just going into the general coffers, Mr. Speaker. In fact, a month ago, there was a report of $11,000 being paid out of the $375 million collected. Where is this money going? This money is not making its way to shops on the ground, to people on the ground who need this help. And my call tonight to the honourable member through you, Mr. Speaker, is will the Liberals join the NDP, and in fact all sides of the House, because the Conservative Deputy Leader has also agreed to the NDP call to not sign us on to the USMCA until these tariffs are removed.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's steel and aluminum industries are a critical part of our economy and many people's livelihoods. Canadians and communities across the country depend on the good jobs that are supported by these industries, both upstream and downstream from the actual point of origin of the steel or aluminum. And that's why we've taken such strong actions to defend them. And shortly after the unfair and illegal tariffs were unilaterally announced by the United States, we announced our own reciprocal tariffs on $16.6 billion worth of U.S. goods. As I said this before, but it bears repeating, this is the strongest and largest trade action that Canada has taken since the Second World War. This is how much we value our steel and aluminum workers and how much we want to protect their livelihoods and their communities. And since before the tariffs were imposed, we've been meeting with steel and aluminum industry leadership and workers to ensure that their voices inform our actions. Recently, for example, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has been visiting dozens of facilities across Canada, meeting with steel and aluminum companies and associations, as well as the workers on the shop floors and union representatives. I myself have met with many dozens of union associations, factory management, suppliers, workers, the upstream and downstream industries that are impacted. The message is clear. We must defend our industries and workers, and that, Mr. Speaker, is exactly what we're doing. For example, in October, we introduced provisional safeguard measures on 7 steel products to ensure that our industries are not being harmed by the diversion of steel into Canada from other international steel suppliers. Such measures are being welcomed by the industry. And just last week, for example, Stelco, which employs 2,200 men and women in Hamilton, Harmer, and Lake Erie, said that these safeguards are providing market stability. They agree with what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Stelco also said that with these measures in place, quote, we expect growth in our business related to our recent investments, including the installation of annealing furnaces and the recent work on the hot strip mill that have enhanced our product capabilities. They have received funds to help them and their workers get through this process that we're going through with the 232 tariffs. Our measures are allowing companies to continue to invest in themselves, their facilities, and their workers. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind us all that there's $2 billion available to defend and protect the interests of Canadian workers and businesses in the steel, aluminum, manufacturing industries. Mr. Speaker, we are working hard to make sure that these tariffs are eliminated. We're in constant dialogue with the United States. Removing U.S. tariffs on steel and aluminum is a priority for our government and indeed for the nation. And we continue to raise this at every opportunity with American officials at the very highest level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Essex.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what the Liberals are doing is not working. And that response tells me that they're not listening and that, in fact, they're willing to let the House burn down to the ground around them and leave the ashes with no plan going forward. Talking points aren't going to cut it when we are in an emergency situation in this country. And it's not surprising that the response we get tonight from the Parliamentary Secretary is not actually an answer to the question that I asked, the question that is on the minds of many Canadians, and the question that others in this House believe is where we need to go. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you that the small businesses can't navigate the system, can't access the money. They don't have the resources to dedicate staff to understanding these programs. They don't want a loan from BDC and EDC. They can get a loan down the street at their own local lender. What they want is this government to negotiate an end to the steel and aluminum tariffs. And that means, Mr. Speaker, that this government and Canadians do not want them to be signing on to the USMCA and losing our greatest piece of leverage in a shot to get rid of these tariffs. Because if we don't get rid of these tariffs, we will see the decimation of our manufacturing sector, and the Liberals are asleep at the wheel. So once again, I ask, will they stand with us and not sign the agreement until the tariffs are removed?
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government will always stand up for Canadian workers and businesses. The steel and aluminum industries provide good middle-class jobs to Canadians across our country. We put in place reciprocal tariffs, safeguards in imported steel, programs to help companies diversify, relief programs for industry, and we've allocated over $2 billion to assist those who need it most. Our actions have been driven by the best interests of Canadian workers and their industries, and I can assure the member opposite that they will continue to be based on the best outcome for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.